Section 13 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 13. Of oyster selling in the streets. The trade in oysters is unquestionably one of the oldest with which the London, or rather the English, markets are connected, for oysters from Britain were a luxury in ancient Rome. Oysters are now sold out of the smacks at Billingsgate, and a few at Hungerford. The more expensive kind, such as the real Milton, are never bought by the costermongers, but they buy oysters of a good middling quality. At the commencement of the season, these oysters are 14 shillings a bushel, but the measure contains from a bushel and a half to 2 bushels, as it is more or less heaped up. The general price, however, is 9 shillings or 10 shillings, but they have been 10 shillings and 18 shillings. The big trade was unknown until 1848, when the very large shelly oysters, the fish inside being very small, were introduced from the Sussex coast. They were sold in Thames Street and by the Borough Market. Their sale was at first enormous. The costermongers distinguished them by the name of scuttle-mouths. One coster informant told me that on the Saturday he not unfrequently, with the help of a boy and a girl, cleared 10 shillings by selling these oysters in the streets, disposing of 4 bags. He thus sold, reckoning 21 dozen to the bag, 2,016 oysters. And as the price was 2 for a penny, he took just £4 4 shillings by the sale of oysters in the streets in one night. With the scuttle-mouths, the costermonger takes no trouble. He throws them into a yard and dashes a few pails of water over them, and then places them on his barrow or conveys them to his stall. Some of the better class of costermongers, however, lay down their oysters carefully, giving them oatmeal to fatten on. In April last, some of the street sellers of this article established, for the first time, oyster rounds. These were carried on by costermongers, whose business was over at 12 in the day, or a little later. They bought a bushel of scuttle-mouths, never the others, and in the afternoon went a round with them to poor neighbourhoods until about 6, when they took a stand in some frequented street. Going these oyster rounds is hard work, I am told, and a boy is generally taken to assist. Monday afternoon is the best time for this trade, when 10 shillings is sometimes taken, and 4 shillings or 5 shillings profit made. On other evenings only from 1 shilling to 5 shillings is taken, very rarely the larger sum. As the later the day in the week, the smaller is the receipt, owing to the wages of the working classes getting gradually exhausted. The women who sell oysters in the street, and whose dealings are limited, buy either of the costermongers or at the coal sheds, but nearly all the men buy at Billingsgate, where as small a quantity as a peck can be had. An old woman who had seen better days, but had been reduced to keep an oyster stall, gave me the following account of her customers. She showed much shrewdness in her conversation, but having known better days, she declined to enter upon any conversation concerning her former life. "As to my customers, sir," she said, "why, indeed, they're all sorts. It's not a very few times that gentlemen, I call them so because they're mostly so civil, will stop, just as it's getting darkish perhaps, and look about them, and then come to me and say very quick, 2 penn'orth for a wet.' Some of 'em will look, maybe, like poor parsons down upon their luck, and swallow their oysters as if they was taking poison in a hurry. They'll not touch the bread or butter once in 20 times, but they'll be free with the pepper and vinegar, or mayhap they'll say, quick and short, a crust off that. I many a time think that 2 penn'orth is a poor gentleman's dinner. It's the same often, but only half as often, with a poor lady, with a veil that once was black, over a bonnet to match, and shivering through her shawl. She'll have the same. About 2 penn'orth is the mark still. It's mostly 2 penn'orth. My son says it's because that's the price of a glass of gin, and some persons buy oysters instead. But that's only his joke, sir. It's not the vulgar poor that's our chief customers, as many of them won't touch oysters, and I've heard some of them say, 'The sight on 'em makes me sick, it's like eating snails.' The poor girls that walk the streets often buy. Some are brazen and vulgar, and often the finest dressed are the vulgarest. At least I think so. And of those that come to oyster stalls, I'm sure it's the case. Some are shy to such as me, who may, perhaps, call their own mothers to their minds. There ain't many of them that is so. One of them always says that she must keep at least a penny for gin after her oysters. One young woman ran away from my stall once after swallowing 1 oyster out of 6 that she'd paid for. I don't know why. There's many things a person like me sees that one may say, I don't know why, to. That there is. My heartiest customers that I serve with the most pleasure are working people on a Saturday night. One couple, I think the wife always goes to meet her husband on a Saturday night, has 2 or 3 or 4 penneth as happens, and it's pleasant to hear them say, Won't you have another, John? Or, Do have 1 or 2 more, Mary Ann. I've served them that way 2 or 3 years. They've no children, I'm pretty sure, for if I say, Take a few home to the little ones, the wife tosses her head and says, half vexed and half laughing, Such nonsense! I send out a good many oysters opened for people's suppers, and sometimes for supper parties. At least, I suppose so, for there's 5 or 6 dozen often ordered. The maidservants come for them then, and I give them 2 or 3 for themselves and say, joking like, It's no use offering you any, perhaps, because you'll have plenty that's left. They've mostly one answer, Don't we wish we may get 'em? The very poor never buy of me, as I told you. A penny buys a loaf, you see, or a ha'porth of bread and a ha'porth of cheese, or a half pint of beer, with a farthing out. My customers are mostly working people and tradespeople. I wish the parson of the parish, or any parson, sat with me a fortnight. He'd see what life is then. It's different, a learned man used to say to me, that's long ago, from what's noticed from the pew or the pulpit. I've missed the gentleman as used to say that, now many years. I don't know how many. I never knew his name. He was drunk now and then, and used to tell me he was an author. I felt for him. A dozen oysters wasn't much for him. We see a deal of the world, sir. Yes, a deal. Some, mostly working people, take quantities of pepper with their oysters in cold weather, and say it's to warm them, and no doubt it does. But frosty weather is very bad oyster weather. The oysters gape and die, and then they're not so much as manure. They're very fine this year. I clear a shilling a day, I think, during the season, at least a shilling, taking the fine with the wet days, and the weekdays with the Sundays, though I'm not out then. But you see, I'm known about here. The number of oysters sold by the costermongers amounts to 124 million a year. These, at 4 a penny, would realise the large sum of £129,650. We may therefore safely assume that £125,000 is spent yearly in oysters in the streets of London. Of periwinkle selling in the streets. There are some street people who nearly all of the year through sell nothing but periwinkles, and go regular rounds, where they are well known. The wink men, as these periwinkle sellers are called, generally live in the lowest parts, and many in lodging-houses. They are forced to live in low localities, they say, because of the smell of the fish, which is objected to. The city district is ordinarily the best for winkle sellers, for there are not so many cheap shops there as in other parts. The summer is the best season, and the sellers then make upon the average 12 shillings a week clear profit. In the winter they get upon the average 5 shillings a week clear by selling mussels and whelks, for as winkles last only from March till October, they are then obliged to do what they can in the whelk and mussel way. I buy my winks, said one, at Billingsgate, at 3 shillings and 4 shillings the wash. A wash is about a bushel. There's some at 2 shillings and some sometimes as low as 1 shilling the wash, but they wouldn't do for me, as I serve some very respectable people. If we choose, we can boil our winkles at Billingsgate by paying 4pence a week for boiling, and a halfpenny for salt, to salt them after they're boiled. Tradesmen's families buy them for a relish to their tea. It's reckoned a nice present from a young man to his sweetheart, is winks. Servant girls are pretty good customers, and want them cheaper when they say it's for themselves, but I have only one price. One man told me he could make as much as 12 shillings a week, sometimes more and sometimes less. He made no speeches, but sang, Winkety winkety wink, 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 wickety wickety wink, fine fresh winkety winks, wink, wink. He was often so sore in the stomach and hoarse with hallooing that he could hardly speak. He had no child, only himself and his wife to keep, out of his earnings. His room was 2 shillings a week rent. He managed to get a bit of meat every day, he said, somehow or another. Another, more communicative and far more intelligent man said to me concerning the character of his customers, "They're people, I think, that like to daddle," dawdle, I presume, over their teas or such like. Or when a young woman's young man takes tea with her mother and her, then they've winks. And then there's joking and helping to pick winks between Thomas and Betsy, while the mother's busy with her tea or is wiping her specs, 'cause she can't see. Why, sir, I've known it. I was a Thomas that way myself when I was a tradesman. I was a pattern maker once, but patterns is no go now, and haven't been for 15 year or more. Old people, I think, that lives by themselves, and has perhaps an annuity or the like of that, and nothing to do particular, loves winks, for they likes a pleasant way of making time long over a meal. They're the people as reads a newspaper when it's a week old, all through. The other buyers, I think, are tradespeople or working people what wants a relish. But winks is a bad trade now, and so is many that depends on relishes. One man who works the New Cut has the best wink business of all. He sells only a little dry fish with his winks, never wet fish, and has got his name up for the superiority of that shellfish, a superiority which he is careful to ensure. He pays 8 shillings a week for a stand by a grocer's window. On an ordinary afternoon he sells from 7 shillings to 10 shillings worth of periwinkles. On a Monday afternoon he often takes 20 shillings, and on the Sunday afternoon £3 and £4. He has 2 coster lads to help him, and sometimes on a Sunday from 20 to 30 customers about him. He wraps each parcel sold in a neat brown paper bag, which, I am assured, is of itself an inducement to buy of him. The unfortunate women who live in the streets contiguous to the Waterloo, Blackfriars and Borough roads are among his best customers, on Sundays especially. He is rather a public character, getting up dances and the like. "He ain't bothered, not he, with ha'porths or penn'orths of a Sunday," said a person who had assisted him. "It's the top of the tree with his customers, 3d or 6d at a go." The receipts are 1/2 profit. I heard from several that he was the best man for winks a-going. The quantity of periwinkles disposed of by the London street sellers is 3,600,000 pints, which at a penny per pint gives the large sum of £15,000 expended annually in this street luxury. It should be remembered that a very large consumption of periwinkles takes place in public houses and suburban tea gardens. Of dry fish selling in the streets. The dealing in dry or salt fish is never carried on as a totally distinct trade in the streets, but some make it a principal part of their business, and many wet fish sellers whose wet fish is disposed of by noon sell dry fish in the afternoon. The dry fish proper consists of dried mackerel, salt cod, dried or barrelled, smoked or dried haddocks, often called finny haddies, dried or pickled salmon, but salmon is only salted or pickled for the streets when it can be sold cheap, and salt herrings. A keen-looking, tidily dressed man, who was at one time a dry fish seller principally, gave me the following account. For the last 2 months he has confined himself to another branch of the business, and seemed to feel a sort of pleasure in telling of the dodges he once resorted to. "There's Scotch haddies that never knew anything about Scotland," he said, "for I've made lots of them myself by Tower Street, just a jump or two from the Lambeth station house. I used to make them on Sundays. I was a wet fish seller then, and when I couldn't get through my haddocks or my whitings of a Saturday night, I wasn't a-going to give them away to folks that wouldn't take the trouble to lift me out of a gutter if I fell there, so I preserved them. I've made haddies of whitings, and good ones too, and Joe made them of codlings besides. I had a bit of a backyard, to 2 rooms one over the other, that I had then, and on a Sunday I set some wet wood afire and put it under a great tub. My children used to gut and wash the fish, and I hung them on hooks all round the sides of the tub, and made a bit of a chimney in a corner of the top of the tub, and that way I gave them a jolly good smoking. My wife had a dry fish stall and sold them, and used to sing out, "Real Scotch haddies," and tell people how they was from Aberdeen. I've often been fit to laugh, she did it so clever. I had a way of giving them a yellow colour like the real Scotch, but that's a secret. After they was well smoked, they was hung up to dry all round the rooms we lived in, and we often had stunning fires that answered as well to boil crabs and lobsters when they was cheap enough for the streets. I've boiled a mate's crabs and lobsters for twopence halfpenny. It was 2 boilings and more, and twopence halfpenny was reckoned the price of half a quarter of 100 of coals, and the use of the pan. There's more ways than one of making sixpence if a man has eyes in his head and keeps them open. Haddocks that wouldn't fetch a penny apiece, nor any money at all of a Saturday night, I've sold. At least, she has. Note indicating his wife by a motion of his thumb. End note. At twopence and threepence and fourpence. I've brought fish of costers that was over on a Saturday night to make Scotch haddies of them. I've tried experience. Note experiments. End note. Too. Ivy burnt under them gave them, I thought, a nice sort of flavour. Rather peppery, for I used always to taste them, but I hate living on fish. Ivy with brown berries on it, as it has about this time of year, I liked best. Holly wasn't no good. A blackcurrant bush was, but it's too dear, and indeed it couldn't be had. I mostly spread wetted firewood as green as could be got, or damp sticks of any kind over shavings, and kept feeding the fire. Sometimes I burnt sawdust. Somehow the dry fish trade fell off. People does get so prying and so knowing. There's no doing nothing now for no time. So I dropped the dry fish trade. There's few up to smoking them proper. They smoke 'em black, as if they was hung up in a chimbley. Another costermonger gave me the following account. I've salted herrings, but the commonest way of salting is by the Jews about Whitechapel. They make real Yarmouth bloaters and all sorts of fish. When I salted herrings, I brought them out of the boats at Billingsgate by the 100, which is 120 fish. We give them a bit of a clean, hardly anything, then chuck them into a tub of salt, and keep scattering salt over them, and let them lie a few minutes, or sometimes half an hour, and then hang them up to dry. They eat well enough if they're eaten in time, for they won't keep. I've known 3 days old herrings salted, just because there was no sale for them. One Jew sends out 6 boys crying, "Real Yarmouth bloaters." People buy them in preference, they look so nice and clean among the Jews. They didn't do much that way until 2 years back. I sometimes wish I was a Jew, because they help one another and start one another with money, and so they thrive where Christians are ruined. I smoked mackerel too, by the thousands. That's a new trade, and is done the same way as haddocks. Mackerel that won't bring a penny apiece fresh, bring twopence smoked. They are very nice indeed. I make about 10 shillings or 11 shillings a week by dry fish in the winter months, and about as much by wet, but I have a tidy connection. Perhaps I make 17 shillings or 18 shillings a week all the year round. The aggregate quantity of dry fish sold by the London costermongers throughout the year is as follows, the results being deduced from the table before given. Wet salt cod, 93,750. Dry ditto, 1 million. Smoked haddocks, 4,875,000. Bloaters, 36,750,000. Red herrings, 25 million. Gross value of the several kinds of fish annually sold in the streets of London. It now but remains for me, in order to complete this account of the street sellers of fish, to form an estimate of the amount of money annually expended by the labourers and the poorer classes of London upon the different kinds of wet, dry, and shell fish. This, according to the best authorities, is as follows. Wet fish, 175,000 pounds weight of salmon at 6p. per pound, £4,000. 1 million pounds weight of live cod at a penny halfpenny per pound, £5,000. 3,250,000 pairs of soles at a penny halfpenny per pair, 20,000. 4,400,000 whiting at a halfpenny each, £9,000. 29,400,000 plaice at 3 farthings, £90,000. 15,700,000 mackerel at 6 for 1 shilling, £130,000. 875 million herrings at 16 a groat, £900,000. 3 million pounds weight of sprats at a penny per pound, £12,000. 400,000 pounds weight of eels at £3 weight for 1 shilling, £6,000. 260,000 flounders at 1 penny per dozen, £100. 270,000 dabs at a penny per dozen, £100. Sum total expended yearly in wet fish, £1,177,000. Dry fish, £525 weight barrelled cod at a penny halfpenny, £3,000. £500,000 weight dried salt cod at twopence, £4,000. 4,875,000 smoked haddock at 1 penny, £20,000. 36,750,000 bloaters at 2 for a penny, £75,000. 25 million red herrings at 4 for a penny, £25,000. Sum total expended yearly in dry fish, £127,000. Shellfish, 124 million oysters at 4 a penny, £125,000. 60,000 lobsters at threepence, £750. 50,000 crabs at twopence, £400. 770,000 pints of shrimps at twopence, £6,000. 1 million quarts of mussels at 1 penny, £4,000. 750,000 quarts of cockles at 1 penny, £3,000. 4,950,000 whelks at 8 for a penny, £2,500. 3,600,000 pints of periwinkles at 1 penny, £15,000. Sum total expended yearly in shellfish, £156,650. Adding together the above totals, we have the following result as to the gross money value of the fish purchased yearly in the London streets. Wet fish, £1,177,200. Dry fish, £127,000. Shellfish, £156,650. Total, £1,460,850. Hence we find that there is nearly £1.5 million of money annually spent by the poorer classes of the metropolis in fish, a sum so prodigious as almost to discredit every statement of want, even if the amount said to be so expended be believed. The returns from which the above account is made out have been obtained, however, from such unquestionable sources, not from one salesman alone, but checked and corrected by many gentlemen who can have no conceivable motive for exaggeration either one way or the other, that, sceptical as our utter ignorance of the subject must necessarily make us, still, if we will but examine for ourselves, we shall find there is no gainsaying the facts. Moreover, as to the enormity of the amount dispelling all ideas of privation among the industrious portion of the community, we shall also find on examination that, assuming the working men of the metropolis to be 500,000 in number, note, the Occupation Abstract of 1841 gives 773,560 individuals following some employment in London, but these include merchants, employers, shopkeepers, government officers, and others, end note, and that they, with their wives and children, make up 1 million individuals, it follows that the sum per head expended in fish by the poorer classes every week is a fraction more than 6pence 3 farthings, or, in other words, not quite 1 penny a day. If the diet of a people be a criterion, as has been asserted, of their character, it may be feared that the present extensive fish diet of the working people of London is as indicative of degeneracy of character as Cobbett insisted must result from the consumption of tea and the cursed root, the potato. The flesh of fish, says Pereira on diet, is less satisfying than the flesh of either quadrupeds or birds, as it contains a larger proportion of water, about 80%. It is obviously less nourishing. Haller tells us he found himself weakened by a fish diet, and he states that Roman Catholics are generally debilitated during Lent. Pechlin also affirms that a mechanic nourished merely by fish has less muscular power than one who lives on the flesh of warm-blooded animals. Jockeys who waste themselves in order to reduce their weight live principally on fish. The classes of fish above given are, when considered in a dietetical point of view, of two distinct kinds, namely, those which form the staple commodities of the dinners and suppers of the poor, and those which are mere relishes or stimuli to failing, rather than stays to eager, appetites. Under the former head I include red herrings, bloaters, and smoked haddocks. Such things are not merely provocatives to eat among the poor, as they are at the breakfast table of many an overfed or intemperate man. With the less affluent, these salted fish are not a relish, but a meal. The shellfish, however, can only be considered as luxuries. The £150,000 thus annually expended in the streets represents the sum laid out in mere relishes or stimuli to sluggish appetites. A very large proportion of this amount, I am inclined to believe, is spent by persons whose stomachs have been disordered by drink. A considerable part of the trade in the minor articles, as winks, shrimps, and so on, is carried on in public houses, while a favourite pitch for an oyster stall is outside a tavern door. If then so large an amount is laid out in an endeavour to restore the appetite after drinking, how much money must be squandered in destroying it by the same means? End of section 13. Section 14 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 14. Of the street sellers of fruit and vegetables. Of the kinds and quantity of fruit and vegetables sold in the streets. There are two kinds of fruit sold in the streets, green fruit and dry fruit. In commerce, all fruit which is edible as it is taken from the tree or the ground is known as green. A subdivision of this green fruit is into fresh or tender fruit, which includes currants, gooseberries, strawberries, and indeed all fruits that demand immediate consumption, in contradistinction to such productions as nuts, which may be kept without injury for a season. All fruit which is cured is known as dry fruit. In summer the costers vend green fruit, and in the winter months or in the early spring, when the dearness or insufficiency of the supply of green fruit renders it unsuited for their traffic, they resort, but not extensively, to dry fruit. It is principally, however, when an abundant season or the impossibility of keeping the dry fruit much longer has tended to reduce the price of it, that the costlier articles are to be found on the costermonger's barrow. Fruit is for the most part displayed on barrows by the street dealers in it. Some who supply the better sort of houses, more especially those in the suburbs, carry such things as apples and plums in clean round wicker baskets, holding pecks or half-pecks. The commoner green fruits of home produce are brought by the costermongers in the markets. The foreign green fruit, as pineapples, melons, grapes, chestnuts, coconuts, Brazil nuts, hazelnuts, and oranges, are purchased by them at the public sales of the brokers and of the Jews in Duke's Place. The more intelligent and thrifty of the costers buy at the public sales on the principle of association, as I have elsewhere described. Some costermongers expend as much as £20 at a time in such green fruit or dry fruit as is not immediately perishable, at a public sale, or at a fruit warehouse, and supply the other costers. The regular costermongers seldom deal in oranges and chestnuts. If they sell walnuts, they reserve these, they say, for their Sunday afternoon's pastime. The people who carry oranges, chestnuts, or walnuts, or Spanish nuts, about the town are not considered as costermongers, but are generally, though not always, classed by the regular men with the watercress women, the sprat women, the winkle dealers, and such others whom they consider beneath them. The orange season is called by the costermonger the Irishman's harvest. Indeed, the street trade in oranges and nuts is almost entirely in the hands of the Irish and their children, and of the children of costermongers. The costers themselves would rather starve, and do starve now and then, than condescend to it. The trade in coconuts is carried on greatly by the Jews on Sundays, and by young men and boys who are not on other days employed as street sellers. The usual kinds of fruit the regular costers deal in are strawberries, raspberries, plain and stalked, cherries, apricots, plums, greengages, currants, apples, pears, damsons, green and ripe gooseberries, and pineapples. They also deal in vegetables such as turnips, greens, broccoli, carrots, onions, celery, rhubarb, new potatoes, peas, beans, French and scarlet, broad and Windsor, asparagus, vegetable marrow, sea kale, spinach, lettuces, small salads, radishes, etc. Their fruit and vegetables they usually buy at Covent Garden, Spitalfields, or the borough markets. Occasionally they buy some at Farringdon, but this they reckon to be very little better than a haggler's market, a haggler being, as I before explained, the middleman who attends in the fruit and vegetable markets and buys of the salesman to sell again to the retail dealer or costermonger. Concerning the quantity of fruit and vegetables sold in the streets by the London costermongers. This, as I said when treating of the street trade in fish, can only be arrived at by ascertaining the entire quantity sold wholesale at the London markets, and then learning from the best authorities the proportion retailed in the public thoroughfares. Fully to elucidate this matter, both as to the extent of the metropolitan supply of vegetables and fruit, foreign as well as home-grown, and green as well as dry, and the relative quantity of each, vended through the agency of the costermongers, I caused inquiries to be instituted at all the principal markets and brokers, for not even the vaguest return on the subject had till then been prepared, and received from all the gentlemen connected therewith every assistance and information, as I have here great pleasure in acknowledging. To carry out my present inquiry, I need not give returns of the articles not sold by the costermongers, nor is it necessary for me to cite any but those dealt in by them generally. Their exceptional sales, such as of mushrooms, cucumbers, and so on, are not included here. The following table shows the ordinary annual supply of home-grown fruit, nearly all produced within a radius of 12 miles from the bank, to each of the London green markets. A table showing the quantity or measure of the undermentioned home-grown fruits and vegetables sold throughout the year wholesale in the metropolitan green markets, with the proportion sold retail in the streets. Green fruit. Apples. Covent Garden 360,000 bushels, Borough 25,000, Spitalfields 250,000, Farringdon 35,000, Portman 16,000, total 686,000, one half sold by costermongers. Pears. Covent Garden 230,000 bushels, Borough 10,000, Spitalfields 83,000, Farringdon 20,000, Portman 10,000, total 353,000, one half sold by costermongers. Cherries. Covent Garden 90,000 dozen pounds weight, Borough 45,000, Spitalfields 15,000, Farringdon 12,000, Portman 11,200, total 173,200, one half sold by costermongers. Plums. Covent Garden 93,000 bushels, Borough 15,500, Spitalfields 45,000, Farringdon 3,000, Portman 20,000, total 176,500, 1/15 sold by costermongers. Greengages. Covent Garden 2,000 bushels, Borough 333, Spitalfields 1,500, Farringdon 1,000, Portman 500, total 5,333, 1/50th sold by costermongers. Damsons, Covent Garden 19,800 bushels, Borough 3,150, Spitalfields 4,500, Farringdon 9,000, Portman 1,200, total 37,650, 1/30th sold by costermongers. Bullis, Covent Garden 1,800 bushels, Borough 1,620, Spitalfields 400, Farringdon 540, Portman 540, total 4,900, 1/2 sold by costermongers. Gooseberries, Covent Garden 140,000 bushels, Borough 26,200, Spitalfields 91,500, Farringdon 12,000, Portman 7,000, total 276,700, 3/4 sold by costermongers. Currants, red, Covent Garden 70,000 sieves, Borough 15,000, Spitalfields 75,000, Farringdon 6,000, Portman 9,000, total 175,000, 1/2 sold by costermongers. Currants, black, Covent Garden 45,000 sieves, Borough 12,000, Spitalfields 45,000, Farringdon 6,000, Portman 4,000, total 112,000, 1/8 sold by costermongers. Currants, white, Covent Garden 3,800 sieves, Borough 3,000, Spitalfields 15,000, Farringdon 3,000, Portman 2,000, total 26,800, 1/8 sold by costermongers. Strawberries, Covent Garden 638,000 pottles, Borough 330,000, Spitalfields 396,000, Farringdon 15,000, Portman 148,500, total 1,527,500, 1/2 sold by costermongers. Raspberries, Covent Garden 22,500 pottles, Borough 3,750, Spitalfields 2,500, Farringdon 3,500, Portman 3,000, total 35,250, 1/20th sold by costermongers. Mulberries, Covent Garden 17,496 bottles, Borough 57,600, Spitalfields 7,064, Farringdon 17,281, Portman 22,500, total 121,940, 1/4 sold by costermongers. Hazelnuts, Covent Garden 2,700 bushels, Borough 1,000, Spitalfields 648, Farringdon 5,400, Portman 270, total 9,018, 2/3 sold by costermongers. Filberts, Covent Garden 221,400 pounds weight, Borough 72,000, Spitalfields 43,200, Farringdon 144,000, Portman 37,800, total 518,400, 1/30th sold by costermongers. Vegetables, potatoes, Covent Garden 161,280,000 pounds weight, Borough 48,384,000, Spitalfields 64,512,000, Borough 24,192,000, Portman 12,096,000, total 310,464,000, 1/15th sold by costermongers. Cabbages, Covent Garden 33,600,000 plants, Borough 19,200,000, Spitalfields 12 million, Borough 8,400,000, Portman 16,472,000, total 89,672,000, 1/3 sold by costermongers. Broccoli and cauliflowers, Covent Garden 1,800,000 heads, Borough 3,780,000, Spitalfields 2,880,000, Farringdon 5,320,000, Portman 546,000, total 14,326,000, 1/20th sold by costermongers. Turnips, Covent Garden 18,800,000 roots, Borough 4,800,000, Spitalfields 4,800,000, Farringdon 3,500,000, Portman 748,000, total 32,648,000, 1/10th sold by costermongers. Turnip tops, Covent Garden 300,000 junks, Borough 500,000, Spitalfields 600,000, Farringdon 250,000, Portman 200,000, total 1,850,000, 1/3 sold by costermongers. Carrots, Covent Garden 12 million roots, Borough 1,571,000, Spitalfields 2,400,000, Farringdon 1,500,000, Portman 546,000, total 18,017,000, 1/30th sold by costermongers. Peas, Covent Garden 270,000 bushels, Borough 50,000, Spitalfields 100,000, Farringdon 14,000, Portman 4,000, total 438,000, 1/2 sold by costermongers. Beans, Covent Garden 100,000 bushels, Borough 20,000, Spitalfields 10,000, Farringdon 2,400, Portman 1,000, total 133,400, 1/15th sold by costermongers. French beans, Covent Garden 140,000 bushels, Borough 9,600, Spitalfields 12,000, Farringdon 50,000, Portman 9,600, total 221,200, 1/10th sold by costermongers. Vegetable marrows, Covent Garden 10,800 dozen, Borough 3,240, Spitalfields 3,600, Farringdon 432, Portman 1,800, total 19,872, 1/3 sold by costermongers. Asparagus, Covent Garden 12,000 dozen bundles, Borough 3,600, Spitalfields 1,080, Farringdon 1,440, Portman 1,440, total 19,560, 1/40th sold by costermongers. Celery, Covent Garden 15,000 dozen bundles, Borough 4,800, Spitalfields 6,000, Farringdon 3,000, Portman 6,000, total 34,800, 1/8th sold by costermongers. Rhubarb, Covent Garden 7,200 dozen bundles, Borough 48,000, Spitalfields 28,800, Farringdon 2,400, Portman 4,800, total 91,200, 1/10th sold by costermongers. Lettuces, Covent Garden 734,400 plants, Borough 1,080,000, Spitalfields 2,073,600, Farringdon 129,600, Portman 475,200, total 4,492,800, 1/8th sold by costermongers. Radishes, Covent Garden 6,912 dozen hands, Borough 43,200, Spitalfields 36,000, Farringdon 18,000, Portman 28,800, total 132,912, 1/10th sold by costermongers. Onions, Covent Garden 500,000 bushels, Borough 398,000, Spitalfields 400,000, Farringdon 9,600, Portman 182,000, total 1,489,600, 1/3 sold by costermongers. Spring onions, Covent Garden 36,000 dozen bundles, Borough 10,800, Spitalfields 21,600, Farringdon 21,600, Portman 14,400, total 104,400, 1/4 sold by costermongers. Cucumbers, Covent Garden 2,160 bushels, Borough 10,800, Spitalfields 24,000, Farringdon 12,000, Portman 38,400, total 87,360, 1/8 sold by costermongers. Herbs, Covent Garden 7,200 dozen bundles, Borough 9,600, Spitalfields 9,400, Farringdon 7,800, Portman 3,900, total 37,900, 1/10 sold by costermongers. First footnote. With regard to plums, greengages, damsons, red currants, the above fruits are not all home-grown. The currants, I am informed, are 1/15 foreign. The foreign tender fruit being sent to the markets, it is impossible to obtain separate returns. End footnote. Second footnote. A common sale of strawberries in the markets is rounds. I have, however, given the quantity thus sold less technically, and in the measures most familiar to the general public. End footnote. Third footnote. The cabbages, turnips, and so on are brought in loads to the great wholesale markets, a load varying from 150 to 200 dozen, but being more frequently nearer 200, and not unfrequently to fully that amount. Not to perplex my reader with too great a multiplicity of figures in a tabular arrangement, I have given the quantity of individual articles in a load, without specifying it. In the smaller market, for vegetables, of Portman, the cabbages and so on are not conveyed in waggons, as to the other markets, but in carts containing generally 60 dozens. End footnote. The various proportions of the several kinds of fruit and vegetables sold by the costermongers are here calculated for all the markets, from returns which have been obtained from each market separately. To avoid unnecessary detail, however, these several items are lumped together, and the aggregate proportion above given. The foregoing table, however, relates chiefly to home-grown supplies. Concerning the quantity of foreign fruit and vegetables imported into this country, the proportion consumed in London, and the relative amount sold by the costers, I have obtained the following returns. Table showing the quantity or measure of the undermentioned foreign green fruits and vegetables sold wholesale throughout the year in London, with the proportion sold retail in the streets. Reader's note: there are 3 columns to the table: description, quantity sold wholesale in London, and proportion sold retail in the streets. Fruit: apples 39,561 bushels sold wholesale, 7/8 sold retail in the streets. Pears 19,742 bushels sold wholesale, 7/8 sold retail in the streets. Cherries 264,240 pounds weight sold wholesale, 2/3 sold retail in the streets. Grapes 1,328,190 pounds weight sold wholesale, 1/50 sold retail in the streets. Pineapples 200,000 fruit sold wholesale, 1/10 sold retail in the streets. Oranges 61,635,146 fruit sold wholesale, 1/4 sold retail in the streets. Lemons 15,408,789 fruit sold wholesale, 1/100 sold retail in the streets. Nuts: Spanish nuts and Barcelona nuts 72,509 bushels sold wholesale, 1/3 sold retail in the streets. Brazil nuts 11,700 bushels sold wholesale, 1/4 sold retail in the streets. Chestnuts 26,250 bushels sold wholesale, 1/4 sold retail in the streets. Walnuts 36,088 bushels sold wholesale, 2/3 sold retail in the streets. Coconuts 1,255,000 nuts sold wholesale, 1/3 sold retail in the streets. Vegetables: potatoes 79,654,400 pounds weight sold wholesale, 1/2 sold retail in the streets. Here then we have the entire metropolitan supply of the principal vegetables and green fruit, both home-grown and foreign, as well as the relative quantity distributed throughout London by the costermongers. It now but remains for me, in order to complete the account, to do the same for the dry fruit. Table showing the quantity of dry fruit sold wholesale in London throughout the year, with the proportion sold retail in the streets. Shell almonds, 12,500 hundredweight sold wholesale, 0.5% sold retail in the streets. Raisins, 135,000 hundredweight sold wholesale, 0.25% sold retail in the streets. Currants, 25,000 hundredweight sold wholesale, none sold retail in the streets. Figs, 21,700 hundredweight sold wholesale, 1% sold retail in the streets. Prunes, 15,000 hundredweight sold wholesale, 0.25% sold retail in the streets. Of the fruit and vegetable season of the costermongers, the strawberry season begins about June and continues till about the middle of July. From the middle to the end of July the costers work raspberries. During July, cherries are in as well as raspberries, but many costers prefer working raspberries because they're a quicker sixpence. After the cherries they go to work upon plums, which they have about the end of August. Apples and pears come in after the plums in the month of September, and the apples last them all through the winter till the month of May. The pears last only till Christmas. Currants they work about the latter end of July or beginning of August. Concerning the costermonger's vegetable season, it may be said that he works greens during the winter months, up to about March. From that time they are getting leathery. The leaves become foxy, I was told, and they eat tough when boiled. The costers generally do not like dealing either in greens or turnips. They are such heavy luggage, they say. They would sooner work green peas and new potatoes. The costermonger, however, does the best at fruit, but this he cannot work, with the exception of apples, for more than 4 months in the year. They lose but little from the fruit spoiling. If it doesn't fetch a good price, it must fetch a bad one, they say, but they are never at a great loss by it. They find the ladies their hardest or scaliest customers. Whatever price they ask, they declare the ladies will try to save the market or gin penny out of it, so that they may have a glass of something short before they go home. Of Covent Garden Market. On a Saturday, the coster's business day, it is computed that as many as 2,000 donkey barrows and upwards of 3,000 women with shallows and head baskets visit this market during the forenoon. About 6 o'clock in the morning is the best time for viewing the wonderful restlessness of the place, for then not only is the garden itself all bustle and activity, but the buyers and sellers stream to and from it in all directions, filling every street in the vicinity. From Long Acre to the Strand on the one side, and from Bow Street to Bedford Street on the other, the ground has been seized upon by the market-goers. As you glance down any one of the neighbouring streets, the long rows of carts and donkey barrows seem interminable in the distance. They are of all kinds, from the greengrocer's taxed cart to the coster's barrow, from the showy excursion van to the rude square donkey cart and bricklayer's truck. In every street they are ranged down the middle and by the curbstones. Along each approach to the market, too, nothing is to be seen on all sides but vegetables. The pavement is covered with heaps of them, waiting to be carted. The flagstones are stained green with the leaves trodden underfoot. Sieves and sacks full of apples and potatoes, and bundles of broccoli and rhubarb, are left unwatched upon almost every doorstep. The steps of Covent Garden Theatre are covered with fruit and vegetables. The road is blocked up with mountains of cabbages and turnips, and men and women push past with their arms bowed out by the cauliflowers under them, or the red tips of carrots pointing from their crammed aprons, or else their faces are red with the weight of the loaded head basket. The donkey barrows, from their number and singularity, force you to stop and notice them. Every kind of ingenuity has been exercised to construct harness for the coster's steeds. Where a buckle is wanting, tape or string make the fastening secure. Traces are made of rope and old chain, and an old sack or cotton handkerchief is folded up as a saddle pad. Some few of the barrows make a magnificent exception, and are gay with bright brass, while one of the donkeys may be seen dressed in a suit of old plated carriage harness, decorated with coronets in all directions. At some one of the coster conveyances stands the proprietor, arranging his goods, the dozing animal starting up from its sleep each time a heavy basket is hoisted on the tray. Others, with their green and white and red load neatly arranged, are ready for starting, but the coster is finishing his breakfast at the coffee stall. On one barrow there may occasionally be seen a solitary sieve of apples, with the horse of some neighbouring cart helping himself to the pippins while the owner is away. The men that take charge of the trucks while the costers visit the market walk about with their arms full of whips and sticks. At one corner a donkey has slipped down and lies on the stones covered with the cabbages and apples that have fallen from the cart. The market itself presents a beautiful scene. In the clear morning air of an autumn day, the whole of the vast square is distinctly seen from one end to the other. The sky is red and golden with the newly risen sun, and the rays falling on the fresh and vivid colours of the fruit and vegetables brightens up the picture as with a coat of varnish. There is no shouting, as at other markets, but a low murmuring hum is heard, like the sound of the sea at a distance, and through each entrance to the market the crowd sweeps by. Under the dark piazza, little bright dots of gaslights are seen burning in the shops, and in the paved square the people pass and cross each other in all directions. Hampers clash together, and, excepting the carters from the country, everyone is on the move. Sometimes a huge column of baskets is seen in the air, and walks away in a marvellously steady manner, or a monster railway van, laden with sieves of fruit, and with the driver perched up on his high seat, jolts heavily over the stones. Cabbages are piled up into stacks, as it were. Carts are heaped high with turnips, and bunches of carrots like huge red fingers are seen in all directions. Flower girls, with large bundles of violets under their arms, run past, leaving a trail of perfume behind them. Wagons, with their shafts sticking up in the air, are ranged before the salesmen's shops, the high green load railed in with hurdles, and every here and there bunches of turnips are seen flying in the air over the heads of the people. Groups of apple women, with straw pads on their crushed bonnets, and coarse shawls crossing their bosoms, sit on their porters' knots, chatting in Irish, and smoking short pipes. Every passer-by is hailed with the cry of "Want a basket, your honour?" The porter, trembling under the piled-up hamper, trots along the street, with his teeth clenched and shirt wet with the weight, and staggering at every step he takes. Inside the market all is bustle and confusion. The people walk along with their eyes fixed on the goods, and frowning with thought. Men in all costumes, from the coster in his corduroy suit to the greengrocer in his blue apron, sweep past. A countryman, in an old straw hat and dusty boots, occasionally draws down the anger of a woman for walking about with his hands in the pockets of his smock frock, and is asked if that is the way to behave on a market day. Even the granite pillars cannot stop the crowd, for it separates and rushes past them, like the tide by a bridge pier. At every turn there is a fresh odour to sniff at. Either the bitter aromatic perfume of the herbalists' shops breaks upon you, or the scent of oranges, then of apples, and then of onions is caught for an instant as you move along. The broccoli tied up in square packets, the white heads tinged slightly red, as it were, with the sunshine, the sieves of crimson love apples, polished like china, the bundles of white glossy leeks, their roots dangling like fringe, the celery with its pinky stalks and bright green tops, the dark purple pickling cabbages, the scarlet carrots, the white knobs of turnips, the bright yellow balls of oranges, and the rich brown coats of the chestnuts attract the eye on every side. Then there are the apple merchants with their fruit of all colours, from the pale yellow-green to the bright crimson, and the baskets ranged in rows on the pavement before the little shops. Round these the customers stand examining the stock, then whispering together over their bargain and counting their money. "Give you 4 shillings for this here lot, master," says a coster, speaking for his 3 companions. "4 and 6 is my price," answers the salesman. "Say 4, and it's a bargain," continues the man. "I said my price," returns the dealer. "Go and look round and see if you can get 'em cheaper. If not, come back. I only wants what's fair." The men, taking the salesman's advice, move on. The walnut merchant, with the group of women before his shop peeling the fruit, their fingers stained deep brown, is busy with the Irish purchasers. The onion stores, too, are surrounded by Hibernians, feeling and pressing the gold-coloured roots, whose dry skins crackle as they are handled. Cases of lemons in their white paper jackets, and blue grapes, just seen above the sawdust, are ranged about, and in some places the ground is slippery as ice from the refuse leaves and walnut husks scattered over the pavement. Against the railings of St. Paul's Church are hung baskets and slippers for sale, and near the public house is a party of countrymen preparing their bunches of pretty coloured grass, brown and glittering as if it had been bronzed. Between the spikes of the railing are piled up square cakes of green turf for larks, and at the pump boys, who probably have passed the previous night in the baskets about the market, are washing, and the water dripping from their hair that hangs in points over the face. The curbstone is blocked up by a crowd of admiring lads gathered round the bird-catcher's green stand, and gazing at the larks beating their breasts against their cages. The owner, whose boots are red with the soil of the brickfield, shouts as he looks carelessly around, "A cockle in it for 2pence," and then hits at the youths who are poking through the bars at the fluttering birds. Under the piazza the costers purchase their flowers in pots, which they exchange in the streets for old clothes. Here is ranged a small garden of flower pots, the musk and mignonette smelling sweetly, and the scarlet geraniums, with a perfect glow of coloured air about the flowers, standing out in rich contrast with the dark green leaves of the evergreens behind them. "There's myrtles and laurels and boxes," says one of the men selling them, "and there's a harbora vitus and lauristinus, and that bushy shrub with pink spots is heath." Men and women selling different articles walk about under the cover of the colonnade. One has seed cake, another small tooth and other combs, others old caps or pig's feet, and one hawker of knives, razors, and short hatchets may occasionally be seen driving a bargain with a countryman, who stands passing his thumb over the blade to test its keenness. Between the pillars are the coffee stalls, with their large tin cans and piles of bread and butter, and protected from the wind by paper screens and sheets thrown over clothes horses. Inside these little parlours, as it were, sit the coffee drinkers on chairs and benches, some with a bunch of cabbages on their laps, blowing the steam from their saucers, others with their mouths full, munching away at their slices, as if not a moment could be lost. 1 or 2 porters are there besides, seated on their baskets, breakfasting with their knots on their heads. As you walk away from this busy scene, you meet in every street barrows and costers hurrying home. The pump in the market is now surrounded by a cluster of chattering wenches, quarrelling over whose turn it is to water their drooping violets, and on the steps of Covent Garden Theatre are seated the shoeless girls, tying up the halfpenny and penny bundles. End of section 14. Section 15 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 15. Of green fruit selling in the street. The fruit selling of the streets of London is of a distinct character from that of vegetable or fish selling, inasmuch as fruit is for the most part a luxury, and the others are principally necessaries. There is no doubt that the consumption of fruit supplies a fair criterion of the condition of the working classes, but the costermongers, as a body of traders, are little observant so that it is not easy to derive from them much information respecting the classes who are their customers, or as to how their custom is influenced by the circumstances of the times. One man, however, told me that during the last panic he sold hardly anything beyond mere necessaries. Other street sellers to whom I spoke could not comprehend what a panic meant. The most intelligent costers whom I conversed with agreed that they now sold less fruit than ever to working people, but perhaps more than ever to the dwellers in the smaller houses in the suburbs, and to shopkeepers who were not in a large way of business. One man sold baking apples, but not above a peck on an average weekly, to women whom he knew to be the wives of working men, for he had heard them say, "Dear me, I didn't think it had been so late. There's hardly time to get the dumplings baked before my husband leaves work for his dinner." The course of my inquiries has shown me, and many employers whom I have conversed with are of a similar opinion, that the well-conducted and skilful artisan who, in spite of slop competition, continues to enjoy a fair rate of wages, usually makes a prudent choice of a wife, who perhaps has been a servant in a respectable family. Such a wife is probably used to cooking, and will oft enough make a pie or pudding to eke out the cold meat of the Monday's dinner, or for a treat for the children. With the mass of the working people, however, it is otherwise. The wife, perhaps, has been reared to incessant toil with her needle, and does not know how to make even a dumpling. Even if she possess as much knowledge, she may have to labour as well as her husband, and if their joint earnings enable them to have the added pudding, there is still the trouble of making it. And after a weary week's work, rest is often a greater enjoyment than a gratification of the palate. Thus, something easily prepared and carried off to the oven is preferred. The slop workers of all trades never, I believe, taste fruit pie or pudding, unless a penny one be bought at a shop or in the street, and even among mechanics who are used to better diet, the pies and puddings, when wages are reduced or work grows slack, are the first things that are dispensed with. "When the money doesn't come in, sir," one working man said to me, "we mustn't think of puddings, but of bread." A costermonger, more observant than the rest, told me that there were some classes to whom he had rarely sold fruit, and whom he had seldom seen buy any. Among these he mentioned sweeps, scavengers, dustmen, nightmen, gas pipe layers, and sewermen, who preferred to any fruit something to bite in the mouth, such as a pennyworth of gin. My informant believed that this abstinence from fruit was common to all persons engaged in such offensive trades as fiddle-string making, gut dressing for whip makers, or sausage makers, knackers, and so on. He was confident of it, as far as his own experience extended. It is, moreover, less common for the women of the town, of the poorer sort, to expend pence in fruit than in such things as whelks, shrimps, or winks, to say nothing of gin. Persons whose stomachs may be one week jaded to excess, and the next be deprived of a sufficiency of proper food, seek for stimulants, or as they term it, relishes. The fruit sellers, meaning thereby those who deal principally in fruit in the season, are the more intelligent costermongers. The calculation as to what a bushel of apples, for instance, will make in half or quarter pecks puzzles the more ignorant, and they buy second hand, or of a middleman, and consequently dearer. The Irish street sellers do not meddle much with fruit, excepting a few of the very best class of them, and they do well in it, I was told. They have such tongue. The improvement in the quality of the fruit and vegetables now in our markets, and consequently in the necessaries and luxuries of the poorer classes, is very great. Prizes and medals have been deservedly awarded to the skilled and persevering gardeners who have increased the size and heightened the flavour of the pineapple or the strawberry, who have given a thinner rind to the peach, or a fuller gush of juice to the apricot, or who have enhanced alike the bloom, the weight, and the size of the fruit of the vine, whether as regards the basic bunch or the individual grape. Still, these are benefits confined mainly to the rich. But there is another class of growers who have rendered greater services, and whose services have been comparatively unnoticed. I allude to those gardeners who have improved or introduced our everyday vegetables or fruit, such as now form the cheapest and most grateful and healthy enjoyments of the humbler portion of the community. I may instance the introduction of rhubarb, which was comparatively unknown until Mr. Myatt, now of Deptford, cultivated it 30 years ago. He then, for the first time, carried 7 bundles of rhubarb into the borough market. Of these he could sell only 3, and he took 4 back with him. Mr. Myatt could not recollect the price he received for the first rhubarb he ever sold in public, but he told me that the stalks were only about half the substance of those he now produces. People laughed at him for offering physic pies, but he persevered, and I have shown what the sale of rhubarb now is. Moreover, the importation of foreign pines may be cited as another instance of the increased luxuries of the poor. The trade in this commodity was unknown until the year 1842. At that period Mr. James Wood and Messrs. Claypole and Son, of Liverpool, imported them from the Bahamas, a portion being conveyed to Messrs. Keeling and Hunt, of London. Since that period the trade has gradually increased until, instead of 1,000 pines being sent to Liverpool, and a portion of them conveyed to London, as at first, 200,000 pines are now imported to London alone. The fruit is brought over in trees, stowed in numbers from 10 to 30,000, in galleries constructed fore and aft in the vessel, which is so extravagantly fragrant that it has to be ventilated to abate the odour. But for this importation, and but for the trade having become a part of the costermonger's avocation, hundreds and thousands in London would never have tasted a pine apple. The quality of the fruit has, I am informed, been greatly improved since its first introduction. The best description of pines which Covent Garden can supply having been sent out to graft, to increase the size and flavour of the Bahamian products, and this chiefly for the regalement of the palates of the humbler classes of London. The supply from the Bahamas is considered inexhaustible. Pine apples, when they were first introduced, were a rich harvest to the costermonger. They made more money working these than any other article. The pines cost them about 4d. each, one with the other good and bad together, and were sold by the costermonger at from 1s. to 1s. 6d. The public were not aware then that the pines they sold were salt water touched, and the people bought them as fast as they could be sold, not only by the whole one, but at a penny a slice, for those who could not afford to give a shilling for the novelty had a slice as a taste for 1d. The costermongers used then to have flags flying at the head of their barrows, and gentlefolk would stop them in the streets. Indeed, the sale for pines was chiefly among the gentry. The poorer people, sweeps, dustmen, cabmen, occasionally had pennyworths, just for the fun of the thing. But gentle people, I was told, used to buy a whole one to take home, so that all the family might have a taste. One costermonger assured me that he had taken 22s. a day during the rage for pines, when they first came up. I have before stated that when the season is in its height, the costermonger prefers the vending of fruit to the traffic in either fish or vegetables. Those, however, who have regular rounds and a connection must supply their customers with vegetables, if not fish, as well as fruit. But the costers prefer to devote themselves principally to fruit. I am unable, therefore, to draw a comparison between what a coster realizes in fruit and what in fish, as the two seasons are not contemporary. The fruit sale is, however, as I have shown in page 54, the costermonger's harvest. All the costermongers with whom I conversed represented that the greater cheapness and abundance of fruit had been anything but a benefit to them, nor did the majority seem to know whether fruit was scarcer or more plentiful one year than another, unless in remarkable instances. Of the way in which the introduction of foreign fruit had influenced their trade, they knew nothing. If questioned on the subject, the usual reply was that things got worse, and people didn't buy so much fruit as they did half a dozen years back, and so less was sold. That these men hold such opinions must be accounted for mainly by the increase in their numbers, of which I have before spoken, and from their general ignorance. The fruit of which there is the readiest sale in the streets is one usually considered among the least useful, cherries. Probably the greater eagerness on the part of the poorer classes to purchase this fruit arises from its being the first of the fresh green kind which our gardens supply for street sale after the winter and the early spring. An intelligent costermonger suggested other reasons. "Poor people," he said, "like a quantity of any fruit, and no fruit is cheaper than cherries at a penny a pound, at which I've sold some hundreds of pounds weight. I'm satisfied, sir, that if a cherry could be grown that weighed a pound, and was of a finer flavour than ever was known before, poor people would rather have a number of little ones, even if they was less weight and inferior quality. Then boys buy, I think, more cherries than other fruit, because after they've eaten them they can play at cherry stones." From all I can learn, the halfpennyworth of fruit purchased most eagerly by a poor man, or by a child to whom the possession of a halfpenny is a rarity, is cherries. I asked a man with a good connection, according to his own account, as to who were his customers for cherries. He enumerated ladies and gentlemen, working people, waggoners and carters. Note, who slipped them quietly into their pockets, he said. End note. Parlour livers. Note, so he called the occupants of parlours. End note. Maidservants and soldiers. Soldiers, I was told, are very fond of something for a change from their feed, which is about as regular as a prison's. The currant, and the fruit of the same useful genus, the gooseberry, are sold largely by the costermongers. The price of the currants is a penny or twopence the half pint, a penny being the more usual charge. Of red currants there is the greatest supply, but the black go off better. The humbler classes buy a half pint of the latter for a dumpling, and "they're reckoned," said my informant, "capital for a sore throat, either in jam or a pudding." Gooseberries are also retailed by the half pint, and are cheaper than currants. Perhaps a halfpenny the half pint is the average street price. The working classes do not use ripe gooseberries, as they do ripe currants, for dumplings, but they are sold in greater quantities, and may be said to constitute, when first introduced, as other productions do afterwards, the working people's Sunday dessert. "Only you go on board a cheap steamer to Greenwich on a fine summer Sunday," observed a street seller to me, "and you'll see lots of young women with gooseberries in their handkerchiefs in their laps. Servant maids is very good customers for such things as gooseberries, for they always has a penny to spare." The costers sell green gooseberries for dumplings, and sometimes to the extent of a fourth of the ripe fruit. The price of green gooseberries is generally a halfpenny a pint dearer than the ripe. When strawberries descend to such a price as places them at the costermonger's command, the whole fraternity is busily at work, and as the sale can easily be carried on by women and children, the coster's family take part in the sale, offering at the corners of streets the fragrant pottle with the crimson fruit just showing beneath the green leaves at the top. Of all cries, too, perhaps that of "Ho boys" is the most agreeable. Strawberries, however, according to all accounts, are consumed least of all fruits by the poor. They like something more solid, I was told, something to bite at, and a penny pottle of strawberries is only like a taste. What's more, too, the really good fruit never finds its way into penny pottles. The coster's best customers are dwellers in the suburbs, who purchase strawberries, on a Sunday especially, for dessert, for they think that they get them fresher in that way than by reserving them from the Saturday night, and many are tempted by seeing or hearing them cried in the streets. There is also a good Sunday sale about the steam wharfs, to people going on the river, especially when young women and children are members of a party, and likewise in the Clark districts, as Camden Town and Camberwell. Very few bottles comparatively are sold in public houses. They don't go well down with the beer at all, I was told. The city people are good customers for street strawberries, conveying them home. Good strawberries are twopence a pottle in the streets when the season is at its height. Inferior are 1 penny. These are the most frequent prices. In raspberries, the coster does little, selling them only to such customers as use them for the sake of jam or for pastry. The price is from 6 to 1 shilling and 6 the pottle, 9 being the average. The great staple of the street trade in green fruit is apples. These are first sold by the travelling costers, by the measure, for pies and so on, and to the classes I have described as the makers of pies. The apples, however, are soon vended in penny or halfpenny worths, and then they are bought by the poor who have a spare penny for the regalement of their children or themselves, and they are eaten without any preparation. Pears are sold to the same classes as are apples. The average price of apples, as sold by the costermonger, is 4 shillings a bushel and 6 a penny. The sale in halfpenny and pennyworths is very great. Indeed, the costermongers sell about half the apples brought to the markets, and I was told that for 1 pennyworth of apples bought in a shop, 40 were bought in the street. Pears are 9 a bushel generally, dearer than apples, but numerically they run more to the bushel. The costers purchase the French apples at the wharf close to London Bridge, on the Southwark side. They give 10 shillings, 12 shillings, 18 shillings, or 20 shillings for a case containing 4 bushels. They generally get from 9 to 1 shilling profit on a bushel of English, but on the French apples they make a clear profit of from 1 shilling and 3 to 2 shillings a bushel, and would make more, but the fruit sometimes turns out damaged. This extra profit is owing to the French giving better measure, their 4 bushels being about 5 market bushels, as there is much straw packed up with the English apples and none with the French. Plums and damsons are less purchased by the humbler classes than apples, or than any other larger sized fruit which is supplied abundantly. "If I've worked plums or damsons," said an experienced costermonger, "and have told any woman pricing them they don't look so ripe, but they're all better for a pie, she's answered, 'Oh, a plum pie's too fine for us, and what's more it takes too much sugar.'" They are sold principally for desserts, and in pennyworths, at 1 penny the half pint for good, and a halfpenny for inferior. Greengages are 50% higher. Some costers sell a cheap lot of plums to the eating-house keepers, and sell them more readily than they sell apples to the same parties. West Indian pineapples are, as regards the street sale, disposed of more in the city than elsewhere. They are bought by clerks and warehousemen, who carry them to their suburban homes. The slices at a halfpenny and a penny are bought principally by boys. The average price of a good street pine is 9. Peaches are an occasional sale with the costermongers, and are disposed of to the same classes as purchase strawberries and pines. The street sale of peaches is not practicable if the price exceed 1 penny apiece. Of other fruits, vended largely in the streets, I have spoken under their respective heads. The returns before cited as to the quantity of home-grown and foreign green fruit sold in London, and the proportion disposed of by the costermongers, give the following results, in round numbers, as to the absolute quantity of the several kinds of green fruit, oranges and nuts excepted, distributed throughout the metropolis by the street sellers. 343,000 bushels of apples, home-grown. 34,560 bushels of apples, foreign. 176,500 bushels of pears, home-grown. 17,235 bushels of pears, foreign. 1,039,200 pounds of cherries, home-grown. £176,160 of cherries foreign, 11,766 bushels of plums, 100 bushels of greengages, 548 bushels of damsons, 2,450 bushels of bullaces, 207,525 bushels of gooseberries, 85,500 sieves of red currants, 13,500 sieves of black currants, 3,000 sieves of white currants, 763,750 pottles of strawberries, 1,762 pottles of raspberries, 30,485 bottles of mulberries, 6,012 bushels of hazelnuts, 17,280 pounds of filberts, 26,563 pounds of grapes, 20,000 pines. Of the Orange and Nut Market. In Houndsditch there is a market supported principally by costermongers, who there purchase their oranges, lemons, and nuts. This market is entirely in the hands of the Jews, and although a few tradesmen may attend it to buy grapes, still it derives its chief custom from the street dealers, who say they can make far better bargains with the Israelites, note, as they never refuse an offer, end note, than they can with the Covent Garden salesmen, who generally cling to their prices. This market is known by the name of Duke's Place, although its proper title is St. James's Place. The nearest road to it is through Duke's Street, and the two titles have been so confounded that at length the mistake has grown into a custom. Duke's Place, as the costers call it, is a large square yard with the iron gates of a synagogue in one corner, a dead wall forming one entire side of the court, and a gas lamp on a circular pavement in the centre. The place looks as if it were devoted to money-making, for it is quiet and dirty. Not a gilt letter is to be seen over a doorway. There is no display of gaudy colour or sheets of plate glass, such as we see in a crowded thoroughfare when a customer is to be caught by show. As if the merchants knew their trade was certain, they are content to let the London smoke do their painter's work. On looking at the shops in this quarter, the idea forces itself upon one that they are in the last stage of dilapidation. Never did property in Chancery look more ruinous. Each dwelling seems as though a fire had raged in it, for not a shop in the market has a window to it, and beyond the few sacks of nuts exposed for sale, they are empty, the walls within being blackened with dirt, and the paint without blistered in the sun, while the doorposts are worn round with the shoulders of the customers, and black as if charred. A few sickly hens wander about, turning over the heaps of dried leaves that the oranges have been sent over in, or roost the time away on the shafts and wheels of the nearest truck. Excepting on certain days, there is little or no business stirring, so that many of the shops have one or two shutters up, as if a death had taken place, and the yard is as quiet as an inn of court. At a little distance, the warehouses, with their low ceilings, open fronts, and black sides, seem like dark holes or coal stores, and but for the mahogany backs of chairs showing at the first floors, you would scarcely believe the houses to be inhabited, much more to be elegantly furnished as they are. One of the drawing rooms that I entered here was warm and red with Morocco leather, Spanish mahogany, and curtains and Turkey carpets, while the ormolu chandelier and the gilt frames of the looking-glass and pictures twinkled at every point in the firelight. The householders in Duke's Place are all of the Jewish persuasion, and among the costers a saying has sprung up about it. When a man has been out of work for some time, he is said to be cursed like a pig in Duke's Place. Almost every shop has a scripture name over it, and even the public houses are of the Hebrew faith, their signs appealing to the followers of those trades which most abound with Jews. There is the Jeweller's Arms, patronized greatly of a Sunday morning, when the Israelite jewellers attend to exchange their trinkets and barter amongst themselves. Very often the counter before the bar may be seen covered with golden ornaments, and sparkling with precious stones, amounting in value to thousands of pounds. The landlord of this house of call is licensed to manufacture tobacco and cigars. There is also the Fishmonger's Arms, the resort of the vendors of fried soles. Here, in the evening, a concert takes place, the performers and audience being Jews. The landlord of this house, too, is licensed to manufacture tobacco and cigars. Entering one of these houses, I found a bill announcing a Bible to be raffled for the property of blank. And lastly, there is Benjamin's Coffee House, open to old clothesmen, and here again the proprietor is a licensed tobacco manufacturer. These facts are mentioned to show the untiring energy of the Jew when anything is to be gained, and to give an instance of the curious manner in which this people support each other. Some of the nut and orange shops in Duke's Place it would be impossible to describe. At one sat an old woman with jet-black hair and a wrinkled face, nursing an infant, and watching over a few matted baskets of nuts, ranged on a kind of carpenter's bench placed upon the pavement. The interior of the house was as empty as if it had been to let, excepting a few bits of harness hanging against the wall, and an old salt-box nailed near the gas-lamp, in which sat a hen, hatching, as I was told. At another was an excessively stout Israelite mother, with crisp negro's hair and long gold earrings, rolling her child on the table used for sorting the nuts. Here the black walls had been chalked over with scores, and every corner was filled up with sacks and orange cases. Before one warehouse, a family of 6, from the father to the infant, were busy washing walnuts in a huge tub with a trap to the side, and around them were ranged measures of the wet fruit. The Jewish women are known to make the fondest parents, and in Duke's Place there certainly was no lack of fondlings. Inside almost every parlour a child was either being nursed or romped with, and some little things were being tossed nearly to the ceiling and caught screaming with enjoyment in the jewelled hands of the delighted mother. At other shops might be seen a circle of 3 or 4 women, some old as if grandmothers, grouped admiringly round a hook-nosed infant, tickling it and poking their fingers at it in a frenzy of affection. The counters of these shops are generally placed in the open streets like stalls, and the shop itself is used as a store to keep the stock in. On these counters are ranged the large matting baskets, some piled up with dark brown polished chestnuts, shining like a racer's neck, others filled with wedge-shaped Brazil nuts and rough hairy cocoa nuts. There are heaps, too, of newly washed walnuts, a few showing their white crumpled kernels as a sample of their excellence. Before every doorway are long pot-bellied boxes of oranges, with the yellow fruit just peeping between the laths on top, and lemons, yet green, are ranged about in their paper jackets to ripen in the air. In front of one store the paving stones were soft with the sawdust emptied from the grape cases, and the floor of the shop itself was whitened with the dry powder. Here stood a man with a long tasselled smoking cap, puffing with his bellows at the blue bunches on a tray, and about him were the boxes with the paper lids thrown back, and the round sea-green berries just rising above the sawdust as if floating in it. Close by was a group of dark-eyed women bending over an orange case, picking out the rotten from the good fruit, while a sallow-complexioned girl was busy with her knife scooping out the damaged parts, until, what with the sawdust and orange peel, the air smelt like the pit of a circus. Nothing could be seen in this strange place that did not in some way or another appertain to Jewish customs. A woman with a heavy gold chain round her neck went past, carrying an old green velvet bonnet covered with feathers, and a fur tippet that she had either recently purchased or was about to sell. Another woman, whose features showed her to be a Gentile, was hurrying toward the slop shop in the Minories, with a richly quilted, satin-lined coat done up in her shawl, and the market basket by her side, as if the money due for the work were to be spent directly for housekeeping. At the corner of Duke's Street was a stall kept by a Jew who sold things that are eaten only by the Hebrews. Here, in a yellow pie dish, were pieces of stewed apples floating in a thick puce-coloured sauce. One man that I spoke to told me that he considered his Sunday morning's work a very bad one if he did not sell his 500 or 600 bushels of nuts of different kinds. He had taken £150 that day of the street sellers, and usually sold his £100 worth of goods in a morning. Many others did the same as himself. Here I met with every attention, and was furnished with some valuable statistical information concerning the street trade. End of section 15. Section 16 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 16. Of orange and lemon selling in the streets. Of foreign fruits, the oranges and nuts supply by far the greater staple for the street trade, and therefore demand a brief but still a fuller notice than other articles. Oranges were first sold in the streets at the close of Elizabeth's reign. So rapidly had the trade increased that 4 years after her death, or in 1607, Ben Jonson classes orange wives, for noisiness, with fishwives. These women at first carried the oranges in baskets on their heads. Barrows were afterwards used, and now trays are usually slung to the shoulders. Oranges are brought to this country in cases or boxes containing from 500 to 900 oranges. From official tables it appears that between 250 million and 300 million of oranges and lemons are now yearly shipped to England. They are sold wholesale, principally at public sales, in lots of 8 boxes, the price at such sales varying greatly according to the supply and the quality. The supply continues to arrive from October to August. Oranges are bought by the retailers in Duke's Place and in Covent Garden, but the costermongers nearly all resort to Duke's Place, and the shopkeepers to Covent Garden. They are sold in baskets of 200 or 300. They are also disposed of by the hundred, a half-hundred being the smallest quantity sold in Duke's Place. These hundreds, however, number 110, containing 10 double hands, a single hand being 5 oranges. The price in December was 2 shillings and sixpence, 3 shillings and sixpence, and 4 shillings the hundred. They are rarely lower than 4 shillings about Christmas, as there is then a better demand for them. The damaged oranges are known as specks, and the purchaser runs the risk of specks forming a portion of the contents of a basket, as he is not allowed to empty it for the examination of the fruit, but some salesmen agree to change the specks. A month after Christmas, oranges are generally cheaper, and become dearer again about May, when there is a great demand for the supply of the fairs and races. Oranges are sold by all classes connected with the fruit, flower, or vegetable trade of the streets. The majority of the street sellers are, however, women and children, and the great part of these are Irish. It has been computed that when oranges are at their best, generally about Easter, there are 4,000 persons, including stall-keepers, selling oranges in the metropolis and its suburbs, while there are generally 3,000 out of this number working oranges, that is, hawking them from street to street. Of these, 300 attend at the doors of the theatres, saloons, and so on. Many of those working the theatres confine their trade to oranges, while the other dealers rarely do so, but unite with them the sale of nuts of some kind. Those who sell only oranges, or only nuts, are mostly children, and of the poorest class. The smallness of the sum required to provide a stock of oranges, note, a half-hundred being 15 pence or 18 pence, end note, enables the poor, who cannot raise stock money sufficient to purchase anything else, to trade upon a few oranges. The regular costers rarely buy oranges until the spring, except perhaps for Sunday afternoon sale, though this, as I said before, they mostly object to. In the spring, however, they stock their barrows with oranges. One man told me that 4 or 5 years back he had sold in a day 2,000 oranges that he picked up as a bargain. They did not cost him half a farthing each. He said he cleared £2 by the speck. At the same period he could earn 5 shillings or 6 shillings on a Sunday afternoon by the sale of oranges in the street, but now he could not earn 2 shillings. A poor Irish woman, neither squalid in appearance nor ragged in dress, though looking pinched and wretched, gave me the subjoined account. When I saw her resting with her basket of oranges near Coldbath Fields Prison, she told me she almost wished she was inside of it, but for the childer. Her history was one common to her class. I was brought over here, sir, when I was a girl, but my father and mother died 2 or 3 years after. I was in service then, and very good service I continued in, as a maid of all work, and very kind people I met. Yes, indeed, though I was Irish and a Catholic, and they was English Protestants. I saved a little money there, and got married. My husband's a labourer, and when he's in full work, he can earn 12 shillings or 14 shillings a week, for he's a good hand and a hard-working man, and we do middling then. He's out of work now, and I'm forced to try and sell a few oranges to keep a bit of life in us, and my husband minds the childer. Bad as I do, I can do a penny or twopence a day profit better than him, poor man, for he's tall and big, and people thinks if he goes round with a few oranges it's just from idleness, and the Lord above knows he'll always work when he can. He goes sometimes when I'm hard tired. One of us must stay with the childer, for the youngest is not 3, and the eldest not 5. We don't live, we starve. We get a few taties and sometimes a place. To-day I've not taken 3 as yet, sir, and it's past 3. Oh, no, indeed and indeed, then I don't make 9 a day. We live accordingly, for there's 1 shilling and 3 a week for rent. I have very little heart to go in the public houses to sell oranges, for they begins flying out about the Pope and Cardinal Wiseman, as if I had anything to do with it. And that's another reason why I like my husband to stay at home, and me to go out, because he's a hasty man, and might get into trouble. I don't know what will become of us if times don't turn. On calling upon this poor woman on the following day, I found her and her children absent. The husband had got employment at some distance, and she had gone to see if she could not obtain a room 3 a week cheaper, and lodge near the place of work. According to the Board of Trade Returns, there are nearly 200 millions of oranges annually imported into this country. About 1/3 of these are sold wholesale in London, and 1/4 of the latter quantity disposed of retail in the streets. The returns I have procured, touching the London sale, prove that no less than 15,500,000 are sold yearly by the street sellers. The retail price of these may be said to be, upon an average, 5 shillings per 110, and this would give us about £35,000 for the gross sum of money laid out every year in the streets in the matter of oranges alone. The street lemon trade is now insignificant, lemons having become a more important article of commerce since the law required foreign-bound ships to be provided with lemon juice. The street sale is chiefly in the hands of the Jews and the Irish. It does not, however, call for special notice here. Of nut selling in the streets. The sellers of foreign hazelnuts are principally women and children, but the stall-keepers, and oftentimes the costermongers, sell them with other goods. The consumption of them is immense, the annual export from Tarragona being little short of 8,000 tons. They are to be found in every poor shop in London, as well as in the large towns. They are generally to be seen on every street stall, in every country village, at every fair, and on every race ground. The supply is from Gijon and Tarragona. The Gijon nuts are the Spanish or fresh nuts. They are sold at public sales in barrels of 3 bushels each, the price being from 35 to 40 shillings. The nuts from Tarragona, whence comes the great supply, are known as Barcelonas, and they are kiln-dried before they are shipped. Hence the Barcelonas will keep, and the Spanish will not. The Spanish are coloured with the fumes of sulphur by the Jews in Duke's Place. It is somewhat remarkable that nuts supply employment to a number of girls in Spain, and then yield the means of a scanty subsistence to a number of girls, with or without parents, in England. The prattle and the laughter, according to Inglis, of the Spanish girls who sought, find no parallel, however, among the London girls who sell the nuts. The appearance of the latter is often wretched. In the winter months they may be seen as if stupefied with cold, and with the listlessness, not to say apathy, of those whose diet is poor in quantity and insufficient in amount. Very few costermongers buy nuts, as hazelnuts are always called, at the public sales, only those whose dealings are of a wholesale character, and they are anything but regular attendants at the sales. The street sellers derive nearly the whole of their supply from Duke's Place. The principal times of business are Friday afternoons and Sunday mornings. Those who have capital buy on the Friday, when they say they can make 10 shillings go as far as 12 shillings on the Sunday. The Barcelonas are from 4 halfpenny to 6 a quart to the street sellers. The cob nuts, which are the large size used by the pastry cooks for mottos and so on, are 2 and 2 halfpenny the quart, but they are generally destitute of a kernel. A quart contains from 100 to 180 nuts, according to the size. The costermongers buy somewhat largely when nuts are 3 the quart. They then, and not unfrequently, stock their barrows with nuts entirely. But 2 shillings a day is reckoned excellent earnings at this trade. "It's the worst living of all, sir," I was told, "on nuts." The sale in the streets is at the fruit stalls, in the public houses, on board the steamers, and at the theatre doors. They are sold by the same class as the oranges, and a stock may be procured for a smaller sum even than is required for oranges. By the outlay of 1 shilling, many an Irish woman can send out her 2 or 3 children with nuts, reserving some for herself. 7/8 of the nuts imported are sold, I am assured, in the open air. Some of the costermongers who are to be found in Battersea Fields, and who attend the fairs and races, get through 5 shillings worth of nuts in a day, but only exceptionally. These men have a sort of portable shooting gallery. The customer fires a kind of rifle loaded with a dart, and according to the number marked on the centre or on the encircling rings of a board which forms the head of the stall, and which may be struck by the dart, is the number of nuts payable by the stall-keeper for the halfpenny fire. The Brazil nuts, which are now sold largely in the streets at 12 to 16 a penny, were not known in this country as an article of commerce before 1824. They are sold by the peck, 2 shillings being the ordinary price, in Duke's Place. Coker nuts, Coker nuts, as they are now generally called, and indeed entered as such at the Custom House, and so written by Mr. McCulloch, to distinguish them from cocoa, or the berries of the cacao used for chocolate, etc., are brought from the West Indies, both British and Spanish, and Brazil. They are used as dunnage in the sugar ships, being interposed between the hogshead to steady them and prevent their being flung about. The cocoa nut was introduced into England in 1690. They are sold at public sales and otherwise, and bring from 10 shillings to 14 shillings per hundred. Cocoa nuts are now used at fairs to top the sticks. The costermongers rarely speculate in cocoa nuts now, as the boys will not buy them unless cut, and it is almost impossible to tell how the cocoa-nut will open. The interior is sold in half-pennyworths and pennyworths. These nuts are often worked with a drum. There may now be 40 coconut men in the street trade, but not 1 in 10 confines himself to the article. A large proportion of the dry or ripe walnuts sold in the streets is from Bordeaux. They are sold at public sales in barrels of 3 bushels each, realising 21 shillings to 25 shillings a barrel. They are retailed at from 8 to 20 a penny, and are sold by all classes of street traders. A little girl who looked stunted and wretched, and who did not know her age, which might be 11, told me she was sent out by her mother with 6 halfpennyworth of nuts, and she must carry back 6pence, or she would be beat. She had no father, and could neither read nor write. Her mother was an Englishwoman, she believed, and sold oranges. She had heard of God. He was "Our Father who art in heaven." She'd heard that said. She did not know the Lord's Prayer, had never heard of it, did not know who the Lord was, perhaps the Lord Mayor, but she had never been before him. She went into public houses with her nuts, but did not know whether she was ever insulted or not. She did not know what insulted was, but she was never badly used. She often went into tap rooms with her nuts just to warm herself. A man once gave her some hot beer, which made her ill. Her mother was kind enough to her, and never beat her but for not taking home 6pence. She had a younger brother that did as she did. She had bread and potatoes to eat, and sometimes tea, and sometimes herrings. Her mother didn't get tipsy. At first she did not know what was meant by tipsy. Above once a week. Of roasted chestnuts and apples. How long the street trade in roasted chestnuts has been carried on, I find no means of ascertaining precisely, but it is unquestionably one of the oldest of the public traffics. Before potato cans were introduced, the sale of roasted chestnuts was far greater than it is now. It is difficult to compute the number of roasted chestnut sellers at present in the streets. It is probable that they outnumber 1,000. For I noticed that on a cold day almost every street fruit seller, man or woman, had roasted chestnuts for sale. Sometimes the chestnuts are roasted in the streets in a huge iron apparatus made expressly for the purpose, and capable of cooking perhaps a bushel at a time, but these are to be found solely at the street markets. The ordinary street apparatus for roasting chestnuts is simple, a round pan with a few holes punched in it, costing 3pence or 4pence in a marine store shop, has burning charcoal within it, and is surmounted by a second pan or kind of lid containing chestnuts, which are thus kept hot. During my inquiry, chestnuts were dear. People don't care, I was told, whether chestnuts is 3 and 6 as they are now, or 1 and 6 a peck, as I hope they will be afore long. They wants the same pennyworths. Chestnuts are generally bought wholesale in Duke's Place on the Sunday mornings for street sale, but some street dealers buy them of those costermongers whose means enable them to lay in a quantity. The retail customers are, for the most part, boys and girls, or a few labourers or street people. The usual price is 16 a penny. Roasted apples used to be vended in the streets, and often along with roasted chestnuts, but it is a trade which has now almost entirely disappeared, and its disappearance is attributed to the prevalence of potato cans. I had the following account from a woman apparently between 60 and 70, though she said she was only about 50. What she was in her youth, she said, she neither knew nor cared. At any rate, she was unwilling to converse about it. I found her statement as to chestnuts corroborated. "The trade's nothing to what it was, sir," she said. "Why, when the hackney coaches was in the streets, I've often sold 2 shillings worth of a night at a time, for a relish, to the hackney men that was waiting their turn over their beer. 6 and 8 a penny was enough then. Now people must have 16, though I pays 3 shillings a peck, and to get them at that's a favour. I could make my good 12 shillings a week on roasted chestnuts and apples, and as much on other things in them days, but I'm half starved now. There'll never be such times again. People didn't want to cut one another's throats in the street business then. Oh, I don't know anything about how long ago or what year. Years is nothing to me, but I only know that it was so. I got a penny apiece then for my roasted apples, and a halfpenny for sugar to them. I could live then. Roasted apples was reckoned good for the toothache in them days, but people change so. They aren't now. I don't know what I make now in chestnuts and apples, which is all I sells. Perhaps 5 shillings a week. My rent's 1 shilling and threepence a week. I lives on a bit of fish or whatever I can get, and that's all about it. The absolute quantity of oranges, lemons, and nuts sold annually in the London streets is as follows. Oranges, 15,400,000. Lemons, 154,000. Spanish and Barcelona nuts, 24,000 bushels. Brazilian, ditto, 3,000 bushels. Chestnuts, 6,500 bushels. Walnuts, 24,000 bushels. Cocoa nuts, 400,000 nuts. Of dry fruit selling in the streets. The sellers of dry fruit cannot be described as a class, for with the exception of one old couple, none that I know of confine themselves to its sale, but resort to it merely when the season prevents their dealing in green fruit or vegetables. I have already specified what in commerce is distinguished as dry fruit, but its classification among the costers is somewhat narrowed. The dry fruit sellers derive their supplies partly from Duke's Place, partly from Pudding Lane, but perhaps principally from the costers concerning whom I have spoken, who buy wholesale at the markets and elsewhere, and who will clear out a grocer, or buy such figs and so on, as a leading tradesman will not allow to be sent or offered to his regular customers, although perhaps some of the articles are tolerably good, or else the dry fruit men buy a damaged lot of a broker or grocer, and pick out all that is eatable, or rather saleable. The sale of dry fruit is unpopular among the costermongers. Despite their utmost pains, they cannot give to figs or raisins or currants which may be old and stale anything of the bloom and plumpness of good fruit, and the price of good fruit is too high for them. Moreover, if the fruit be a damaged lot, it is almost always discoloured, and the blemish cannot be removed. It is impossible to give the average price of dry fruit to the costermonger. The quality and the harvest affect the price materially in the regular trade. The rule which I am informed the costermonger who sometimes works a barrow of dried fruit observes is this: he will aim at cent per cent, and to accomplish it slang weights are not unfrequently used. The stale fruit is sold by the grocers, and the damaged fruit by the warehouses to the costers, at from a half, but much more frequently a fourth to a 20th of its prime cost. The principal street purchasers are boys. A dry fruit seller gave me the following account. By half profits he meant cent per cent, or, in other words, that the money he received for his stock was half of it cost price and half profit. I sell dry fruit, sir, in February and March, because I must be doing something, and green fruit's not my money then. It's a poor trade. I've sold figs at a penny a pound. No, sir, not slang, the time I mean. And I could hardly make a shilling a day at it, though it was half profits. Our customers look at them quite particular. Let's see the other side of them figs, the boys will say, and then they'll out with, I say, master, do you see any green about me? Dates I can hardly get off at all. No, not if they was as cheap as potatoes, or cheaper. I've been asked by women if dates was good in dumplings. I've sometimes said yes, I know nothing at all about them. They're foreign. I can't say where they're grown. Almonds and raisins goes off best with us. I don't sell them by weight, but makes them up in halfpenny or penny lots. There's two things, you see, and one helps off the other. Raisins is dry grapes, I've heard. I've sold grapes before they was dried, at a penny and twopence the pound. I didn't do no good in any of 'em. A shilling a day on 'em was the topper, for all the half profits. I'll not touch 'em again if I ain't forced. There are a few costers who sell tolerable dry fruit, but not to any extent. The old couple I have alluded to stand all the year round at the corner of a street running into a great city thoroughfare. They are supplied with their fruit, I am told, through the friendliness of a grocer who charges no profit and sometimes makes a sacrifice for their benefit. As I was told that this old couple would not like inquiries to be made of them, I at once desisted. There are sometimes 20 costermongers selling nothing but dry fruit, but more frequently only 10, and sometimes only 5, while perhaps from 300 to 400 sell a few figs and so on, with other things such as late apples, the dry fruit being then used just as a fill-up. According to the returns before given, the gross quantity of dry fruit disposed of yearly in the streets of London may be stated as follows: 7,000 pounds of shell almonds, 37,800 pounds of raisins, 24,300 pounds of figs, 4,200 pounds of prunes. Of the street sale of vegetables. The seller of fruit in the streets confines his traffic far more closely to fruit than does the vegetable dealer to vegetables. Within these 3 or 4 years, many street traders sell only fruit the year through, but the purveyor of vegetables now usually sells fish, with his cabbages, turnips, cauliflowers, or other garden stuff. The fish that he carries out on his round generally consists of soles, mackerel, or fresh or salt herrings. This combination of the street greengrocer and street fishmonger is called a general dealer. The general dealers are usually accompanied by boys, as I have elsewhere shown, and sometimes by their wives. If a woman be a general dealer, she is mostly to be found at a stall or standing, and not going around. The general dealer works everything through the season. He generally begins the year with sprats or plaice, then he deals in soles until the month of May. After this he takes to mackerel, haddocks, or red herrings. Next he trades in strawberries or raspberries. From these he will turn to green and ripe gooseberries. Thence he will go to cherries. From cherries he will change to red or white currants, from them to plums or greengages, and from them again to apples and pears and damsons. After these he mostly works a few vegetables, and continues with them until the fish season begins again. Some general dealers occasionally trade in sweetmeats, but this is not usual, and is looked down upon by the trade. "I'm a general dealer," said one of the better class. "My missus is in the same line as myself, and sells everything that I do, barring green stuff. She follows me always in what I sell. She has a stall, and sits at the corner of the street. I've got 3 children. The oldest is 10, and goes out with me to call my goods for me. I have had inflammation in the lungs, and when I call my goods for a little while, my voice leaves me. My missus is lame. She fell down a cellar when a child, and injured her hip. Last October 12th I was laid up with cold, which settled on my lungs, and laid me in my bed for a month. My missus kept me all that time. She was working fresh herrings, and if it hadn't been for her, we must all have gone into the workhouse. We're doing very badly now. I have no work to do. I have no stock money to work with, and I object to pay 1 shilling and 6pence a week for the loan of 10 shillings. Once I gave a man 1 shilling and 6pence a week for 10 months for the loan of 10 shillings, and that nearly did me up. I have had 8 shillings of the same party since, and paid 1 shilling a week for 8 weeks for the loan of it. I consider it most extortionate to have to pay 2pence a day for the loan of 8 shillings, and won't do it. When the season gets a bit better, I shall borrow 1 shilling of one friend and 1 shilling of another, and then muddle on with as much stock money as I can scrape together. My missus is at home now, doing nothing. Last week it's impossible to say what she took, for we're obliged to buy victuals and firing with it as we take it. She can't go out charring on account of her hip. When she is out and I am out, the children play about in the streets. Only last Saturday week she was obligated to take the shoes off her feet to get the children some victuals. We owe 2 weeks' rent, and the landlord, though I've lived in the house 5 years, is as sharp as if I was a stranger. "Why, sir," said another vegetable seller, who was a robust-looking young man, very clean in his person and dressed in costermonger corduroy, "I can hardly say what my business is worth to me, for I'm no scholard. I was brought up to the business by my mother. I've a middling connection, and perhaps clear 3 shillings a day, every fine day, or 15 shillings or 16 shillings a week. But out of that there's my donkey to keep, which I suppose costs 6pence a day. That's 7 sixpences off. Wet or fine, she must be fed in course. So must I, but I've only myself to keep at present, and I hire a lad when I want one. I work my own trap. Then things is so uncertain. Why, now look here, sir. Last Friday, I think it was, but that don't matter, for it often happens. Fresh herrings was 4 shillings the 500 in the morning, and 1 shilling and 6pence at night. So many had come in. I buy at Billingsgate Market, and sometimes of a large shopkeeper, and at Covent Garden in the Borough. If I lay out 7 shillings in a nice lot of cabbages, I may sell them for 10 shillings and 6pence. Or, if it isn't a lucky day with me, for 8 shillings or less. Sometimes people won't buy, as if the cholera was in the cabbages. Then turnips isn't such good sale yet, but they may be soon, for winter's best for them. There's more boilings then than there's roastings, I think. People like broth in cold weather. I buy turnips by the tally. A tally's 5 dozen bunches. There's no confinement of the number to a bunch, it's by their size. I've known 12 and I've known twice that. I sell 3 parts of the turnip at a penny a bunch, and the other part at a penny halfpenny. If I get them at 3 and 6pence the tally, I do well on turnips. I go the same rounds pretty regularly every day, or almost every day. I don't object to wet weather so much, because women don't like to stir out then, and so they'll buy of me as I pass. Carrots I do little in. They're dear, but they'll be cheaper in a month or 2. They always are. I don't work on Sundays. If I did, I'd get a jacketing. Our chaps would say, "Oh, you are a scurf. You have a round. Give another man a Sunday chance." A gentleman once said to me, when I was obligated to work on a Sunday, "Why don't you leave it off when you know it ain't right?" "Well, sir," said I, and he spoke very kind to me. "Well, sir, I'm working for my dinner, and if you'll give me 4 shillings, or 3 shillings and 6pence, I'll tumble to your notion and drop it, and I'll give you these here cowcumbers." I was working cowcumbers at that time, "to do what you like with, and they cost me £0.50. In potatoes I don't do a great deal, and it's no great trade. If I did, I should buy at the warehouses in Tooley Street, where they are sold in sacks of 100-weight, £150 and £200, at 2 shillings and 9pence and 3 shillings the hundredweight. I sell mine, tidy, good, at £3 twopence, and a halfpenny a pound. But as I don't do much, not a bushel a day, I buy at market by the bushel at from 1 shilling and 6pence to 2 shillings. I never uses slangs. I sold 3 times as many potatoes as I do now 4 years back. I don't know why, except it be that the rot set people again them, and their taste's gone another way. I sell a few more greens than I did, but not many. Spinach, I don't do only a little in it. Celery I'm seldom able to get rid on. It's more women's work. Ingon's the same. I may add that I found the class who confined their business principally to the sale of vegetables the dullest of all the costermongers. Any man may labour to make 1 shilling and 6pence of cabbages or turnips which cost him a shilling, when the calculation as to the relative proportion of measures and so on is beyond his comprehension. Pursuing the same mode of calculation as has been heretofore adopted, we find that the absolute quantity of vegetables sold in the London streets by the costers is as follows: 20,700,000 pounds of potatoes, home grown; 39,800,000 pounds of potatoes, foreign; 23,760,133 cabbages; 3,264,800 turnips; 616,666 junks of turnip tops; 601,000 carrots; 567,300 broccoli and cauliflowers; 219,000 bushels of peas; 8,893 bushels of beans; 22,110 bushels of French beans; 25,608 dozens of vegetable marrows; 489 dozen bundles of asparagus; 9,120 dozen bundles of rhubarb; 4,350 dozen bundles of celery; 561,600 lettuces; 13,291 dozen hands of radishes; 499,533 bushels of onions; 23,600 dozen bunches of spring onions; 10,920 bushels of cucumbers, 3,290 dozen bunches of herbs. Of the aristocratic vegetable sale. In designating these dealers, I use a word not uncommon among the costermongers. These aristocratic sellers, who are not 1 in 20 or perhaps in 25 of the whole body of costermongers, are generally men of superior manners and better dressed than their brethren. The following narrative, given to me by one of the body, shows the nature of the trade. It depends a good deal upon the season and the price as to what I begin with in the aristocratic way. My rounds are always in the suburbs. I sell neither in the streets nor squares in town. I like it best where there are detached villas, where there are kept mistresses. They are the best of all customers to men like me. We talk our customers over among ourselves and generally know who's who. One way by which we know the kept ladies is they never sell cast-off clothes, as some ladies do, for new potatoes or early peas. Now my worst customers as to price are the ladies, or gentlemen, they're both of a kidney, what keeps fashionable schools. They are the people to drive a bargain, but then they buy largely. Some buy entirely of costermongers. There's one gent of a schoolkeeper buys so much and knows so well what o'clock it is that I'm satisfied he saves many a pound a year by buying off us instead of the greengrocers. Perhaps I begin the season in the aristocratic way with early lettuces for salads. I carry my goods in handsome baskets, and sometimes with a boy or a boy and girl to help me. I buy my lettuces by the score, note of heads, end note, when first in, at 1 and 6pence, and sell them at a penny halfpenny each, which is a shilling profit on a score. I've sold 20, and I once sold 30 score that way in a day. The profit on the 30 was £2 5s, but out of that I had to pay 3 boys, for I took 3 with me, and our expenses was 7 shillings. But you must consider, sir, that this is a precarious trade. Such goods are delicate and spoil if they don't go off. I give credit sometimes if anybody I know says he has no change. I never lost nothing. Then there's grass, note asparagus, end note, and that's often good money. I buy all mine at Covent Garden, where it's sold in bunches, according to the earliness of the season, at from 5 shillings to a shilling, containing from 6 to 10 dozen squibs, note heads, end note. These you have to take home, untie, cut off the scraggy ends, trim and scrape, and make them level. Children help me to do this, in the court where I live. I give them a few halfpence, though they're eager enough to do it for nothing but the fun. I've had 10 shillings worth made ready in half an hour. Well now, sir, about grass, there's not a coster in London, I'm sure, ever tasted it, and how it's eaten puzzles us. Note, I explained the manner in which asparagus was brought to table. End note. That's the ticket, is it, sir? Well, I was once at the Surrey, and there was some macaroni eaten on the stage, and I thought grass was eaten in the same way, perhaps. Swallowed like 1 o'clock. Note, rather a favourite comparison among the costers. End note. I have the grass. It's always called, when cried in the streets, sparrow grass, tied up in bunches of a dozen, 12 to a dozen, or 1 over, and for these I never expect less than 6pence. For a 3 or 4 dozen lot in a neat sieve I ask 2 shillings and 6pence, and never take less than 1 shilling and 3pence. I once walked 35 miles with grass, and have oft enough been 30 miles. I made 7 shillings or 8 shillings a day by it, and next day or two perhaps nothing, or maybe had but 1 customer. I've sold half-crown lots on a Saturday night for a 6pence, and it was sold some time back at 2pence a bundle in the New Cut to poor people. I dare say some as bought it had been maidservants and understood it. I've raffled 5 shillings worth of grass in the parlour of a respectable country inn of an evening. The costers generally buy new potatoes at 4 shillings to 5 shillings a bushel, and cry them at £3 2pence. But I've given 7 shillings a bushel for choice and early, and sold them at 2pence a pound. It's no great trade, for the bushel may weigh only 50 pounds, and at 2pence a pound that's only 8 shillings and 4pence. The schools don't buy at all until they're a penny the pound, and don't buy in any quantity until they're 1 and 6pence to 25 pound. One day a school astonished me by giving me 2 shillings and sixpence for £25, which is the general weight of the half bushel. Perhaps the master had taken a drop of something short that evening. The schools are dreadful screws, to be sure. Green peas, early ones, I don't buy when they first come in, for then they're very dear, but when they're 4 shillings or 3 shillings and sixpence a bushel, and that's pretty soon. I can make 5 pecks of a bushel. Schools don't touch peas till they're 2 shillings a bushel. Cowcumbers were an aristocratic sale. 4 or 5 years ago, they were looked upon, when first in, and with a beautiful bloom upon them, as the finest possible relish. But the cholera came in 1849, and everybody, especially the women, thought that the cholera was in cowcumbers, and I've known cases, foreign and English, sent from the borough market for manure. I sell a good many mushrooms. I sometimes can pick up a cheap lot at Covent Garden. I make them up in neat sieves of 3 dozen to 8 dozen, according to size, and I've sold them at 4 shillings the sieve, and made half that on each sieve I sold. They're down to 1 shilling or 1 and sixpence a sieve very soon. Green walnuts for pickling I sell a quantity of. One day I sold 20 shillings worth, half profit. I got them so cheap, but that was an exception. I sold them cheap too. One lady has brought 1.5 bushels at a time. For walnut catsup, the refuse of the walnut is used. It's picked up in the court, where I've got children or poor fellows for a few halfpence or a pint of beer to help me to peel the walnuts. Of onion selling in the streets. The sale of onions in the streets is immense. They are now sold at the markets at an average of 2 shillings a bushel. 2 years ago they were 1 shilling, and they have been 4 shillings and up to 7 shillings the bushel. They are now twisted into ropes for street sale. The ropes are of straw, into which the roots are plaited, and secured firmly enough so that the ropes can be hung up. These have superseded the netted onions formerly sold by the Jew boys. The plaiting or twisting is done rapidly by the women, and a straw bonnet maker described it to me as somewhat after the mode of her trade, only that the top, or projecting portion of the stem of the onion, was twisted within the straw, instead of its being plaited close and flat together. The trade in rope onions is almost entirely in the hands of the Irish women and girls. There are now, it is said, from 800 to 1,000 persons engaged in it. Onion selling can be started on a small amount of capital, from sixpence to 1 shilling, which is, no doubt, one inducement for those poor persons to resort to it. The 6-penny ropes, bunches, or strings, I heard each word applied, contain from 3 to 4 dozen. The penny bunches from 6 to 20 roots, according to size, and the intermediate and higher priced bunches in proportion. Before Christmas, a good many shilling lots are sold. Among the costermongers, I heard this useful root, which the learned in such matters have pronounced to be, along with the mushroom, the foundation of every sauce, ancient or modern, called inguns, ingans, ingens, ingiens, inions, inons, almost everything but onions. An Irishwoman, apparently of 35, but in all probability younger, she did not know her age, gave me the following account. Her face, with its strongly marked Irish features, was almost purpled from constant exposure to the weather. She was a teetotaler. She was communicative and garrulous, even beyond the average of her countrywomen. She was decently clad, had been in London 15 years, she thought, having been brought from Ireland via Bristol by her parents, both dead. She herself was a widow. Her husband, a bricklayer she called him, probably a bricklayer's labourer, having died of the cholera in 1849. I take up her statement from that period. Yes, indeed, sir, he died, the heavens be his bed, and he was prepared by Father M. We had our trials together, but sore's been the cross, and heavy the burthen, since it pleased God to call him. Then there's the 2 childer, Biddy and Ned. They'll be 10 and they'll be 8 come their next birthdays, plaise the Lord. They can help me now, they can. They sells ingans as well. I ropes 'em for 'em. How is ingans roped? Sure thin, but it's not mocking me, your honour is. Sure then,
A gentleman like you that can write like a Horace a-galloping, and perhaps is as learned as a priest, glory be to God, must know how to rope inguns. Poor people can do it. Some say it's a secret, but that's all I say, or there couldn't be so many ropes a-selling. I buy the straw at a straw dealer's, 2 penn'orth at a time. That'll make 6 or 12 ropes, according to what they are, 6 penny or what. It's as straight as it can be grown, that it is indeed. Och, sir, we've had many's the black day, me and the childer, poor things. It's them I care about. But, God's name be praised, we've got on somehow. Another poor woman, she's a widder too, help her, and me, has a 2 shilling room for the 2 of us. We've our separate furniture. She has only herself, but is fond of the childer, as you or your lady, bless her, if you got one, might be, if you was with them. I can read a little myself, at least I could once't, and I gets them a bit of schooling now and then, when I can, of an evening mostly. I can't write a letter, I wish I could. Sure thing, sir, I'll tell you the truth, we does best on inguns. Oranges is next, and nuts isn't near so good. The 3 of us now makes 1 shilling, and sometimes 1 and 6 a day, and that's grand doings. We may sell betwixt us from 2 to 3 dozen ropes a day. I'm quick at roping the inguns. I never noted how many ropes an hour. I buys them of a tradesman, an honest gentleman I know, and I see him at mass every Sunday, and he gives me as many as he can for a shilling, or what it is. We has 1 penny, please God, on every 6pence. Yes, sir, perhaps more sometimes. I'll not tell your honour a bit of a lie. And so we now get a nice bit of fish, with a bit of liver on a Sunday. I sell to the tradesmen, and the lodgers of them, about here, note, Tottenham Court Road, end note, and in many other parts, for we travels a dale. The childer always goes the same round. We follows one another. I've sold in the streets ever since I've been in this country. The greatest sum of money expended by the poor upon any vegetable, after potatoes, is spent upon onions, £99,900 being annually devoted to the purchase of that article. To those who know the habits of the poor this will appear in no way singular, a piece of bread and an onion being to the English labourer what bread and an apple or a bunch of grapes is to the French peasant, often his dinner. Of pot herbs and celery. I use the old phrase pot herbs for such productions as sage, thyme, mint, parsley, sweet marjoram, fennel, though the last is rarely sold by the street people, and so on, but herbs is the usual term. More herbs, such as agrimony, balm, balsam, wormwood, tansy, and so on, used to be sold in the streets. These were often used for teas, medicinally perhaps, except tansy, which, being a strong aromatic, was used to flavour puddings. Wormwood, too, was often bought to throw amongst woolen fabrics as a protective against the attack of moths. The street herb trade is now almost entirely in the hands of Irish women, and is generally carried on during the autumn and winter at stalls. With it is most commonly united the sale of celery. The herbs are sold at the several markets, usually in shilling lots, but a quarter of a shilling lot may be purchased. The Irishwoman pursues a simple method of business. What has cost her 1 shilling she divides into 24 lots, each of 1 penny, or she will sell half of a lot for a halfpenny. An Irishwoman said to me, "Trade isn't good, sir. It falls and it falls. I don't sell so many herbs or so much celery as I did when mate was higher. Poor people then, I've often been said it, used to buy bones and bile them for broth with celery and the beautiful herbs. Now they buys a bit of meat and eats it without brothing. It's good one way and it's bad another. Only last Saturday night, my husband, and a good husband he's to me, though he is a London man, for he knows how to make a bargain, he bought a bit of mutton, afore the stroke of 12 in Newgate Market, at 2.5 halfpenny the pound. I don't know what parrot it was. I don't understand that, but he does, and tells me how to cook it. He has work at the docks, but not very regular. I think I sell most parsley. When fresh herrings is cheap, some boils them with parsley, and some fries them with ingans. No, sir, I don't make sixpence a day, not half a crown a week, I'm sure. When herbs isn't in, and they're autumn and winter things, and so is celery, I sells anything, gooseberries and currants or anything. If I'd had a family, I couldn't have had a shoe to my foot.
Gross value of the fruit and vegetables sold annually in the London streets. To complete the present account of the costermonger's trade, we must now estimate the money value of the fruit and vegetables disposed of by them throughout the year. The money annually spent in fish by the humbler portion of the metropolitan population comes to, as we have seen, very nearly £1,500,000 sterling. The sum laid out in fruit and vegetables we shall find is but little more than a third of this amount. Green fruit. 377,500 bushels of apples at 6 a penny or 4 shillings per bushel, 288 to the bushel, £75,500. 193,700 bushels of pears at 5 shillings per bushel, £48,400. 1,215,360 pounds weight of cherries at twopence per pound, £10,000. 11,700 bushels of plums at 1 penny per half pint, £6,240. 100 bushels of greengages at a penny halfpenny per half pint, £80. 548 bushels of damsons at a penny halfpenny per half pint, £430. 2,450 bushels of bullace at a penny halfpenny per half pint, £1,950. 207,500 bushels of gooseberries at threepence per quart, £83,000. 85,500 sieves of red currants at a penny per pint, 3 half sieves to the bushel, £15,200. 13,500 sieves of black currants at 1 penny per pint, 3 half sieves to the bushel, £2,400. 3,000 sieves of white currants at 1 penny per pint, 3 half sieves to the bushel, £530. 763,750 pottles of strawberries at twopence per pottle, £6,360. 1,760 pottles of raspberries at sixpence per pottle, £40. 30,485 pottles of mulberries at sixpence per pottle, £760. 6,000 bushels of hazelnuts at 3 farthings per half pint, £2,400. 17,280 pounds of filberts at threepence per pound, £200. 26,563 pounds of grapes at fourpence per pound, £440. 20,000 pineapples at sixpence each, £500. 15,400,000 oranges at 2 for a penny, £32,000. 154,000 lemons at 2 for a penny, £320. 24,000 bushels of Spanish and Barcelona nuts at sixpence per quart, £19,200. 3,000 bushels of Brazil nuts, note 1,500 to the bushel, end note, at 15 for a penny, £1,250. 6,500 bushels of chestnuts, note 1,500 to the bushel, end note, at 15 for a penny, £2,700. 24,000 bushels of walnuts, note 1,750 to the bushel, end note, at 10 for a penny, £17,500. 400,000 coconuts at threepence each, £5,000. Total expended yearly in green fruit, £332,400. Dry fruit. 7,000 pounds of shell almonds at 20 a penny, 320 to the pound, £460. 37,800 pounds of raisins at twopence per pound, £300. 24,300 pounds of figs at twopence per pound, £200. 4,800 pounds of prunes at twopence per pound, £40. Total expended yearly on dry fruit, £1,000. Vegetables. £60,500,000 of potatoes at £5 for twopence, £100,800. £23,760,000 cabbages at a halfpenny each, £49,500. £3,264,800 turnips at a penny halfpenny per dozen, £1,700. 601,000 carrots at twopence halfpenny per dozen, £520. 567,300 broccoli and cauliflowers at 1 penny per head, £2,360. 616,666 junks of turnip tops at 4p per junk, £10,270. 219,000 bushels of peas at 1s. 6d per bushel, £16,420. 8,890 bushels of beans at 1s. 6d per bushel, £660. 22,110 bushels of French beans at 6d per peck, or 2s. per bushel, £2,210. 25,608 vegetable marrows at a halfpenny each, £50. 489 dozen bundles of asparagus at 2s. 6d per bundle, note, 4p or 6p a dozen heads, end note, £730. 9,120 dozen bundles of rhubarb at 2s. 6d per dozen, £1,140. 4,350 dozen bundles of celery at 3p per bundle, £650. 561,602 lettuces at 3 a penny, £780. 13,291 dozen hands of radishes at 3 bunches for a penny and 6 bunches to the hand, £1,330. 499,530 bushels of onions at 4s. per bushel, £99,900. 10,920 bushels of cucumbers at a penny each, 60 to the bushel, £2,730. 3,290 dozen bundles of herbs at 3p a bundle, £490. Total expended yearly in vegetables, £292,240. Putting the above sums together, we have the following aggregate results. Expended yearly in green fruit, £332,400. Expended yearly in dry fruit, £1,000. Expended yearly in vegetables, £292,240. Gross sum taken annually by the London costermongers for fruit and vegetables, £625,640. Then, adding the above to the gross amount received by the street sellers of fish, which we have before seen comes to as much as £1,460,850, we have, for the annual income of the London costermongers, no less a sum than £2,086,490. End of section 16. Section 17 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 17. Of the stationary street sellers of fish, fruit, and vegetables. Of the number of street stalls. Thus far we have dealt only with the itinerant dealers in fish, fruit, or vegetables, but there are still a large class of street sellers who obtain a living by the sale of the same articles at some fixed locality in the public thoroughfares, and as these differ from the others in certain points, they demand a short special notice here. First, as to the number of stalls in the streets of London, I caused personal observations to be made, and in a walk of 46 miles, 632 stalls were counted, which is at the rate of very nearly 14 to the mile. This, too, was in bad weather, was not on a Saturday night, and at a season when the fruit sellers all declare that things is dull. The routes taken in this inquiry were number 1 from Vauxhall to Hatton Garden, number 2 from Baker Street to Bermondsey, Number 3, from Blackwall to Brompton. Number 4, from the Hackney Road to the Edgware Road. I give the results. Number 1, 9 fish stalls, 28 fruit stalls, 5 vegetable stalls, 7 miscellaneous stalls, total 49. Number 2, 37 fish stalls, 50 fruit stalls, 4 vegetable stalls, 14 miscellaneous stalls, total 105. Number 3, 90 fish stalls, 153 fruit stalls, 30 vegetable stalls, 40 miscellaneous stalls, total 313. Number 4, 75 fish stalls, 52 fruit stalls, 23 vegetable stalls, 15 miscellaneous stalls, total 165. Overall totals: 211 fish stalls, 283 fruit stalls, 62 vegetable stalls, 76 miscellaneous stalls, total 632 stalls. The miscellaneous stalls include peas soup, pickled whelks, sweetmeats, toys, tinware, elder wine, and jewellery stands. Of these, the toy stalls were found to be the most numerous, sweetmeats the next, tinware the next, while the elder wine stalls were least numerous. Some of the results indicate, curiously enough, the character of the locality. Thus, in Fleet Street there were 3, in the Haymarket 5, in Regent Street 6, and in Piccadilly 14 fruit stalls, and no fish stalls, these streets not being resorted to by the poor, to whom fruit is a luxury, but fish a necessity. In the Strand were 17 fruit and 2 fish stalls, and in Drury Lane were 8 stalls of fish to 6 of fruit. On the other hand, there were in Ratcliffe Highway 38 fish and 23 fruit stalls. In Rosemary Lane, 13 fish and 8 fruit stalls. In Shoreditch, 28 fish and 13 fruit stalls. And in Bethnal Green Road, the poorest district of all, 14 of the fish and but 3 of the fruit stalls. In some places the numbers were equal, or nearly so, as in the Minories, for instance, the City Road, the New Road, Goodge Street, Tottenham Court Road, and the Camberwell Road, while in Smithfield were 5, and in Cowcross 2, fish stalls, and no fruit stalls at all. In this enumeration the street markets of Leather Lane, the New Cut, the Brill, and so on, are not included. The result of this survey of the principal London thoroughfares is that in the mid-route, namely from Brompton along Piccadilly, the Strand, Fleet Street, and so via the Commercial Road to Blackwall, there are twice as many stalls as in the Great Northern Thoroughfare, that is to say, from the Edgware Road along the New Road to the Hackney Road. The latter route, however, has more than 1/3 as many stalls as route number 2, and that, again, more than double the number of route number 1. Hence it appears that the more frequented the thoroughfare, the greater the quantity of street stalls. The number of miles of streets contained within the inner police district of the metropolis are estimated by the authorities at 2,000, including the city, and assuming that there are on an average only 4 stalls to the mile throughout London, we have thus a grand total of 8,000 fish, fruit, vegetable, and other stalls dispersed throughout the capital. Concerning the character of the stalls at the street markets, the following observations have been made. At the New Cut there were, before the removals, between the hours of 8 and 10 on a Saturday evening, ranged along the curbstone on the north side of the road, beginning at Broadwall to Marshgate, a distance of nearly half a mile, a dense line of pitches, at 77 of which were vegetables for sale, at 40 fruit, 25 fish, 22 boots and shoes, 14 eatables consisting of cakes and pies, hot eels, baked potatoes, and boiled whelks, 10 dealt in nightcaps, lace, ladies' collars, artificial flowers, silk and straw bonnets, 10 in tinware, such as saucepans, tea kettles, and Dutch ovens, 9 in crockery and glass, 7 in brooms and brushes, 5 in poultry and rabbits, 6 in paper, books, songs, and almanacs, and about 60 in sundries. Of the character of the street stalls. The The stalls occupied by costermongers for the sale of fish, fruit, vegetables, and so on, are chiefly constructed of a double cross-trestle or movable frame, or else of 2 trestles, each with 3 legs, upon which is laid a long deal board or tray. Some of the stalls consist merely of a few boards resting upon 2 baskets, or upon 2 herring barrels. The fish stalls are mostly covered with paper, generally old newspapers or periodicals. But some of the street fishmongers, instead of using paper to display their fish upon, have introduced a thin marble slab, which gives the stall a cleaner and, what they consider a high attribute, a respectable appearance. Most of the fruit stalls are, in the winter time, fitted up with an apparatus for roasting apples and chestnuts. This generally consists of an old saucepan with a fire inside, and the woman who vends them, huddled up in her old faded shawl or cloak, often presents a picturesque appearance in the early evening or in a fog, with the gleam of the fire lighting up her half-somnolent figure. Within the last 2 or 3 years, however, there has been so large a business carried on in roasted chestnuts that it has become a distinct street trade, and the vendors have provided themselves with an iron apparatus large enough to roast nearly half a bushel at a time. At the present time, however, the larger apparatus is less common in the streets and more frequent in the shops than in the previous winter. There are, moreover, peculiar kinds of stalls, such as the hot eels and hot peas soup stalls, having tin oval pots with a small chafing dish containing a charcoal fire underneath each, to keep the eels or soup hot. The early breakfast stall has 2 capacious tin cans filled with tea or coffee, kept hot by the means before described, and some are lighted up by 2 or 3 large oil lamps. The majority of these stalls in the winter time are sheltered from the wind by a screen made out of an old clothes horse covered with tarpaulin. The cough drop stand, with its distilling apparatus, the tin worm curling nearly the whole length of the tray, has but lately been introduced. The nut stall is fitted up with a target at the back of it. The ginger beer stand may be seen in almost every street, with its French polished mahogany frame and bright polished taps, and its footbath-shaped reservoir of water to cleanse the glasses. The hot elder wine stand, with its bright brass urns, is equally popular. The sellers of plum pudding, cake a penny a slice, sweetmeats, cough drops, pincushions, jewellery, chimney ornaments, tea and tablespoons make use of a table covered over, some with old newspapers or a piece of oilcloth, upon which are exposed their articles for sale. Such is the usual character of the street stalls. There are, however, stands or cans peculiar to certain branches of the street trade. The most important of these, such as the baked potato can and the meat pie stand, I have before described. The other means adopted by the street sellers for the exhibition of their various goods at certain pitches or fixed localities are as follows. Straw bonnets, boys' caps, women's caps, and prints are generally arranged for sale in large umbrellas, placed upside down. Haberdashery with rolls of ribbons, edgings, and lace, some street sellers display on a stall, whilst others have a board at the edge of the pavement and expose their wares upon it as tastefully as they can. Old shoes, patched up and well blacked, ready for the purchaser's feet, and tinware are often ranged upon the ground, or, where the stock is small, a stall or table is used. Many stationary street sellers use merely baskets or trays, either supported in their hand or on their arm, or else they are strapped round their loins or suspended round their necks. These are mostly fruit women, watercress, blacking, congreves, sheep's trotters, and ham sandwich sellers. Many stationary street sellers stand on or near the bridges, others near the steam packet wharfs or the railway terminuses. A great number of them take their pitch at the entrance to a court or at the corners of streets, and stall keepers with oysters stand opposite the doors of public houses. It is customary for a street seller who wants to pitch in a new locality to solicit the leave of the housekeeper opposite whose premises he desires to place his stall. Such leave obtained, no other course is necessary. Of fruit stall keepers. I had the following statement from a woman who has kept a stall in Marylebone, at the corner of a street which she calls My Corner, for 38 years. I was referred to her as a curious type of this class of stall-keepers, and on my visit found her daughter at the pitch. This daughter had all the eloquence which is attractive in a street seller, and so, I found, had her mother when she joined us. They are profuse in blessings, and on a bystander observing, when he heard the name of these street sellers, that a jockey of that name had won the Derby lately, the daughter exclaimed, "To be sure he did. He's my own uncle's relation. And what a lot of money came into the family. Bless God for all things, and bless everybody. Walnuts, sir. Walnuts a penny a dozen. Wouldn't give you a bad one for the world, which is a great thing for a poor woman for to offer to do." The daughter was dressed in a drab greatcoat, which covered her whole person. When I saw the mother, she carried a similar greatcoat, as she was on her way to the stall, and she used it as ladies do their muffs, burying her hands in it. The mother's dark-coloured old clothes seemed, to borrow a description from Sir Walter Scott, flung on with a pitchfork. These two women were at first very suspicious, and could not be made to understand my object in questioning them, but after a little while the mother became not only communicative but garrulous, conversing, with no small impatience at any interruption, of the doings of the people in her neighbourhood. I was accompanied by an intelligent costermonger who assured me of his certitude that the old woman's statement was perfectly correct, and I found moreover from other inquiries that it was so. "Well, sir," she began, "what is it that you want of me? Do I owe you anything? There's half-pay officers about here for no good. What is it you want? Hold your tongue, you young fool," to her daughter, who was beginning to speak. "What do you know about it?" On my satisfying her that I had no desire to injure her, she continued to say, after spitting, a common practice with her class, on a piece of money, for luck, "Certainly, sir, that's very proper and good. Aye, I've seen the world, the town world and the country. I don't know where I was born. Never mind about that, it's nothing to nobody. I don't know nothing about my father and mother, but I know that afore I was 11 I went through the country with my missus. She was a smuggler. I didn't know then what smuggling was, bless you, sir, I didn't. I knew no more nor I know who made that lamp-post. I didn't know the taste of the stuff we smuggled for 2 years. Didn't know it from small beer. I've known it well enough since, God knows. My missus made a deal of money that time at Deptford Dockyard. The men wasn't paid and let out till 12 of a night. I hardly mind what night it was, days was so alike then, and they was our customers till 1, 2, or 3 in the morning, Sunday morning for anything I know. I don't know what my missus gained. Something jolly, there's not a fear of it. She was kind enough to me. I don't know how long I was with missus. After that I was a hopping, and made my 15 shillings regular at it, and a haymaking. But I've had a pitch at My Corner for 38 year. Aye, turned 38. It's no use asking me what I made at first, I can't tell. But I'm sure I made more than twice as much as my daughter and me makes now, the two of us. I wish people that thinks we're idle now were with me for a day. I'd teach them. I don't, that's the two of us don't, make 15 shillings a week now, nor the half of it when all's paid. D if I do. The D boys take care of that. Here I had a statement of the boys' tradings, similar to what I have given. There's Canterbury has lots of boys, and they bother me. I can tell and always could how it is with working men. When mechanics is in good work, their children has halfpennies to spend with me. If they're hard up, there's no halfpennies. The pennies go to a loaf or to buy a candle. I might have saved money once, but had a misfortunate family. My husband? Well, never mind about him. D-N, him. I've been a widow many years. My son? It's nothing how many children I have. He's married. He had the care of an engine, but he lost it from ill health. It was in a feather house, and the flu got down his throat and coughed him, and so he went into the country, 108 miles off, to his wife's mother. But his wife's mother got her living by wooding and other ways, and couldn't help him or his wife. So he left, and he's with me now. He has a job sometimes with a greengrocer at 6pence a day and a bit of grub. A little bit, very. I must shelter him. I couldn't turn him out. If a Turk I knew was in distress, and I had only half a loaf, I'd give him half of that. If he was ever such a Turk, I would, sir. Out of 6pence a day, my son, poor fellow, is only 27, wants a bit of baccy and a pint of beer. It'd be unnatural to oppose that, wouldn't it, sir? He frets about his wife, that's staying with her mother 108 miles off, and about his little girl. But I tell him to wait, and he may have more little girls. God knows they come when they're not wanted a bit. I joke and say all my old sweethearts is dying away. Old Jemmy went off sudden. He lent me money sometimes, but I always paid him. He had a public once, and had some money when he died. I saw him the day afore he died. He was in bed, but wasn't his own man quite, though he spoke sensible enough to me. He said he, won't you have half a quartern of rum, as we've often had it? Certainly, Jemmy, says I came for that very thing. Poor fellow, his friends are quarrelling now about what he left. It's £56, they say, and they'll go to law very likely and lose everything. There'll be no such quarrelling when I die, unless it is for the pawn tickets. I get a meal now, and got a meal afore, but it was a better meal then, sir. Then look at my expenses. I was a customer once. I used to buy, and plenty such did, blue cloth aprons opposite Drury Lane Theatre. The very shop's there still, but I don't know what it is now. I can't call to mind. I gave 2 shillings and 6pence a yard from 20 to 30 years ago for an apron, and it took 2 yards, and I paid 4pence for making it, and so an apron cost 5 shillings and 4pence. That wasn't much thought of in those times. I used to be different off then. I never go to church. I used to go when I was a little child at Sevenoaks. I suppose I was born somewhere thereabouts. I've forgotten what the inside of a church is like. There's no costermongers ever go to church, except the rogues of them that wants to appear good. I buy my fruit at Covent Garden. Apples is now 4 shillings and 6pence a bushel there. I may make twice that in selling them, but a bushel may last me 2, 3, or 4 days. As I have already, under the street sale of fish, given an account of the oyster stall keeper, as well as the stationery dealers in sprats and the principal varieties of wet fish, there is no necessity for me to continue this part of my subject. We have now, in a measure, finished with the metropolitan costermongers. We have seen that the street sellers of fish, fruit, and vegetables constitute a large proportion of the London population, the men, women, and children numbering at the least 30,000 and taking as much as £2 million per annum. We have seen, moreover, that these are the principal purveyors of food to the poor, and that consequently they are as important a body of people as they are numerous. Of all classes, they should be the most honest, since the poor, least of all, can afford to be cheated. And yet it has been shown that the consciences of the London costermongers, generally speaking, are as little developed as their intellects. Indeed, the moral and religious state of these men is a foul disgrace to us, laughing to scorn our zeal for the propagation of the gospel in foreign parts, and making our many societies for the civilization of savages on the other side of the globe appear like a delusion, a mockery, and a snare, when we have so many people sunk in the lowest depths of barbarism round about our very homes. It is well to have bishops of New Zealand when we have Christianized all our own heathen, but with 30,000 individuals in merely one of our cities, utterly creedless, mindless, and principleless, surely it would look more like earnestness on our parts if we created bishops of the new cut, and sent right reverend fathers to watch over the cure of souls in the Broadway and the Brill. If our sense of duty will not rouse us to do this, at least our regard for our own interests should teach us that it is not safe to allow this vast dung-heap of ignorance and vice to seethe and fester, breeding a social pestilence in the very heart of our land. That the costermongers belong essentially to the dangerous classes none can doubt, and those who know a coster's hatred of a crusher will not hesitate to believe that they are, as they themselves confess, one and all ready upon the least disturbance to seize and disable their policemen. It would be a marvel indeed if it were otherwise. Denied the right of getting a living by the street authorities, after having perhaps been supplied with the means of so doing by the parish authorities, the stock which the one had provided seized and confiscated by the other, law seems to them a mere farce, or at best but the exercise of an arbitrary and despotic power, against which they consider themselves justified, whenever an opportunity presents itself, of using the same physical force as it brings to bear against them. That they are ignorant and vicious as they are, surely is not their fault. If we were all born with learning and virtue, then might we, with some show of justice, blame the costermongers for their want of both. But seeing that even the most moral and intelligent of us owe the greater part, if not the whole, of our wisdom and goodness to the tuition of others, we must not, in the arrogance of our self-conceit, condemn these men because they are not like ourselves, when it is evident that we should have been as they are, had not someone done for us what we refuse to do for them. We leave them destitute of all perceptions of beauty, and therefore without any means of pleasure but through their appetites. And then we are surprised to find their evenings are passed either in brutalizing themselves with beer, or in gloating over the mimic sensuality of the penny gaff. Without the least intellectual culture, is it likely, moreover, that they should have that perception of antecedents and consequence which enables us to see in the shadows of the past the types of the future, or that power of projecting the mind into the space, as it were, of time, which we in Saxon English call foresight, and in Anglo-Latin providence, a power so godlike that the latter term is often used by us to express the Godhead itself. Is it possible, then, that men who are as much creatures of the present as the beasts of the field, instinctless animals, should have the least faculty of prevision? Or rather, is it not natural that, following the most precarious of all occupations, one in which the subsistence depends upon the weather of this the most variable climate of any, they should fail to make the affluence of the fine days mitigate the starvation of the rainy ones? Or that their appetites, made doubly eager by the privations suffered in their adversity, should be indulged in all kinds of excess in their prosperity, their lives being thus, as it were, a series of alternations between starvation and surfeit? The fate of children brought up amid the influence of such scenes, with parents starving one week and drunk all the next, turned loose into the streets as soon as they are old enough to run alone, sent out to sell in public houses almost before they know how to put 2 halfpence together, their tastes trained to libidinism long before puberty at the penny concert, and their passions inflamed with the unrestrained intercourse of the twopenny hops. The fate of the young, I say, abandoned to the blight of such associations as these, cannot well be otherwise than it is. If the child be father to the man, assuredly it does not require a great effort of imagination to conceive the manhood that such a childhood must necessarily engender. Some months back, Mr. Mayhew, with a view to mitigate what appeared to him to be the chief evils of a street seller's life, founded the Friendly Association of London Costermongers, the objects of which were as follows: 1. To establish a benefit and provident fund, for ensuring to each member a small weekly allowance in sickness or old age, as well as a certain sum to his family at his death, so that the costermongers, when incapacitated from labour, may not be forced to seek parochial relief, nor, at their decease, be left to be buried by the parish. 2. To institute a penny savings bank and winter fund, where the smallest deposits will be received and bear interest, so that the costermongers may be encouraged to lay by even the most trivial sums, not only as a provision for future comfort, but as the means of assisting their poorer brethren with future loans. 3. To form a small loan fund for supplying the more needy costermongers with stock money and so on, at a fair and legitimate interest, instead of the exorbitant rates that are now charged. 4. To promote the use of full weights and measures by every member of the association, as well as a rigid inspection of the scales and so on of all other costermongers, so that the honestly disposed street sellers may be protected and the public secured against imposition. 5. To protect the costermongers from interference when lawfully pursuing their calling, by placing it in their power to employ counsel to defend them if unjustly prosecuted. 6. To provide harmless, if not rational, amusements at the same cheap rate as the pernicious entertainments now resorted to by the street sellers. 7. To adopt means for the gratuitous education of the children of the costermongers in the daytime, and the men and women themselves in the evening. This institution remains at present comparatively in abeyance, from the want of funds to complete the preliminary arrangements. Those, however, who may feel inclined to contribute towards its establishment will please to pay their subscriptions into Messrs. Twining's Bank, Strand, to the account of Thomas Hughes, Esquire, of 63 Upper Berkeley Street, Portman Square, who has kindly consented to act as treasurer to the association. Of a public meeting of street sellers. The association above described arose out of a meeting of costermongers and other street folk, which was held at my instance on the evening of the 12th of June last in the National Hall, Holborn. The meeting was announced as one of street sellers, street performers, and street labourers, but the costermongers were the great majority present. The admission was by ticket, and the tickets, which were of course gratuitous, were distributed by men familiar with all the classes invited to attend. These men found the tickets received by some of the street people with great distrust. Others could not be made to understand why anyone should trouble himself on their behoof. Others, again, cheerfully promised their attendance. Some accused the ticket distributors with having been bribed by the government or the police, though for what purpose was not stated. Some abused them heartily, and some offered to treat them. At least 1,000 persons were present at the meeting, of whom 731 presented their tickets. The others were admitted because they were known to the doorkeepers, and had either lost their tickets or had not had the opportunity to obtain them. The persons to whom cards of admission were given were invited to write their names and callings on the backs, and the cards so received gave the following result: costermongers 256, fish sellers 28, hucksters 23, lot sellers 18, street labourers 16, paper sellers and workers 13, toy sellers 11, ginger beer sellers 9, hardware sellers 9, general dealers 7, street musicians 5, street performers 5, cakes and pastry sellers, fried fish vendors and tinkers, each 4, turf vendors, street exhibitors, strolling players, cat's meat men, watercress sellers, stay lace and cotton sellers, each 3, board carriers, fruit sellers, street tradesmen, hawkers, street greengrocers, shellfish vendors, poulterers, mudlarks, wire workers, ballad singers, crockmen, and booksellers, each 2. The cards also gave 1 each of the following avocations: fly cage makers, fly paper sellers, grinders, tripe sellers, pattern printers, blind paper cutters, lace collar sellers, bird trainers, pen sellers, lucifer merchants, watch sellers, decorators, and playbill sellers. 260 cards were given in without being endorsed with any name or calling. My object in calling this meeting was to ascertain from the men themselves what were the grievances to which they considered themselves subjected, what were the peculiarities and what the privations of a street life. Catcalls and every description of discordant sound prevailed before the commencement of the proceedings, but there was also perfect good humour. Although it had been announced that all the speakers were to address the meeting from the platform, yet throughout the evening some man or other would occasionally essay to speak from the body of the hall. Some of those present expressed misgivings that the meeting was got up by the government or by Sir R. Peel, and that policemen in disguise were in attendance. The majority showed an ignorance of the usual forms observed at public meetings, though some manifested a thorough understanding of them. Nor was there much delicacy observed, but perhaps about as much as in some assemblages of a different character, in clambering down any prosy speaker. Many present were without coats, for it was a warm evening. Some were without waistcoats, many were in tatters. Hats and caps were in infinite varieties of shape and shade, while a few were well and even genteelly dressed. The well-dressed street sellers were nearly all young men, and one of these wore mustachios. After I had explained, amidst frequent questions and interruptions, the purpose for which I had summoned the meeting, and had assured the assembly that, to the best of my knowledge, no policemen were present, I invited free discussion. It was arranged that some one person should address the meeting as the representative of each particular occupation. An elderly man of small stature and lively, intelligent features stood up to speak on behalf of the paper workers, flying stationers, and standing patterers. He said that for 24 years he had been a penny showman, a street seller, and a patterer. He dwelt upon the difference of a street life when he was young and at the present time, the difference being between meals and no meals, and complained that, though he had been well educated, had friends in a respectable way of life, and had never been accused of any dishonesty, such was the moral brand of having been connected with a street life that it was never got rid of. He more than once alluded to this moral brand. The question was, he concluded, in what way were they to obtain an honest livelihood, so as to keep their wives and children decently, without being buffeted about like wild beasts in the open streets? This address was characterized by propriety in the delivery, and by the absence of any grammatical inaccuracy, or vulgarity of tone or expression. A costermonger, a quiet-looking man, tidily clad, said he was the son of a country auctioneer, now dead, and not having been brought up to any trade, he came to London to try his luck. His means were done before he could obtain employment, and he was in a state of starvation. At last he was obliged to apply to the parish. The guardians took him into the workhouse, and offered to pass him home, but as he could do no good there, he refused to go, whereupon, giving him a pound of bread, he was turned into the streets, and had nowhere to lay his head. In wandering down the New Cut, a costermonger questioned him, and then took him into his house and fed him. This man kept him for a year and a half. He showed him how to get a living in the street trade, and when he left, gave him 20 shillings to start with. With this sum he got a good living directly, and he could do so now, were it not for the police, whose conduct, he stated, was sometimes very tyrannical. He had been dragged to the station house for standing to serve customers, though he obstructed nobody. The policeman, however, called it an obstruction, and he, the speaker, was fined 2 shillings and 6pence, whereupon, because he had not the half-crown, his barrow and all it contained were taken from him, and he had heard nothing of them since. This almost broke him down. There was no redress for these things, and he thought they ought to be looked into. This man spoke with considerable energy, and when he had concluded, many costermongers shouted at the top of their voices that they could substantiate every word of what he had said. A young man of superior appearance said he was the son of a gentleman who had held a commission as lieutenant in the 20th Foot and as captain in the 34th Infantry, and afterwards became sub-director of the Bute Docks, in which situation he died, leaving no property. He, the speaker, was a classical scholar, but having no trade, he was compelled, after his father's death, to come to London in search of employment, thinking that his pen and his school acquirements would secure it, but in this expectation he was disappointed, though for a short period he was earning 2 guineas a week in copying documents for the House of Commons. That time was past, and he was a street patterer now through sheer necessity. He could say from experience that the earnings of that class were no more than from 8s. to 10s. a week. He then declaimed at some length against the interference of the police with the patterers, considering it harsh and unnecessary. After some noisy and not very relevant discussion concerning the true amount of a street patterer's earnings, a clergyman of the established church, now selling stenographic cards in the street, addressed the meeting. He observed that in every promiscuous assembly there would always be somebody who might be called unfortunate. Of this number he was one, for when upon the 5th of September 1831 he preached a funeral sermon before a fashionable congregation upon Mr. Huskisson's death by a railway accident, he little thought he should ever be bound over in his own recognizances in £10 for obstructing the metropolitan thoroughfares. He was a native of Hackney, but in early life he went to Scotland, and upon the 24th of June 1832 he obtained the presentation to a small extra-parochial chapel in that country, upon the presentation of the Reverend Dr. Bell. His people embraced Irvingism, and he was obliged to leave, and in January 1837 he came to the metropolis. His history since that period he need not state. His occupation was well known, and he could confirm what had been stated with regard to the police. The Police Act provided that all persons selling goods in the streets were to keep 5 feet off the pavement, the street not being a market. He had always kept with his wares and his cards beyond the prohibited distance of 5 feet, and for 6 years and a half he had sold his cards without molesting or being molested. After some severe observations upon the police, he narrated several events in his personal history to account for his present condition, which he attributed to misfortune and the injustice of society. In the course of these explanations he gave an illustration of his classical acquirements, in having detected a grammatical error in a Latin inscription upon the plate of a foundation stone for a new church in Westminster. He wrote to the incumbent, pointing out the error, and the incumbent asked the beadle who he was. "Oh," said the beadle, "he is a fellow who gets his living in the streets." This was enough. He got no answer to his letter, though he knew the incumbent and his 4 curates, and had attended his church for 7 years. After dwelling on the sufferings of those whose living was gained in the streets, he said that if persons wished really to know anything of the character or habits of life of the very poor, of whom he was one, the knowledge could only be had from a personal survey of their condition in their own homes. He ended by expressing his hope that by better treatment and an earnest attention, moral, social, and religious, to their condition, the poor of the streets might be gathered to the church and to God. A wandering musician in a Highland garb, worn and dirty, complained at some length of the way in which he was treated by the police. A hale-looking man, a costermonger of middle age, who said he had a wife and 4 children dependent upon him, then spoke. It was a positive fact, he said, notwithstanding their poverty, their hardships, and even their degradation in the eyes of some, that the first markets in London were mainly supported by costermongers. What would the Duke of Bedford's market in Covent Garden be without them? This question elicited loud applause. Several other persons followed with statements of a similar character, which were listened to with interest, but from their general sameness it is not necessary to repeat them here. After occupying nearly 4 hours, the proceedings were brought to a close by a vote of thanks, and the street sellers, performers, and labourers separated in a most orderly manner. End of section 17. Section 18 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 18. Of the Street Irish. The Irish street sellers are both a numerous and peculiar class of people. It therefore behoves me, for the due completeness of this work, to say a few words upon their numbers, earnings, conditions, and mode of life. The number of Irish street sellers in the metropolis has increased greatly of late years. One gentleman, who had every means of being well informed, considered that it was not too much to conclude that within these 5 years the numbers of the poor Irish people who gain a scanty maintenance, or what is rather a substitute for a maintenance, by trading or begging, or by carrying on the two avocations simultaneously in the streets of London, had been doubled in number. I found among the English costermongers a general dislike of the Irish. In fact, next to a policeman, a genuine London costermonger hates an Irishman, considering him an intruder. Whether there be any traditional or hereditary ill feeling between them, originating from a clannish feeling, I cannot ascertain. The costermongers whom I questioned had no knowledge of the feelings or prejudices of their predecessors, but I am inclined to believe that the prejudice is modern, and has originated in the great influx of Irish men and women intermixing, more especially during the last 5 years, with the costermonger's business. An Irish costermonger, however, is no novelty in the streets of London. From the mention of the costermonger, says Mr. Charles Knight, in the old dramatists, he appears to have been frequently an Irishman. Of the Irish street sellers at present, it is computed that there are, including men, women, and children, upwards of 10,000. Assuming the street sellers attending the London fish and green markets to be, with their families, 30,000 in number, and 7 in every 20 of these to be Irish, we shall have rather more than the total above given. Of this large body, 3/4 sell only fruit, and more especially nuts and oranges. Indeed, the orange season is called the Irishman's harvest. The others deal in fish, fruit, and vegetables, but these are principally men. Some of the most wretched of the street Irish deal in such trifles as lucifer matches, watercresses, and so on. I am informed that the great mass of these people have been connected in some capacity or other with the culture of the land in Ireland. The mechanics who have sought the metropolis from the sister kingdom have become mixed with their respective handicrafts in England, some of the Irish, though only a few, taking rank with the English skilled labourers. The greater part of the Irish artisans who have arrived within the last 5 years are to be found among the most degraded of the tailors and shoemakers who work at the East End for the slop masters. A large class of the Irish who were agricultural labourers in their country are to be found among the men working for bricklayers, as well as among the dock labourers and excavators and so on. Wood chopping is an occupation greatly resorted to by the Irish in London. Many of the Irish, however, who are not regularly employed in their respective callings, resort to the streets when they cannot obtain work otherwise. The Irish women and girls who sell fruit and so on in the streets depend almost entirely on that mode of traffic for their subsistence. They are a class not sufficiently taught to avail themselves of the ordinary resources of women in the humbler walk of life. Unskilled at their needles, working for slop employers, even at the commonest shirt-making, is impossible to them. Their ignorance of household work, moreover, for such description of work is unknown in their wretched cabins in many parts of Ireland, incapacitates them in a great measure for such employments as charring, washing, and ironing, as well as from regular domestic employment. Thus there seems to remain to them but one thing to do, as indeed was said to me by one of themselves, namely,
to sell for a halfpenny the 3 apples which cost a farthing.
Very few of these women, nor indeed of the men, though rather more of them than the women, can read, and they are mostly all wretchedly poor. But the women present 2 characteristics which distinguish them from the London coster women generally. They are chaste, and unlike the coster girls, very seldom form any connection without the sanction of the marriage ceremony. They are, moreover, attentive to religious observances. The majority of the Irish street sellers of both sexes beg, and often very eloquently, as they carry on their trade, and I was further assured that, but for this begging, some of them might starve outright. The greater proportion of the Irish street sellers are from Leinster and Munster, and a considerable number come from Connaught. Of the causes which have made the Irish turn costermongers. Notwithstanding the prejudices of the English costers, I am of the opinion that the Irish men and women who have become costermongers belong to a better class than the Irish labourers. The Irishman may readily adapt himself, in a strange place, to labour, though not to trade. But these costers are, or the majority at least are, poor persevering traders enough. The most intelligent and prosperous of the street Irish are those who have risen, for so I have heard it expressed, into regular costers. The untaught Irishman's capabilities, as I have before remarked, with all his powers of speech and quickness of apprehension, are far less fitted for buying in the cheapest market and selling in the dearest than for mere physical employment. Hence those who take to street trading for a living seldom prosper in it, and 3/4 of the street Irish confine their dealings to such articles as are easy of sale, like apples, nuts, or oranges, for they are rarely masters of purchasing to advantage, and seem to know little about tale or measure, beyond the most familiar quantities. Compared with an acute costermonger, the mere apple seller is but as the labourer to the artisan. One of the principal causes why the Irish costermongers have increased so extensively of late years is to be found in the fact that the labouring classes, and of them chiefly the class employed in the culture of land, have been driven over from the sister isle more thickly for the last 4 or 5 years than formerly. Several circumstances have conspired to effect this. First, they were driven over by the famine, when they could not procure, or began to fear that soon they could not procure, food to eat. Secondly, they were forced to take refuge in this country by the evictions, when their landlords had left them no roof to shelter them in their own. Note the shifts, the devices, the plans to which numbers of these poor creatures had recourse to raise the means of quitting Ireland for England, or for anywhere, will present a very remarkable chapter at some future period. End note. Thirdly, though the better class of small farmers who have emigrated from Ireland in hopes of bettering themselves have mostly sought the shores of North America, still some who have reached this country have at last settled into street sellers. And fourthly, many who have come over here only for the harvest have been either induced or compelled to stay. Another main cause is that the Irish, as labourers, can seldom obtain work all the year through, and thus the ranks of the Irish street sellers are recruited every winter by the slackness of certain periodic trades in which they are largely employed, such as hodmen, dockwork, excavating, and the like. They are therefore driven by want of employment to the winter sale of oranges and nuts. These circumstances have a doubly malefic effect, as the increase of costers accrues in the winter months, and there are consequently the most sellers when there are the fewest buyers. Moreover, the cessation of work in the construction of railways compared with the abundance of employment which attracted so many to this country during the railway mania, has been another fertile cause of there being so many Irish in the London streets. The prevalence of Irish women and children among street sellers is easily accounted for. They are, as I have said before, unable to do anything else to eke out the means of their husbands or parents. A needle is as useless in their fingers as a pen. Bitterly as many of these people suffer in this country, grievous and often eloquent as are their statements, I met with none who did not manifest repugnance at the suggestion of a return to Ireland. If asked why they objected to return, the response was usually in the form of a question. "Sure then, sir, and what good could I do there?" Neither can I say that I heard any of these people express any love for their country, though they often spoke with great affection of their friends. From an Irish costermonger, a middle-aged man with a physiognomy best known as Irish, and dressed in corduroy trousers, with a loose greatcoat, far too big for him, buttoned about him, I had the following statement. "I had a bit of land, your honour, in County Limerick. Well, it wasn't just a farm, nor what you would call a garden here, but my father lived and died on it, glory be to God, and brought up me and my sister on it. It was about an acre, and the taties was well known to be good, but the sore times came, and the taties was afflicted, and the wife and me, I have no childer, hadn't a bite nor a sup, but water to live on, and an egg or two. I felt the famine a-coming. I saw people a-feeding on the wild green things, and as I had not such a bad take, I got Mr. Blank, note, he was the headmaster's agent, end note, to give me 28 shillings for position in quietness, and I sold some poultry I had. Their eggs was a blessing to keep the life in us. I sold them in Limerick for 3 shillings and threepence, the poor things, 4 of them. The furniture I sold to the neighbours for somehow about 6 shillings. It's the truth I'm a telling of you, sir, and there's 2 shillings owing of it still, and will be a perpetual loss. The wife and me walked to Dublin, though we had better have gone by the long way, but I didn't understand it then, and we got to Liverpool. Then sorrows the taste of work could I get. Beant once 3 shillings for 2 days' hurried porthering, that broke my back half in two. I was told I'd do better in London, and so, glory be to God, I have. Perhaps I have. I knew Mr. Blank. He porthers at Covent Garden, and I made him out and helped him in any long distance of a job. As I'd been used to farming, I thought it good raison I should be a costermonger, as they call it here. I can read and write too, and some good Christian. The heavens light him to glory when he's gone. I don't know who he was, advanced me 10 shillings, or he gave it to me, so to speak, through Father Blank, note, a Roman Catholic priest, end note. We carn what keeps the life in us. I don't go to market, but buy of a fair dealing man, so I count him, though he's hard sometimes. I can't tell how many Irishmen is in the trade. There's many has been brought down to it by the famine and the changes. I don't go much among the English street dealers. They talk like heathens. I never miss Mass on a Sunday, and they don't know what the blessed Mass means. I'm almost glad I have no childer, to see how they're reared here. Indeed, sir, they're not reared at all. They run wild. They haven't the fear of God or the saints. They'd hang a priest. Glory be to God, they would. How the street Irish displanted the street Jews in the orange trade. The Jews in the streets, while acting as costermongers, never worked a barrow, nor dealt in the more ponderous and least profitable articles of the trade, such as turnips and cabbages. They, however, had at one period the chief possession of a portion of the trade which the regular hands do not consider proper costermongering, and which is now chiefly confined to the Irish, namely, orange selling. The trade was, not many years ago, confined almost entirely to the Jew boys, who kept aloof from the vagrant lads of the streets, or mixed with them only in the cheap theatres and concert rooms. A person who had had great experience at what was till recently one of the greatest coaching inns told me that, speaking within his own recollection and from his own observation, he thought the sale of oranges was not so much in the hands of the Jew lads until about 40 years back. The orange monopoly, so to speak, was established by the street Jews about 1810, or 3 or 4 years previous to that date, when recruiting and local soldiering were at their height, and when a great number of the vagabond or roving population, who in one capacity or other now throng the streets, were induced to enlist. The young Jews never entered the ranks of the army. The streets were thus in a measure cleared for them, and the itinerant orange trade fell almost entirely into their hands. Some of the young Jews gained, I am assured, at least £100 a year in this traffic. The numbers of country people who hastened to London on the occasion of the Allied Sovereign's visit in 1814, many wealthy persons then seeing the capital for the first time, afforded an excellent market to these dealers. Moreover, the perseverance of the Jew orange boys was not to be overcome. They would follow a man who even looked encouragingly at their wares for a mile or two. The great resort of these Jew dealers, who eschewed night work generally, and left the theatre doors to old men and women of all ages, was at the coaching inns, for year by year, after the peace of 1815, the improvement of the roads and the consequent increase of travellers to London progressed. About 1825, as nearly as my informant could recollect, these keen young traders began to add the sale of other goods to their oranges, pressing them upon the notice of those who were leaving or visiting London by the different coaches. So much was this the case, that it was a common remark at that time that no one could reach or leave the metropolis, even for the shortest journey, without being expected to be in urgent want of oranges and lemons, black-lead pencils, sticks of sealing-wax, many-bladed penknives, pocket-combs, razors, strops, braces, and sponges. To pursue the sale of the last-mentioned articles, they being found, I presume, to be more profitable, some of the street Jews began to abandon the sale of oranges and lemons, and it was upon this that the trade was taken up by the wives and children of the Irish bricklayers' labourers, and of other Irish workpeople then resident in London. The numbers of Irish in the metropolis at that time began to increase rapidly, for 20 years ago they resorted numerously to England to gather in the harvest, and those who had been employed in contiguous counties during the autumn made for London in the winter. "I can't say they were well off, sir," said one man to me, "but they liked bread and herrings, or bread and tea, better than potatoes without bread at home." From 1836 to 1840, I was informed, the Irish gradually superseded the Jews in the fruit traffic about the coaching houses. One reason for this was that they were far more eloquent, begging pathetically and with many benedictions on their listeners. The Jews never begged, I was told. They were merely traders. Another reason was that Irish men or lads who had entered into the fruit trade in the coach yards would not only sell and beg, but were ready to lend a hand to any overburthened coach porter. This the Jews never did, and in that way the people of the yard came to encourage the Irish to the prejudice of the Jews. At present I understand that, with the exception of one or two in the city, no Jews vend oranges in the streets, and that the trade is almost entirely in the hands of the Irish. Another reason why the Irish could supersede and even undersell the Jews and regular costermongers was this. As I am informed on excellent authority, Father Mayhew, a dozen years back, made temperance societies popular in Ireland. Many of the itinerant Irish, especially the younger classes, were temperance men. Thus the Irish could live as sparely as the Jew, but they did not, like him, squander any money for the evening's amusement, at the concert or the theatre. I inquired what might be the number of the Jews plying, so to speak, at the coaching inns, and was assured that it was less numerous than was generally imagined. One man computed it at 300 individuals, all under 21, another at only 200. Perhaps the mean, or 250, might be about the mark. The number was naturally considered greater, I was told, because the same set of street traders were seen over and over again. The Jews knew when the coaches were to arrive and when they started, and they would hurry, after availing themselves of a departure from one inn, the Belle Sauvage, Ludgate Hill, for instance, to take advantage of an arrival at another, say the Saracen's Head, Snow Hill. Thus they appeared everywhere, but were the same individuals. I inquired to what calling the youthful Jews, thus driven from their partially monopolised street commerce, had devoted themselves, and was told that even when the orange and hawking trade was at the best, the Jews rarely carried it on after they were 22 or 23, but that they then resorted to some more wholesale calling, such as the purchase of nuts or foreign grapes at public sales. At present, I am informed, they are more thickly than ever engaged in these trades, as well as in two new avocations that have been established within these few years, the sale of the Bahama pineapples and of the Spanish and Portuguese onions. About the Royal Exchange, Jew boys still hawk pencils, etc., but the number engaged in this pursuit throughout London is not, so far as I can ascertain, above 1/8, if an eighth, of what it was even 12 years ago. Of the religion of the street Irish. Having now given a brief sketch as to how the Irish people have come to form so large a proportion of the London street sellers, I shall proceed, as I did with the English costermongers, to furnish the reader with a short account of their religious, moral, intellectual, and physical condition, so that he may be able to contrast the habits and circumstances of the one class with those of the other. First, of the religion of the Irish street folk. Almost all the street Irish are Roman Catholics. Of course, I can but speak generally, but during my inquiry I met with only two who said they were Protestants, and when I came to converse with them, I found out that they were partly ignorant of and partly indifferent to any religion whatever. An Irish Protestant gentleman said to me, "You may depend upon it, if ever you meet any of my poor countrymen who will not talk to you about religion, they either know or care nothing about it, for the religious spirit runs high in Ireland, and Protestants and Catholics are easily led to converse about their faith." I found that some of the Irish Roman Catholics, but they had been for many years resident in England, and that among the poorest or vagrant class of the English, had become indifferent to their creed, and did not attend their chapels unless at the great fasts or festivals, and this they did only occasionally. One old stall-keeper, who had been in London nearly 30 years, said to me, God knows, sir, I ought to attend Mass every Sunday, but I haven't for a many years, barring Christmas Day and such times, but I'll try and go more regular, please God." This man seemed to resent, as a sort of indignity, my question if he ever attended any other place of worship. "Of course not," was the reply. One Irishman, also a fruit seller, with a well-stocked barrow, and without the complaint of poverty common among his class, entered keenly into the subject of his religious faith when I introduced it. He was born in Ireland, but had been in England since he was 5 or 6. He was a good-looking, fresh-coloured man, of 30 or upwards, and could read and write well. He spoke without bitterness, though zealously enough. "Perhaps, sir, you're a gentleman connected with the Protestant clergy?" he asked, "or a missionary?" On my stating that I had no claim to either character, he resumed, "Well, sir, it don't matter. All the world may know my religion, and I wish all the world was of my religion, and better men in it than I am. I do indeed. I'm a Roman Catholic, sir." Note, here he made the sign of the cross. End note. God be praised for it.
Oh, yes, I know all about Cardinal Wiseman. It's the will of God, I feel sure, that he's to be established here, and it's no use rebelling against that. I've nothing to say against Protestants. I've heard it said it's best to pray for them. The street people that call themselves Protestants are no religion at all at all. I serve Protestant gentlemen and ladies too, and sometimes they talk to me kindly about religion. They're good customers, and I have no doubt good people. I can't say what their lot may be in another world for not being of the true faith. No, sir, I'll give no opinions, none. This man gave me a clear account of his belief that the Blessed Virgin, he crossed himself repeatedly as he spoke, was the mother of our Lord Jesus Christ, and was a mediator with our Lord, who was God of heaven and earth, of the duty of praying to the holy saints, of attending Mass. Note, but the priest, he said, won't exact too much of a poor man, either about that or about fasting. End note. Of going to confession at Easter and Christmas times at the least, of receiving the body of Christ, the real presence in the Holy Sacrament, of keeping all God's commandments, of purgatory being a purgation of sins, and of heaven and hell. I found the majority of those I spoke with at least as earnest in their faith, if they were not as well instructed in it as my informant, who may be cited as an example of the better class of street sellers. Another Irishman, who may be taken as a type of the less informed, and who had been between 2 and 3 years in England, having been disappointed in emigrating to America with his wife and 2 children, gave me the following account, but not without considering and hesitating. He was a very melancholy-looking man, tall and spare, and decently clad. He and his family were living upon 8d. a day, which he earned by sweeping a crossing. He had been prevented by ill health from earning £2, which he could have made, he told me, in harvest time, as a store against winter. He had been a street seller, and so had his wife, and she would be so again as soon as he could raise 2 shillings to buy her a stock of apples. He said, touching his hat at each holy name, "Sure, yes, sir, I'm a Roman Catholic, and go to Mass every Sunday." "Jesus Christ?" "Oh, yes." Note, hesitating, but proceeding readily after a word of prompting. End note. "He is the Lord our Saviour, and the Son of the Holy Virgin." "The blessed saints?" "Yes, sir, yes. The priest prays for them." I mean prays to them." "Oh, yes, I pray to them myself, every night, for a blessing, and to rise me out of my misery." "No, sir, I can't say I know what the Mass is about. I don't know what I'm praying for then, only that it's right. A poor man that can neither read nor write. I wish I could, and I might do better. Can't understand it. It's all in Latin." "I've heard about Cardinal Wiseman. It'll do us no good, sir. It'll only set people more against us. But it ain't poor men's fault." As I was anxious to witness the religious zeal that characterizes these people, I obtained permission to follow one of the priests as he made his rounds among his flock. Everywhere the people ran out to meet him. He had just returned to them, I found, and the news spread round, and women crowded to their doorsteps, and came creeping up from the cellars through the trap-doors, merely to curtsy to him. One old crone, as he passed, cried, "You're a good father, heaven comfort you," and the boys playing about stood still to watch him. A lad, in a man's tailcoat and a shirt-collar that nearly covered in his head, like the paper round a bouquet, was fortunate enough to be noticed, and his eyes sparkled as he touched his hair at each word he spoke in answer. At a conversation that took place between the priest and a woman who kept a dry fish stall, the dame excused herself for not having been up to take tea with his reverence's mother lately, for trade had been so busy, and night was the fullest time. Even as the priest walked along the street, boys running at full speed would pull up to touch their hair, and the stall women would rise from their baskets, while all noise, even a quarrel, ceased until he had passed by. Still, there was no look of fear in the people. He called them all by their names, and asked after their families, and once or twice the father
was taken aside and held by the button, while some point that required his advice was whispered in his ear. The religious fervour of the people whom I saw was intense. At one house that I entered, the woman set me marvelling at the strength of her zeal, by showing me how she contrived to have in her sitting-room a sanctuary to pray before every night and morning, and even in the day, when she felt weary and lonesome. The room was rudely enough furnished, and the only decent table was covered with a new piece of varnished cloth. Still, before a rude print of our Saviour there were placed 2 old plated candlesticks, pink, with the copper shining through, and here it was that she told her beads. In her bedroom, too, was a coloured engraving of the Blessed Lady, which she never passed without curtsying to. Of course, I detail these matters as mere facts, without desiring to offer any opinion here, either as to the benefit or otherwise of the creed in question. As I had shown how the English costermonger neither had nor knew any religion whatever, it became my duty to give the reader a view of the religion of the Irish street sellers. In order to be able to do so as truthfully as possible, I placed myself in communication with those parties who were in a position to give me the best information on the subject. The result is given above in all the simplicity and impartiality of history. Of the education, literature, amusements, and politics of the street Irish. These several heads have often required from me lengthened notices, but as regards the class I am now describing, they may be dismissed briefly enough. The majority of the street Irish whom I saw were unable to read, but I found those who had no knowledge of reading, and the same remark applies to the English street sellers as well, regret their inability, and say, "I wish I could read, sir. I'd be better off now." On the other hand, those who had a knowledge of reading and writing said frequently enough, "Why, yes, sir, I can read and write, but it's been no good to me," as if they had been disappointed in their expectations as to the benefits attendant upon scholarship. I am inclined to think, however, that a greater anxiety exists among the poor generally to have some schooling provided for their children than was the case a few years back. One Irishman attributed this to the increased number of Roman Catholic schools. "For the more schools there are," he said, "the more people think about schooling their children." The literature or reading of the street Irish is, I believe, confined to Roman Catholic books, such as the Lives of the Saints, published in a cheap form. One, and only one, I found with the Nation newspaper. The very poor have no leisure to read. During 3 days spent in visiting the slop workers at the east end of the town, not so much as the fragment of a leaf of a book was seen. The amusements of the street Irish are not those of the English costermongers, though there are exceptions, of course, to the remark. The Irish fathers and mothers do not allow their daughters, even when they possess the means, to resort to the penny gaffs or to the twopenny hops unaccompanied by them. Some of the men frequent the beer shops and are inveterate drinkers, and smokers too. I did not hear of any amusements popular among or much resorted to by the Irish men, except dancing parties at one another's houses, where they jig and reel furiously. They frequent raffles also, but the article is often never thrown for, and the evening is spent in dancing. I may here observe, in reference to the statement that Irish parents will not expose their daughters to the risk of what they consider corrupt influences, that when a young Irish woman does break through the pale of chastity, she often becomes, as I was assured, one of the most violent and depraved of perhaps the most depraved class. Of politics, I think, the street Irish understand nothing, and my own observations in this respect were confirmed by a remark made to me by an Irish gentleman. Their politics are either a dead letter or the politics of their priests. The homes of the street Irish. In almost all of the poorer districts of London are to be found nests of Irish, as they are called, or courts inhabited solely by the Irish costermongers. These people form separate colonies, rarely visiting or mingling with the English costers. It is curious, on walking through one of these settlements, to notice the manner in which the Irish deal among themselves, street seller buying of street seller. Even in some of the smallest courts there may be seen stalls of vegetables, dried herrings, or salt cod, thriving on the associative principle by mutual support. The parts of London that are the most thickly populated with Irish lie about Brook Street, Ratcliffe Cross, down both sides of the Commercial Road, and in Rosemary Lane, though nearly all the coster districts cited at page 47 have their Irish settlements. Cromer Street, Saffron Hill and King Street, Drury Lane, for instance, being thickly peopled with the Irish. But the places I have mentioned above are peculiarly distinguished by being almost entirely peopled by visitors from the sister isle. The same system of immigration is pursued in London as in America. As soon as the first settler is thriving in his newly chosen country, a certain portion of his or her earnings are carefully hoarded up until they are sufficient to pay for the removal of another member of the family to England. Then one of the friends left at home is sent for, and thus by degrees the entire family is got over and once more united. Perhaps there is no quarter of London where the habits and habitations of the Irish can be better seen and studied than in Rosemary Lane, and the little courts and alleys that spring from it on each side. Some of these courts have other courts branching off from them, so that the locality is a perfect labyrinth of blind alleys, and when once in the heart of the maze, it is difficult to find the path that leads to the main road. As you walk down the lane and peep through the narrow openings between the houses, the place seems like a huge peep show, with dark holes of gateways to look through, while the court within appears bright with the daylight, and down it are seen rough-headed urchins running with their feet bare through the puddles, and bonnetless girls huddled in shawls, lolling against the door-posts. Sometimes you see a long narrow alley, with the houses so close together that opposite neighbours are talking from their windows, while the ropes stretched zigzag from wall to wall afford just room enough to dry a blanket or a couple of shirts that swell out dropsically in the wind. I visited one of the paved yards round which the Irish live, and found that it had been turned into a complete drying ground, with shirts, gowns, and petticoats of every description and colour. The buildings at the end were completely hidden by the things, and the air felt damp and chilly, and smelt of soapsuds. The gutter was filled with dirty grey water emptied from the wash-tubs, and on the top were the thick bubbles, floating about under the breath of the boys playing at boats with them. It is the custom with the inhabitants of these courts and alleys to assemble at the entrance with their baskets, and chat and smoke away the morning. Every court entrance has its little group of girls and women lolling listlessly against the sides, with their heads uncovered and their luxuriant hair fuzzy as oakum. It is peculiar with the Irish women that, after having been accustomed to their hoods, they seldom wear bonnets, unless on a long journey. Nearly all of them, too, have a thick plaid shawl, which they keep on all the day through, with their hands covered under it. At the mouth of the only thoroughfare deserving of the name of street, for a cart could just go through it, were congregated about 30 men and women, who rented rooms in the houses on each side of the road. 6 women, with baskets of dried herrings, were crouching in a line on the curbstone, with the fish before them. Their legs were drawn up so closely to their bodies that the shawl covered the entire figure, and they looked very like the podgy tombolas sold by the Italian boys. As all their wares were alike, it was puzzling work to imagine how, without the strongest opposition, they could each obtain a living. The men were dressed in long-tail coats, with 1 or 2 brass buttons. One old dame, with a face wrinkled like a dried plum, had her cloak placed over her head like a hood, and the grizzly hair hung down in matted hanks about her face, her black eyes shining between the locks like those of a Skye terrier. Beside her was another old woman smoking a pipe so short that her nose reached over the bowl. After looking at the low foreheads and long bulging upper lips of some of the group, it was pleasant to gaze upon the pretty faces of the one or two girls that lolled against the wall, their black hair smoothed with grease and shining almost as if japanned, and their large grey eyes with the thick dark fringe of lash seemed out of place among the hard features of their companions. It was only by looking at the short petticoats and large feet you could assure yourself that they belonged to the same class. In all the houses that I entered were traces of household care and neatness that I had little expected to have seen. The cupboard fastened in the corner of the room and stocked with mugs and cups, the mantelpiece with its images, and the walls covered with showy coloured prints of saints and martyrs, gave an air of comfort that strangely disagreed with the reports of the cabins in Old Ireland. As the doors to the houses were nearly all of them kept open, I could, even whilst walking along, gain some notion of the furniture of the homes. In one house that I visited, there was a family of 5 persons living on the ground floor and occupying 2 rooms. The boards were strewn with red sand, and the front apartment had 3 beds in it, with the printed curtains drawn closely round. In a dark room at the back lived the family itself. It was fitted up as a parlour, and crowded to excess with chairs and tables, the very staircase having pictures fastened against the wooden partition. The fire, although it was midday and a warm autumn morning, served as much for light as for heat, and round it crouched the mother, children, and visitors, bending over the flame as if in the severest winter time. In a room above this were a man and a woman lately arrived in England. The woman sat huddled up in a corner, smoking, with the husband standing over her in what appeared at first a menacing attitude. I was informed, however, that they were only planning for the future. This room was perfectly empty of furniture, and the once whitewashed walls were black, excepting the little square patches which showed where the pictures of the former tenants had hung. In another room I found a home so small and full of furniture that it was almost a curiosity for domestic management. The bed, with its chintz curtains looped up, filled one end of the apartment, but the mattress of it served as a long bench for the visitors to sit on. The table was so large that it divided the room in 2, and if there was one picture, there must have been 30, all of holy men, with yellow glories round their heads. The window ledge was dressed out with crockery, and in a tumbler were placed the beads. The old dame herself was as curious as her room. Her shawl was fastened over her large frilled cap. She had a little button of a nose, with the nostrils entering her face like bullet holes. She wore over her gown an old pilot coat, well stained with fish slime, and her petticoats being short, she had very much the appearance of a Dutch fisherman or stage smuggler. Her story was affecting, made more so, perhaps, by the emotional manner in which she related it. 9 years ago, the father of the district, the blessed lady guard him, had found her late at night, rolling in the gutter, and the boys pelting her with orange peel and mud. She was drunk. The Lord passed her by. And when she came to, she found herself in the chapel, lying before the sanctuary, under the shadow of the Holy Cross. Watching over her was the good Father, trying to bring back her consciousness. He spoke to her of her wickedness, and before she left, she took the pledge of temperance. From that time she prospered, and the 1 shilling and 6pence the Father gave her had God's blessing in it, for she became the best dressed woman in the court, and in less than 3 years had £15 in the savings bank. The Father, heaven cherish him, keeping her book for her, as he did for other poor people. She also joined the Association of the Blessed Lady, and bought herself the dress of the order, a beautiful green velvet,
which she had now, and which same cost her 30 shillings.
And then she was secure against want in old age and sickness. But after 9 years' prudence and comfort, a brother of hers returned home from the army with a pension of 1 shilling a day. He was wild, and persuaded her to break her pledge, and in a short time he got all her savings from her, and spent every penny. She could not shake him off, for
he was the only kin she had on earth, and she must love her own flesh and bones.
Then began her misery.
It pleased God to visit her old limbs with aches and troubles, and her hips swole with the cold,
so that she was at last forced into a hospital, and all that was left of her store was
eaten up by sufferings.
This, she assured me, all came about by the
good fathers
leaving that parish for another one. But now he had returned to them again, and with his help and God's blessing, she would yet prosper once more. While I was in the room, the father entered, and old Nora, half divided between joy at seeing him and shame at
being again a beggar,
laughed and wept at the same time. She stood wiping her eyes with the shawl, and groaning out blessings on
his reverence's head,
begging of him not
to scold her, for she was a weak woman.
The renegade brother was had in to receive a lecture from
his reverence.
A more sottish, idiotic face it would be difficult to imagine. He stood with his hands hanging down like the paws of a dog, begging, and his 2 small eyes stared in the face of the priest as he censured him, without the least expression even of consciousness. Old Nora stood by, groaning like a bagpipe, and writhing while the father spoke to her
own brother,
as though every reproach were meant for her. The one thing that struck me during my visit to this neighbourhood was the apparent listlessness and lazy appearance of the people. The boys at play were the only beings who seemed to have any life in their actions. The women, in their plaid shawls, strolled along the pavements, stopping each friend for a chat, or joining some circle, and leaning against the wall as though utterly deficient in energy. The men smoked, with their hands in their pockets, listening to the old crones talking, and only now and then grunting out a reply when a question was directly put to them. And yet it is curious that these people, who here seemed as inactive as negroes, will perform the severest bodily labour, undertaking tasks that the English are almost unfitted for. To complete this account, I subjoin a brief description of the lodging-houses resorted to by the Irish immigrants on their arrival in this country. End of section 18. Section 19 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 19. Irish Lodging Houses for Immigrants. Often an Irish immigrant, whose object is to settle in London, arrives by the Cork steamer without knowing a single friend to whom he can apply for house room or assistance of any kind. Sometimes a whole family is landed late at night, worn out by sickness and the terrible fatigues of a 3 days' deck passage, almost paralysed by exhaustion, and scarcely able to speak English enough to inquire for shelter till morning. If the immigrants, however, are bound for America, their lot is very different. Then they are consigned to some agent in London, who is always on the wharf at the time the steamer arrives, and takes the strangers to the homes he has prepared for them, until the New York packet starts. During the 2 or 3 days necessary stay in London, they are provided for at the agent's expense, and no trouble is experienced by the travellers. A large provision merchant in the city told me that he often, during the season, has as many as 500 Irish consigned to him by one vessel, so that to lead them to their lodgings was like walking at the head of a regiment of recruits. The necessities of the immigrants in London have caused several of their countrymen to open lodging-houses in the courts about Rosemary Lane. These men attend the coming in of the Cork steamer, and seek for customers among the poorest of the poor, after the manner of touters to a seaside hotel. The immigrants' houses are of two kinds, clean and dirty. The better class of Irish lodging-houses almost startle one by the comfort and cleanliness of the rooms, for after the descriptions you hear of the state in which the deck passengers are landed from the Irish boats, their clothes stained with the manure of the pigs and drenched with the spray, you somehow expect to find all the accommodations disgusting and unwholesome. But one in particular that I visited had the floor clean and sprinkled with red sand, while the windows were sound, bright, and transparent. The hobs of the large fireplace were piled up with bright tin pots, and the chimney-piece was white and red with the china images ranged upon it. In one corner of the principal apartment there stood 2 or 3 boxes still corded up, and with bundles strung to the sides, and against the wall was hung a bunch of blue cloaks, such as the Irish women wear. The proprietor of the house, who was dressed in a grey tailcoat and knee-breeches, that had somewhat the effect of a footman's livery, told me that he had received 7 lodgers the day before, but 6 were men, and they were all out seeking for work. In front of the fire sat a woman bending over it so close that the bright cotton gown she had on smelt of scorching. Her feet were bare, and she held the soles of them near to the bars, curling her toes about with the heat. She was a short, thick-set woman, with a pair of wonderfully muscular arms crossed over her bosom, and her loose, rusty hair streaming over her neck. It was in vain that I spoke to her about her journey, for she wouldn't answer me, but kept her round, open eyes fixed on my face, with a wild, nervous look, following me about with them everywhere. Across the room hung a line with the newly washed and well-patched clothes of the immigrants hanging to it. On a side table were the 6 yellow basins that had been used for the men's breakfasts. During my visit, the neighbours, having observed a strange gentleman enter, came pouring in, each proffering some new bit of news about their newly arrived countryman. I was nearly stunned by 6 voices speaking together, and telling me how the poor people had been 4 days at sea, so that they were glad to get near the pigs for warmth, and instructing me as to the best manner of laying out the sum of money that it was supposed I was about to shower down upon the immigrants. In one of the worst class of lodging-houses I found 10 human beings living together in a small room. The apartment was entirely devoid of all furniture, excepting an old mattress rolled up against the wall, and a dirty piece of cloth hung across one corner to screen the women whilst dressing. An old man, the father of 5 out of the 10, was seated on a tea-chest, mending shoes, and the other men were looking on with their hands in their pockets. 2 girls and a woman were huddled together on the floor in front of the fire, talking in Irish. All these people seemed to be utterly devoid of energy, and the men moved about so lazily that I couldn't help asking some of them if they had tried to obtain work. Every one turned to a good-looking young fellow lolling against the wall, as if they expected him to answer for them.
"Ah, sure, and that they have," was the reply. "It's the docks they have tried, worse luck."
The others appeared struck with the truthfulness of the answer, for they all shook their heads and said,
"Sure, and that's truth anyhow."
Here my Irish guide ventured an observation by remarking solemnly,
"It's no use telling a lie,"
to which the whole room assented by exclaiming altogether,
"Through for you, Nora."
The chosen spokesman then told me
they paid £0.50 a week for the room, and that was as much as they could earn, and it was starve they should if the neighbours didn't help them a bit.
I asked them if they were better off over here than when in Ireland, but could get no direct answer, for my question only gave rise to a political discussion.
"There's plenty of food over here,"
said the spokesman, addressing his companions as much as myself.
"Plenty of taties, plenty of mate, plenty of pork. But where the use? observed my guide, "if there's no money to buy 'em wit." To which the audience muttered, "Through for you again, Nora." And so it went on, each one pleading poverty in the most eloquent style. After I had left, the young fellow who had acted as spokesman followed me into the street, and taking me into a corner, told me that he was a sailor by trade, but had lost his registration ticket, or he'd have got on a berth long since, and that it was all for 3 shillings and 6pence. He wasn't at sea. Concerning the number of Irish immigrants, I have obtained the following information. The great influx of the Irish into London was in the year of the famine, 1847-8. This cannot be better shown than by citing the returns of the number of persons admitted into the asylum for the houseless poor in Playhouse Yard, Cripplegate. These returns I obtained for 14 years, and the average number of admissions of the applicants from all parts during that time was 8,794 yearly. Of these, the Irish averaged 2,455 yearly, or considerably more than a fourth of the whole number received. The total number of applicants thus sheltered in the 14 years was 130,625, of which the Irish numbered 34,378. The smallest number of Irish, men, women, and children, admitted was in 1834-5, about 300. In 1846-7 it was as many as 7,576, while in 1847-8 it was 10,756, and in 1848-9 5,068. But it was into Liverpool that the tide of immigration flowed the strongest in the calamitous year of the famine. Between the 13th of January and the 13th of December, both inclusive, writes Mr. Rushton, the Liverpool magistrate, to Sir G. Gray on the 21st of April last, 296,231 persons landed in this port, Liverpool, from Ireland. Of this vast number, about 130,000 emigrated to the United States, some 50,000 were passengers on business, and the remainder, 161,231, mere paupers, half-naked and starving, landed for the most part during the winter, and became immediately on landing applicants for parochial relief. You already know the immediate results of this accumulation of misery in the crowded town of Liverpool, of the cost of relief at once rendered necessary to prevent the thousands of hungry and naked Irish perishing in our streets, and also of the cost of the pestilence which generally follows in the train of famine and misery such as we then had to encounter. Hundreds of patients perished, notwithstanding all efforts made to save them, and 10 Roman Catholic and 1 Protestant clergymen, many parochial officers, and many medical men, who devoted themselves to the task of alleviating the sufferings of the wretched, died in the discharge of these high duties. Great numbers of these people were at the same time also conveyed from Ireland to Wales, especially to Newport. They were brought over by coal vessels as a return cargo, a living ballast, 2 shillings and 6pence being the highest fare, and were huddled together like pigs. The manager of the Newport tramp house has stated concerning these people, "They don't live long, diseased as they are. They're very remarkable. They will eat salt by basins full, and drink a great quantity of water after. I have frequently known those who could not have been hungry eat cabbage leaves and other refuse from the ash heap." It is necessary that I should thus briefly allude to this matter, as there is no doubt that some of these people, making their way to London, soon became street sellers there, and many of them took to the business subsequently, when there was no employment in harvesting, hop-picking, and so on. Of the poor wretches landed at Liverpool, many, Mr. Rushton states, became beggars, and many thieves. Many, there is no doubt, tramped their way to London, sleeping at the casual wards of the unions on their way, but I believe that
Of those who had become habituated to the practice of beggary or theft, few or none would follow the occupation of street selling, as even the half-passive industry of such a calling would be irksome to the apathetic and dishonest. Of the immigration direct by the vessels trading from Ireland to London, there are no returns, such as has been collected by Mr. Rushton for Liverpool, but the influx is comparatively small, on account of the greater length and cost of the voyage. During the last year, I am informed that 15,000 or 16,000 passengers were brought from Ireland to London direct, and in addition to these, 500 more were brought over from Cork in connection with the arrangements for emigration to the United States, and consigned to the emigration agent here. Of the 15,500, taking the mean between the two numbers above given, 1,000 emigrated to the United States. It appears, on the authority of Mr. Rushton, that even in the great year of the immigration, more than 1/6 of the passengers from Ireland to Dublin came on business. It may then be reasonable to calculate that during last year 1/4 at least of the passengers to London had the same object in view, leaving about 10,000 persons who have either emigrated to British North America, Australia, and so on, or have resorted to some mode of subsistence in the metropolis or the adjacent parts. Besides these, there are the numbers who make their way up to London, tramping it, from the several provincial ports, namely Liverpool, Bristol, Newport, and Glasgow. Of these I have no means of forming any estimate, or of the proportion who adopt street selling on their arrival here. All that can be said is that the influx of Irish into the street trade every year must be very considerable. I believe, however, that only those who have friends in the line resort to street selling on their arrival in London, though all may make it a resource when other endeavours fail. The great immigration into London is from Cork, the average cost of a deck passage being 5 shillings. The immigrants direct to London from Cork are rarely of the poorest class. Of the diet, drink, and expense of living of the street Irish. The diet of the Irish men, women, and children who obtain a livelihood, or what is so designated, by street sale in London, has, I am told on good authority, experienced a change. In the lodging-houses that they resorted to, their breakfast, 2 or 3 years ago, was a dish of potatoes, 2, 3, or 4 pounds or more in weight, for a family. Now, half an ounce of coffee, half chicory, costs a halfpenny, and that, with the half or quarter of a loaf, according to the number in family, is almost always their breakfast at the present time. When their constant diet was potatoes, there were frequent squabbles at the lodging-houses, to which many of the poor Irish on their first arrival resort, as to whether the potato pot or the tea kettle should have the preference on the fire. A man of superior intelligence, who had been driven to sleep and eat occasionally in lodging-houses, told me of some dialogues he had heard on these occasions. "It's about 3 years ago," he said, "since I heard a bitter old Englishwoman say, 'To with your tatey pot, they're only meat for pigs.'" "Sure thin," said a young Irishman. He was a nice, acute fella. "Sure thin, ma'am, I should be after offering you a taste." I heard that myself, sir. You may have noticed that when an Irishman doesn't get out of temper, he never loses his politeness, or rather his blarney. The dinner, or second meal of the day, assuming that there has been a breakfast, ordinarily consists of cheap fish and potatoes. Of the diet of the poor street Irish, I had an account from a little Irishman, then keeping an oyster stall, though he generally sold fruit. In all such details, I have found the Irish far more communicative than the English. Many a poor, untaught Englishman will shrink from speaking of his spare diet, and is troubled to procure that. A reserve, too, much more noticeable among the men than the women. My Irish informant told me he usually had his breakfast at a lodging-house. He preferred a lodging-house, he said, on account of the warmth and the society. Here he boiled half an ounce of coffee, costing a halfpenny. He purchased of his landlady the fourth of a quartern loaf. note a penny farthing or a penny halfpenny, end note, for she generally cut a quartern loaf into 4 for her single men lodgers, such as himself, clearing sometimes a farthing or 2 thereby. For dinner, my informant boiled at the lodging-house 2 or 3 pounds of potatoes, costing usually a penny or a penny farthing, and fried 3 or 4 herrings, or as many as cost a penny. He sometimes mashed his potatoes and spread over them the herrings, the fatty portion of which flavoured the potatoes, which were further flavoured by the roes of the herrings being crushed into them. He drank water to this meal, and the cost of the whole was 2d. or 2d. halfpenny. A neighbouring stall-keeper attended to this man's stock in his absence at dinner, and my informant did the same for him in his turn. For tea he expended a penny on coffee or a penny halfpenny on tea, being a cup of tea or half pint of coffee at a coffee shop. Sometimes he had a halfpenny worth of butter, and with his tea he ate the bread he had saved from his breakfast, and which he had carried in his pocket. He had no butter to his breakfast, he said, for he could not buy less than a pennyworth about where he lodged, and this was too dear for one meal. On a Sunday morning, however, he generally had butter, sometimes joining with a fellow lodger for a pennyworth. For his Sunday dinner he had a piece of meat, which cost him 2d. On the Saturday night. Supper he dispensed with, but if he felt much tired, he had a half pint of beer, which was 3 farthings, in his own jug, before he went to bed, about 9 or 10, as he did little or nothing late at night, except on Saturday. He thus spent 4d. halfpenny a day for food, and reckoning 2d. halfpenny extra for somewhat better fare on a Sunday, his board was 2s. 10d. a week. His earnings he computed at 5s, and thus he had 2s. 2d. weekly for other expenses. Of these there was 1s. for lodging, 2d. or 3d. for washing, but this not every week, a halfpenny for a Sunday morning's shave, a penny for his religion, as he worded it, and 6d. for odds and ends, such as thread to mend his clothes, a piece of leather to patch his shoes, worsted to darn his stockings, and so on. He was subject to rheumatism, or he might have saved a trifle of money. Judging by his methodical habits, it was probable he had done so. He had nothing of the eloquence of his countrymen, and seemed, indeed, of rather a morose turn. A family boarding together live even cheaper than this man, for more potatoes and less fish fall to the share of the children. A meal, too, is not unfrequently saved in this manner. If a man, his wife, and 2 children all go out in the streets selling, they breakfast before starting, and perhaps agree to reassemble at 4 o'clock. Then the wife prepares the dinner of fish and potatoes, and so tea is dispensed with. In that case the husband's and wife's board would be 4d. or 4d. halfpenny a day each, the children's 3d. or 3d. halfpenny each, and giving a penny halfpenny extra to each for Sunday, the weekly cost is 10s. and 3d. Supposing the husband and wife cleared 5s. a week each, and the children each 3s, their earnings would be 16s. The balance is the surplus left to pay rent, washing, firing, and clothing. From what I can ascertain, the Irish street seller can always live at about half the cost of the English costermonger. The Englishman must have butter for his bread, and meat at no long intervals, for he hates fish more than once a week. It is by this spareness of living, as well as by frequently importunate and mendacious begging, that the street Irish manage to save money. The diet I have spoken of is generally, but not universally, that of the poor street Irish. Those who live differently do not, as a rule, incur greater expense. It is difficult to ascertain in what proportion the Irish street sellers consume strong drink when compared with the consumption of the English costers, as a poor Irishman, if questioned on that or any subject, will far more frequently shape his reply to what he thinks will please his querist and induce a trifle for himself, than answer according to the truth. The landlord of a large public house, after inquiring of his assistants, that his opinions might be checked by theirs, told me that In one respect there was a marked difference between the beer drinking of the two people. He considered that in the poor streets near his house there were residing quite as many Irish street sellers and labourers as English, but the instances in which the Irish conveyed beer to their own rooms as a portion of their meals was not as 1 in 20 compared with the English. "I've read your work, sir," he said, "and I know that you're quite right in saying that the costermongers go for a good Sunday dinner. I don't know what my customers are except by their appearance, but I do know that many are costermongers, and by the best of all proofs, for I have bought fish, fruit, and vegetables of them. Well now, we'll take a fine Sunday in spring or summer, when times are pretty good with them, and perhaps in the 10 minutes after my doors are opened at 1 on the Sunday, there are 100 customers for their dinner beer. Nearly 3/4 of these are working men and their wives, working either in the streets or at their indoor trades, such as tailoring. But among the number, I'm satisfied there are not more than 2 Irishmen. There may be 3 or 4 Irish women, but one of my barmen tells me he knows that 2 of them, very well behaved and good-looking women, are married to Englishmen. In my opinion, the proportion as to Sunday dinner beer between English and Irish may be 2 or 3 in 70. An Irish gentleman and his wife, who are both well acquainted with the habits and condition of the people in their own country, informed me that among the classes who, though earning only scant incomes, could not well be called impoverished, the use of beer, or even of small ale, known now or recently as Thunder's Thrupney, was very unfrequent. Even in many independent families, only water is drunk at dinner, with punch to follow. This shows the accuracy of the information I derived from Mr. Blank, the innkeeper, for persons unused to the drinking of malt liquor in their own country are not likely to resort to it afterwards, when their means are limited. I was further informed that, reckoning the teetotalers among the English street sellers at 300, there are 600 among the Irish. Teetotalers, too, who, having taken the pledge, under the sanction of their priests, and looking upon it as a religious obligation, keep it rigidly. The Irish street sellers who frequent the gin palaces or public houses drink a pot of beer in a company of 3 or 4, but far more frequently a quartern of gin, very seldom whisky, oftener than do the English. Indeed, from all I could ascertain, the Irish street sellers, whether from inferior earnings, their early training, or the restraints of their priests, drink less beer by 1/4 than their English brethren, but a larger proportion of gin. "And you must bear this in mind, sir," I was told by an innkeeper. "I had rather have 20 poor Englishmen drunk in my tap-room than a couple of poor Irishmen. They'll quarrel with anybody, the Irish will, and sometimes clear the room by swearing they'll use their knives, by Jesus, and if there's a scuffle they'll kick like devils, and scratch and bite like women or cats, instead of using their fists. I wish all the drunkards were teetotalers, if it were only to be rid of them." Whisky, I was told, would be drunk by the Irish in preference to gin, were it not that gin was about half the price. One old Irish fruit seller, who admitted that he was fond of a glass of gin, told me that he had not tasted whisky for 14 years, because of the price. The Irish, moreover, as I have shown, live on stronger and coarser food than the English, buying all the rough, bad fish. For to use the words of one of my informants, they look to quantity more than quality. This may account for their preferring a stronger and fiercer stimulant by way of drink. Of the resources of the street Irish, as regards stock money, sickness, burials, and so on, it is not easy to ascertain from the poor Irish themselves how they raise their stock money, for their command of money is a subject on which they are not communicative, or, if communicative, not truthful. "My opinion is," said an Irish gentleman to me, "that some of these poor fellows would declare to God that they hadn't the value of a halfpenny, even if you heard the silver chink in their pockets. It is certain that they never, or very rarely, borrow of the usurers, like their English brethren. The more usual custom is that if a poor Irish street seller be in want of 5 shillings, it is lent to him by the more prosperous people of his court, bricklayers' labourers or other working men, who club 1 shilling apiece. This is always repaid. An Irish bricklayer, when in full work, will trust a needy countryman with some article to pledge, on the understanding that it is to be redeemed and returned when the borrower is able. Sometimes, if a poor Irish woman needs 1 shilling to buy oranges, 4 others, only less poor than herself because not utterly penniless, will readily advance 3d each. Money is also advanced to the deserving Irish through the agency of the Roman Catholic priests, who are the medium through whom charitable persons of their own faith exercise good offices. Money, too, there is no doubt, is often advanced out of the priest's own pocket. On all the kinds of loans with which the poor Irish are aided by their countrymen, no interest is ever charged. "I don't like the Irish," said an English costermonger to me, "but they do stick to one another far more than we do." The Irish costers hire barrows and shallows like the English, but if they get on at all, they will possess themselves of their own vehicles much sooner than an English costermonger. A quick-witted Irishman will begin to ponder on his paying 1 shilling and 6d a week for the hire of a barrow worth 20 shillings, and he will save and hoard until £1 is at his command to purchase one for himself, while an obtuse English coster who will yet buy cheaper than an Irishman will probably pride himself on his cleverness in having got the charge for his barrow reduced in the 3rd year of its hire to 1 shilling a week the 12-month round. In cases of sickness, the mode of relief adopted is similar to that of the English. A raffle is got up for the benefit of the Irish sufferer, and if it be a bad case, the subscribers pay their money without caring what trifle they throw for, or whether they throw at all. If sickness continue, and such means as raffles cannot be persevered in, there is one resource from which a poor Irishman never shrinks, the parish. He will apply for and accept parochial relief without the least sense of shame, a sense which rarely deserts an Englishman who has been reared apart from paupers. The English costers appear to have a horror of the union. If the Irishman be taken into the workhouse, his friends do not lose sight of him. In case of his death, they apply for and generally receive his body from the parochial authorities, undertaking the expense of the funeral when the body is duly waked. "I think there's a family contract among the Irish," said a costermonger to me. "That's where it is." The Irish street folk are, generally speaking, a far more provident body of people than the English street sellers. To save, the Irish will often sacrifice what many Englishmen consider a necessary, and undergo many a hardship. From all I could ascertain, the saving of an Irish street seller does not arise from any wish to establish himself more prosperously in his business, but for the attainment of some cherished project, such as emigration. Some of the objects, however, for which these struggling men hoard money are of the most praiseworthy character. They will treasure up halfpenny after halfpenny, and continue to do so for years, in order to send money to enable their wives and children, and even their brothers and sisters, when in the depth of distress in Ireland, to take shipping for England. They will save to be able to remit money for the relief of their aged parents in Ireland. They will save to defray the expense of their marriage, an expense the English costermonger so frequently dispenses with. But they will not save to preserve either themselves or their children from the degradation of a workhouse. Indeed, they often, with the means of independence secreted on their persons, apply for parish relief, and that principally to save the expenditure of their own money. Even when detected in such an attempt at extortion, an Irishman betrays no passion, and hardly manifests any emotion. He has speculated and failed. Not one of them, but has a positive genius for begging, both the taste and the faculty for alms-seeking developed to an extraordinary extent. Of the amount saved by the patience of the poor Irishman, I can form no conjecture. Of the history of some Irish street sellers. In order that the following statements might be as truthful as possible, I obtained permission to use the name of a Roman Catholic clergyman, to whom I am indebted for much valuable information touching this part of my subject. A young woman, of whose age it was not easy to form a conjecture, her features were so embrowned by exposure to the weather, and, perhaps, when I saw her, a little swollen from cold, gave me the following account as to her living. Her tone and manner betrayed indifference to the future, caused perhaps by ignorance, for uneducated persons, I find, are apt to look on the future as if it must needs be but a repetition of the present, while the past in many instances is little more than a blank to them. This young woman said, her brogue being little perceptible, though she spoke thickly, "I live by keeping this fruit stall. It's a poor living when I see how others live. Yes, in truth, sir, but it's thankful I am for to be able to live at all. Truth it is, in these sore times. My father and mother are both dead, God be gracious to their souls. They was evicted, the family of us was. The thatch of the bitter home was took off above our heads, and we were left to the wide world, yes indeed, sir, and in the open air too. The rent wasn't paid, and it couldn't be paid, and so we had to face the wither. It was a sorrowful time. But God was good, and so was the neighbours, and when we saw the priest, he was a friend to us, and we came to this country, though I'd always heard it called a black country. Sure, and there's much in it to endure. There's goings on in it, sir, that the priest, God reward him, wouldn't like to see. There's bad ways. I won't talk about them, and I'm sure you are too much of a gentleman to ask me, for if you know Father blank, that shows you are the best of gentlemen, sure. It was the eviction that brought us here. I don't know about where we was just, not in what county nor parish. I was so young when we left the land. I believe I'm now 19, perhaps only 18. She certainly looked much older, but I have often noticed that of her class. I can't be more, I think, for sure, and it's only 5 or 6 years since we left Waterford and come to Bristol. I'm sure it was Waterford, and a beautiful place it is, and I know it was Bristol we come to. We walked all the long way to London. My parents died of the cholera, and I live with myself, but my aunt lodges me and sees to me. She sells in the streets too. I don't make 7p a day. I may make 6p. There is a good many young people I know is now selling in the streets because they was evicted in their own country. I suppose they had nowhere else to come to. I'm never out of a night. I sleep with my aunt, and we keep to ourselves, sure. I very seldom taste mate, but perhaps I do, oftener than before we was evicted. Glory be to God. One Irish street seller I saw informed me that she was a widdy with 3 childer. Her husband died about 4 years since. She had then 5 children, and was near her confinement with another. Since the death of her husband, she had lost 3 of her children. A boy about 12 years died of stoppage on his lungs, brought on, she said, through being in the streets and shouting so loud, to get sale of the fruit. She has been in Clare Street, Clare Market, 7 years with a fruit stall. In the summer she sells green fruit, which she purchases at Covent Garden. When the nuts, oranges, and so on come in season, she furnishes her stall with that kind of fruit, and continues to sell them until the spring salad comes in. During the spring and summer, her weekly average income is about 5 shillings, but the remaining portion of the year her income is not more than 3 shillings and 6p weekly, so that, taking the year through, her average weekly income is about 4 shillings and 3p. Out of this she pays 1 shilling and 6p a week rent, leaving only 2 shillings and 9p a week to find necessary comforts for herself and family. For fuel, the children go to the market and gather up the waste walnuts, bring them home and dry them, and these, with a pennyworth of coal and coke, serve to warm their chilled feet and hands. They have no bedstead, but in one corner of a room is a flock bed upon the floor, with an old sheet, blanket, and quilt to cover them at this inclement season. There is neither chair nor table. A stool serves for the chair, and 2 pieces of board upon some baskets do duty for a table, and an old penny tea canister for a candlestick. She had parted with every article of furniture to get food for her family. She received nothing from the parish, but depended upon the sale of her fruit for her living. The Irish men who are in this trade are also very poor, and I learned that both Irish men and Irish women left the occupation now and then and took to begging as a more profitable calling, often going begging this month and fruit selling the next. This is one of the causes which prompt the London costermongers' dislike of the Irish. "They'll beg themselves into a meal and work us out of one," said an English coster to me. Some of them are, however, less poverty-struck, a word in common use among the costermongers. But these, for the most part, are men who have been in the trade for some years, and have got regular pitches. The woman who gave me the following statement seemed about 22 or 23. She was large-boned, and of heavy figure and deportment. Her complexion and features were both coarse, but her voice had a softness, even in its broadest brogue, which is not very frequent among poor Irish women. The first sentence she uttered seems to me tersely to embody a deplorable history of the poverty of a day. It was between 6 and 7 in the evening when I saw the poor creature. "Sure then, sir, it's 3 I've taken to-day, and 2 is to pay for my night's lodging. I shall do no more good to-night, and shall only stay in the cold if I stay in it for nothing. I'm an orphan, sir." She 3 or 4 times alluded to this circumstance. "And there is nobody to care for me but God, glory be to his name. I came to London to join my brother, that had come over and did well, and he sent for me, but when I got here I couldn't find him in it, anyhow. I don't know how long that's ago. It may be 5 years, it may be 10, but," she added with the true eloquence of beggary, "sure then, sir, I had no heart to keep count, if I knew how. My father and mother wasn't able to keep me, nor to keep themselves in Ireland, and so I was sent over here. They was a country people. I don't know about their landlord. They died not long after I come here. I don't know what they died of, but sure it was of the will of God, and they hadn't much to make them love this world. No more have I. Would I like to go back to my own country? Well then, what would be the use? I sleep at a lodging-house, and it's a decent place. It's mostly my own countrywomen that's in it. That is in the women's part. I pay a shilling a week, that's 2 a night, for I'm not charged for Sundays. I live on bread and taties and salt, and a herring sometimes. I never taste beer, and not often tea. But I sit here all day, and I feel the hunger this day and that day. It goes off, though, if I have nothing to eat. I don't know why, but I won't deny the goodness of God to bring such a thing about. I have lived for a day on a penny, sir. A halfpenny for bread and a halfpenny for a herring. Or 2 herrings for a halfpenny and taties for the place of bread. I've changed apples for a herring with a poor man, God reward him. Sometimes I make on to 6 a day, and sometimes I have made 1 shilling and 6, but I think that I don't make 5 a day. No then, sir. One day with the other, and I don't work on Sunday, not often. If I've no mate to eat, I'd rather rest. I never miss mass on a Sunday. A lady gives me a rag sometimes, but the bitter time is coming. If I was sick, I don't know what I'd do, but I would send for the priest, and he'd counsel me. I could read a little once, but I can't now. End of section 19. Section 20 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 20. Of the Irish Refuse Sellers. There still remains to be described one branch of the Irish street trade which is peculiar to the class, namely the sale of refuse, or such fruit and vegetables as are damaged, and suited only to the very poorest purchasers. In assorting his goods, a fruit salesman in the markets generally throws to one side the shrivelled, dwarfish, or damaged fruit, called by the street traders the specks. If the supply to the markets be large, as in the pride of the season, he will put his several kinds of specks in separate baskets. At other times all kinds are tossed together, and sometimes with an admixture of nuts and walnuts. The Irish women purchase these at a quarter, or within a quarter, of the regular price, paying from 6d. to 1s. a bushel for apples, 9d. to 1s. 6d. for pears, 1s. 6d. to 2s. 6d. for plums. They are then sorted into halfpennyworths for sale on the stalls. Among the refuse is always a portion of what is called tidy fruit, and this occupies the prominent place in the halfpenny lots, for they are usually sold at a halfpenny. Sometimes, too, a salesman will throw in among the refuse a little good fruit, if he happen to have it over, either gratuitously or at the refuse price, and this, of course, is always made the most conspicuous on the stalls. Of other fruits, perhaps, only a small portion is damaged, from over-ripeness, or by the aggression of wasps and insects, the remainder being very fine, so that the retail lots are generally cheap. The sellers aim at half profits, or cent per cent. The refuse trade in fruit, and the refuse trade is mainly confined to fruit, is principally in the hands of the Irish. The persons carrying it on are nearly all middle-aged and elderly women. I once or twice saw a delicate and pretty-looking girl sitting with the old refuse women, but I found that she was not a regular hand, and only now and then minded the stall in her mother's absence. She worked with her needle, I was told. Of the women who confine themselves to this trade, there are never less than 20, and frequently 30. Sometimes, when the refuse is very cheap and very abundant, as many as 100 fruit sellers, women and girls, will sell it in halfpennyworths, along with better articles. These women also sell refuse dry fruit, purchased in Duke's Place, but only when they cannot obtain green fruit, or cannot obtain it sufficiently. All is sold at stalls, as these dealers seem to think that if it were hawked, the police might look too inquisitively at a barrow stocked with refuse. The refuse sellers buy at all the markets. The poorer street sellers, whose more staple trade is in oranges or nuts, are occasional dealers in it. Perhaps the regular refuse buyers are not among the very poorest class, as their sale is tolerably quick and certain, but with the usual drawbacks of wet weather. They make, I was told, from 4d. to 1s. a day the year round, or perhaps 7d. or 8d. a day, Sunday included. They are all Roman Catholics, and resort to the street sale after Mass. They are mostly widows, or women who have reached middle age unmarried. Some are the wives of street sellers. Two of their best pictures are on Saffron Hill and in Petticoat Lane. It is somewhat curious to witness these women sitting in a line of 5 or 6, and, notwithstanding their natural garrulity, hardly exchanging a word one with another. Some of them derive an evident solace from deliberate puffs at a short black pipe. A stout, healthy-looking woman of this class said, "Sure then, sir, I've sat and sold my bit of fruit in this place, or near it, for 20 year or more, as is very well known indeed, is it? I could make twice the money 20 years ago that I can now, for the boys had the halfpennies more than they has now, more's the pity. The childer is my customers, very few beyond,
such as has only a halfpenny now and then, God help them. They'll come a mile from any part to spend it with such as me, for they know it's cheap we sell. Yes, indeed. Or they'll come with a farden either, for it's a halfpenny lot we'll split for them any time. The boys buys most, but they're dreadful teases. It's the patience of the divil must be had to deal with the likes of them. They was dreadful about the Pope, but they've tired of it now. Oh no, it wasn't the boys of my country that demeaned themselves that way. Well, I make 4d some days and 6d some, and 1 and 6d some, and I have made 3 shillings and 6d, and I have made nothing. Perhaps I make 5 shillings or 6 shillings a week regular, but I'm established and well known, you see. The quantity of refuse at the metropolitan green markets varies with the different descriptions of fruit. Of apples it averages 1/20th, and of plums and greengages 1/15th of the entire supply. With pears, cherries, gooseberries and currants, however, the damaged amounts to 1/12th, while of strawberries and mulberries it reaches as high as 1/10th of the aggregate quantity sent to market. The Irish street sellers, I am informed, buy full 2/3 of all the refuse, the other third being purchased by the lower class of English costermongers, the illegitimates, as they are called. We must not consider the sale of the damaged fruit so great an evil as it would at the first blush appear, for it constitutes perhaps the sole luxury of poor children, as well as of the poor themselves, who, were it not for the halfpenny and farthing lots of the refuse sellers, would doubtlessly never know the taste of such things. Before leaving this part of the subject, it may be as well to say a few words concerning the curious revelations made by the returns from Billingsgate, Covent Garden, and the other London markets, as to the diet of the poor. In the first place, then, it appears that in the matter of fish, herrings constitute the chief article of consumption. No less than 210 million pounds weight of this fish in a fresh state, and 60 million pounds in a dried state, being annually eaten by the humbler classes of the metropolis and the suburbs. Of sprats there are 3 million pounds weight consumed, and these, with the addition of plaice, are the staple comestibles at the dinners and suppers of the ichthyophagous part of the labouring population of London. One of the reasons for this is doubtless the extraordinary cheapness of these kinds of fish. The sprats are sold at a penny per pound, the herrings at the same rate, and the plaice at a fraction less perhaps, whereas a pound of butcher's meat, even pieces or the block ornaments, as they are sometimes called, cannot be got for less than 2d halfpenny or 3d. But the relative cheapness of these two kinds of food can only be tested by the proportionate quantity of nutrition in each. According to Liebig, butcher's meat contains 26% of solid matter and 74% of water, whereas, according to Brand, fish consists of 20 parts of solid matter and 80 parts water in every 100. Hence it would appear that butcher's meat is 5% more nutritive than fish. Or, in other words, that if the two were equally cheap, the prices, according to the quantity of nutrition in each, should be for fish 1 penny per pound, and butcher's meat not 5 farthings, so that, even at 2d halfpenny the pound, meat is more than twice as dear an article of diet as fish. But it is not only on account of their cheapness that herrings and sprats are consumed in such vast quantities by the labouring people of London. Salmon, eels, herrings, pilchards, and sprats, Dr. Pereira tells us, abound in oil, and oleaginous food, according to Liebig, is an element of respiration, consisting of nearly 80% charcoal, which burns away in the lungs and so contributes to the warmth of the system. Fat, indeed, may be said to act as fuel to the vital fire, and we now know, from observations made upon the average daily consumption of food by 28 soldiers of the Grand Duke of Hesse-Darmstadt in barracks for a month, which is the same as 840 men for one day, that an adult taking moderate exercise consumes in the act of respiration very nearly a pound of charcoal every day, which of course must be supplied in his food. But persons who take
much exercise or labour hard, says Dr. Pereira, require more frequent and copious meals than the indolent or sedentary. In the active man, the number of respirations is greater than in the inactive, and therefore a more frequent supply of food is required to furnish the increased quantity of carbon and hydrogen to be consumed in the lungs. A bird deprived of food, says Liebig, dies on the third day, while a serpent, with its sluggish respiration, can live without food 3 months or longer. Captain Parry, in his account of one of the polar expeditions, 1827, states that both himself and Mr. Beverley, the surgeon, were of the opinion that in order to maintain the strength of the men during their harassing journey across the ice, living constantly in the open air and exposed to the wet and cold for 12 hours a day, an addition was requisite of at least 1/3 to the quantity of provisions daily issued. So in the jail dietaries, the allowance to prisoners sentenced to hard labour for 3 months is 1/3 more than the scale for those sentenced to hard labour for 3 days, the former having 254 ounces, and the latter only 168 ounces, of solid food served out to them every week. But the hard-working poor not only require more food than the non-working rich, but it is mainly because the rich are better fed that they are more lethargic than the poor, for the greater the supply of nutriment to the body, the more inactive does the system become. From experiments made a few years ago at the Zoological Gardens, it was found that by feeding the animals twice instead of once in the 24 hours, their habits, as regards exercise, were altered, a fact which readily explains how the fat and overfed are always the least energetic, fat being at once the cause and consequence of inaction. It is well to hear an obese citizen tell a hollow-cheeked man who begs a penny of him to go and work, a lazy scoundrel. But physiology assures us that the fat tradesman is naturally the laziest of the two. In a word, he is fat because he is lazy, and lazy because he is fat. The industrious poor, however, not only require more food than the indolent rich, but getting less, they become more susceptible of cold, and therefore more eager for all that tends to promote warmth. I have often had occasion to remark the sacrifices that the ill-fed will make to have a bit of fire. He who is well fed, observes Sir John Ross, resists cold better than the man who is stinted, while starvation from cold follows but too soon a starvation in food. This doubtlessly explains in a great measure the resisting powers of the natives of frozen climates, their consumption of food being enormous and often incredible. Captain Cochrane, in his Journey through Russia and Siberian Tartary, tells us that he has repeatedly seen a Yakut or Tungus devour 40 pounds of meat in a day, and one of the Yakuti he speaks of as having consumed in 24 hours the hind quarter of a large ox, 20 pounds of fat, and a proportionate quantity of melted butter for his drink. Volume 1, page 255. Much less heat is evolved, physiologists tell us, where there is a deficiency of food. During the whole of our march, says Sir John Franklin, we experienced that no quantity of clothing could keep us warm while we fasted, but on those occasions on which we were enabled to go to bed with full stomachs, we passed the night in a warm and comfortable manner. Hence it is evident that in summer a smaller quantity of food suffices to keep up the temperature of the body. I know of no experiments to show the different proportions of aliment required at different seasons of the year. In winter, however, when a greater supply is certainly needed, the labouring man unfortunately has less means of obtaining it. Nearly all trades slacken as the cold weather comes on, and some, as brick-making, market gardening, building, and so on, then almost entirely cease, so that were it not for the cheapness of fish, and moreover the oleaginous quality of those kinds which are most plentiful in the winter time, the metropolitan poor would be very likely to suffer that starvation from cold which, in the words of Sir John Ross, follows but too soon a starvation in food. Hence we can readily understand the remarks of the enthusiastic street seller, "Sprats is a blessing to the poor." The returns as to the other articles of food sold in the streets are equally curious. The £1,500,000 spent yearly in fish, and the comparatively small amount expended on vegetables, namely £290,000, is a circumstance which seems to show that the labouring population of London have a greater relish for animal than vegetable diet. "It is quite certain," says Dr. Carpenter, "that the most perfect physical development and the greatest intellectual vigour are to be found among those races in which a mixed diet of animal and vegetable food is the prevalent habit." And yet, in apparent contradiction to the proposition asserted with so much confidence by Dr. Carpenter, we have the following curious fact cited by Mr. Jacob Bentley. It is indeed a fact worthy of remark, and one that seems never to have been noticed, that throughout the whole animal creation, in every country and clime of the earth, the most useful animals cost nature the least waste to sustain them with food. For instance, all animals that work live on vegetable or fruit food, and no animal that eats flesh works. The all-powerful elephant and the patient, untiring camel in the torrid zone, the horse, the ox, or the donkey in the temperate, and the reindeer in the frigid zone, obtain all their muscular power for enduring labour from nature's simplest productions, the vegetable kingdom. But all the flesh-eating animals keep the rest of the animated creation in constant dread of them. They seldom eat vegetable food till some other animal has eaten it first and made it into flesh. Their only use seems to be to destroy life. Their own flesh is unfit for other animals to eat, having been itself made out of flesh, and is most foul and offensive. Great strength, fleetness of foot, usefulness, cleanliness, and docility are then always characteristic of vegetable-eating animals, while all the world dreads flesh-eaters. Of vegetables we have seen that the greatest quantity consumed by the poor consists of potatoes, of which £60,500,000 are annually sold in the streets. But 10 pounds of potatoes are only equal in nutritive power to 1 pound of butcher's meat, which contains 1/5 more solid food than fish. So that a pound of fish may be said to equal 8 pounds of potatoes, and thus the 60 million pounds of vegetable is dietetically equivalent to nearly 7 million pounds of fish diet. The cost of the potatoes at £5 for twopence is, as we have seen, £100,000, whereas the cost of the same amount of nutritive matter in the form of fish, at 1 penny per pound, would have been only £30,000, or upwards of 2/3 less. The vegetable of which there is the next greatest street sale is onions, upon which £90,000 are annually expended. This has been before accounted for by saying that a piece of bread and an onion are to the English labourer what bread and grapes are to the Frenchman, oftentimes a meal. The relish for onions by the poorer classes is not difficult to explain. Onions are strongly stimulating substances, and they owe their peculiar odour and flavour, as well as their pungent and stimulating qualities, to an acrid volatile oil which contains sulphur. This oil becomes absorbed, quickens the circulation, and occasions thirst. The same result takes place with the oil of fish. It not only proves a stimulant to the general system, but we are told that the thirst and uneasy feeling at the stomach frequently experienced after the use of the richer species of fish have led to the employment of spirit to this kind of food. Hence, says Dr. Pereira, the vulgar proverb, brandy is Latin for fish. Moreover, the two classes of food are similar in their comparative indigestibility, for the uneducated palates of the poor not only require a more pungent kind of diet, but their stronger stomachs need something that will resist the action of the gastric juice for a considerable time, hence their love of shellfish. The small quantity of fruit, too, sold to the poor, is a further proof of what is here stated. The amount of the street sale of this luxury is no criterion as to the quantity purchased by the London labourers, for, according to all accounts, the fruit buyers in the streets consist mostly of clerks, shopmen, small tradesmen, and the children of mechanics or the lower grade of middle-class people. Those who may be said strictly to belong to the poor, namely those whose incomes are barely sufficient for their support, seldom purchase fruit. In the first place, they have no money to spend on such a mere toothsome extravagance, and secondly, they require a stronger and more stimulating and staying kind of food. The delights of the palate, we should remember, are studied only when the cravings of the stomach are satisfied, so that those who have strong stomachs have necessarily dull palates, and therefore prefer something that bites in the mouth, to use the words of one of my informants, like gin, onions, sprats, or pickled whelks. What the poor term relishes are very different things from what the rich style the delicacies of the season. I have no means of ascertaining the average number of ounces of solid food consumed by the poorer class of the metropolis. The whole of the fish, fruit, and vegetables sold to the London costermongers is not disposed of in the London streets, many of the street sellers going, as we have seen, country excursions with their goods. According to the result of the Government Commissioners of Inquiry, the labourers in the country are unable to procure for themselves and families an average allowance of more than 122 ounces of solid food, principally bread, every week. Hence it has been justly said, we may infer that the man consumes as his share 140 ounces, 134 bread and 6 meat. The jail dietaries allow 254 ounces, or nearly twice as much, to all prisoners who undergo continuous hard labour. In the construction of these dietaries, Sir James Graham, the then Secretary of State, says in his letter to the Chairman of Quarter Sessions, January the 27th, 1843, "I have consulted not only the prison inspectors, but medical men of the greatest eminence, possessing the advantage of long experience. They are proposed," he adds, "as the minimum amount which can be safely afforded to prisoners without the risk of inflicting a punishment not contemplated by law, and which it is unjust and cruel to inflict, namely, loss of health and strength through the inadequacy of the food supplied." Hence it appears not that the thief gets too much, but the honest working man too little. Or, in other words, that the labourer of this country is able to procure by his industry only half the quantity of food that is considered by medical men of the greatest eminence to be the minimum amount that can be safely afforded for the support of the criminals, a fact which it would be out of place to comment upon here. One word concerning the incomes of the London costermongers, and I have done. It has been before shown that the gross sum of money taken yearly in the streets by the sale of fish, fruit, and vegetables amounts in round numbers to £2 million, £1.5 million being expended in fish, and £250,000 upon fruit and vegetables respectively. In estimating the yearly receipts of the costermongers from their average gains, the gross takings of the entire body were concluded to be between £1.25 million and £1.5 million sterling. That is to say, each one of the 10,000 street sellers of fish, fruit, and vegetables was supposed to clear 10 shillings a week all the year through, and to take 50 shillings. But according to the returns furnished me by the salesmen at the several metropolitan markets, the weekly takings of the 10,000 men and their families, for often both wife and children sell, cannot be less than £4 per week all the year round, out of which it would seem that the clear weekly gains are about 15 shillings. Note, some costers we have seen take pounds in a day. Others, as the nut and orange women and children, only a few shillings a week. Some, again, make cent per cent profit, whilst others are obliged to sell at a loss. End note. This, from all I can gather, as well as from a comparison of the coster's style of living with other classes whose weekly income is nearly the same, appears to be very close upon the truth. We may then, I think, safely assert that the gross yearly receipts of the London costermongers are 2 millions of money, that their clear annual gain or income is £425,000, and that the capital invested in their business, in the form of donkey carts, barrows, baskets, weights, and stock money, is £25,000, half of this being borrowed, for which they pay upwards of £20,000 interest per annum. End of section 20. Section 21 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Section 21. Of the street sellers of game, poultry, live and dead, rabbits, butter, cheese, and eggs. The class who sell game and poultry in the public thoroughfares of the metropolis are styled hawkers, both in Leadenhall and Newgate Market. The number of these dealers in London is computed at between 200 and 300. Of course, legally to sell game, a licence, which costs £2 2s yearly, is required, but the street seller laughs at the notion of being subjected to a direct tax, which indeed it might be impossible to levy on so slippery a class. The sale of game, even with a licence, was not legalised until 1831, and prior to that year the mere killing of game by an unqualified person was an offence entailing heavy penalties. The qualification consisted of the possession of a freehold estate of £100 a year, or a leasehold for 99 years of £150 a year. By an Act passed in the 25th year of George III, it was provided that a certificate, costing £3 13s and 6pence, must be taken out by all qualified persons killing game. Since 1831, note 1 and 2 William IV, chapter 32, end note, a certificate without any qualification is all that is required from the game killer. Both sexes carry on the trade in game hawking, but there are more than thrice as many men as women engaged in the business, the weight occasionally carried being beyond a woman's strength. The most customary dress of the game or poultry hawker is a clean smock frock covering the whole of his other attire, except the ends of his trousers and his thick boots or shoes. Indeed, he often, but less frequently than was the case 5 years ago, assumes the dress of a country labourer, although he may have been for years a resident in London. About 40 years ago, I am informed, it was the custom for countrymen, residing at no great distance, to purchase a stock of chickens or ducks, and, taking their places in a waggon, to bring their birds to London and hawk them from door to door. Some of these men's smock frocks were a convenient garb, for they covered the ample pockets of the coat beneath, in which were often a store of partridges or an occasional pheasant or hare. This game, illegally killed, for it was all poached, was illegally sold by the hawker and illegally bought by the hotel keepers and the richer tradesmen. One informant, an old man, was of the opinion that the game was rarely offered for sale by these countrymen at the West End mansions of the aristocracy. In fact, he said, I knew one country fellow, though he was sharp enough in his trade of game and poultry selling, who seemed to think that every fine house without a shop and where there were livery servants must need be inhabited by a magistrate. But as the great props of poaching were the rich, for of course the poor couldn't buy game, There was no doubt a West End as well as a City trade in it. I have bought game of a country poultry hawker," continued my informant, "when I lived in the City at the beginning of this century, and generally gave 3s. 6d. a brace for partridges. I have bid it, and the man has left, refusing to take it, and has told me afterwards, and I dare say he spoke the truth, that he had sold his partridges at 5s. or 6s. or more. I believe 5s. a brace was no uncommon price in the City. I have given as much as 10s. for a pheasant for a Christmas supper. The hawker, before offering the birds for sale, used to peer about him, though we were alone in my counting-house, and then pull his partridges out of his pockets, and say, 'Sir, do you want any very young chickens?' For so he called them. Hares he called lions, and they cost, often enough, 5s. each of the hawker. The trade had all the charms and recommendations of a mystery and a risk about it, just like smuggling." The sale of game in London, however, was not confined to the street hawkers, who generally derived their stock in trade immediately from the poacher. Before the legalisation of the sale, the trade was carried on, under the rose, by the salesman in Leadenhall Market, and that to an extent of not less than a 15th of the sale now accomplished there. The purveyors for the London game market, I learned from leading salesmen in Leadenhall, were not then, as now, noble lords and honourable gentlemen, but peasant or farmer poachers, who carried on the business systematically. The guards and coachmen of the stagecoaches were the media of communication, and had charge of the supply to the London market. The purchasers of the game thus supplied to a market which is mostly the property of the municipality of the City of London were not only hotel keepers, who required it for public dinners presided over by princes, peers, and legislators, but the purveyors for the civic banquets, such as the Lord Mayor's 9th of November dinner, at which the ministers of state always attended. This street hawking of poached game, as far as I could ascertain from the best informed quarters, hardly survived the first year of the legalised sale. The female hawkers of game are almost all the wives of the men so engaged, or are women living with them as their wives. The trade is better as regards profit than the costermonger's ordinary pursuits, but only when the season is favourable. It is, however, more uncertain. There is very rarely a distinction between the hawkers of game and of poultry. A man will carry both, or have game one day and poultry the next, as suits his means, or as the market avails. The street sellers of cheese are generally costers, while the vendors of butter and eggs are almost extinct. Game, I may mention, consists of grouse, including blackcocks and all the varieties of heath or moor game, partridges, pheasants, bustards, and hares. Snipe, woodcocks, plovers, teal, widgeons, wild ducks, and rabbits are not game, but can only be taken or killed by certificated persons, who are owners or occupiers of the property on which they are found, or who have the necessary permission from such persons as are duly authorised to accord it. Poultry consists of chickens, geese, ducks, and turkeys, while some persons class pigeons as poultry. Birds are dietetically divided into three classes. 1. The white-fleshed, as the common fowl and the turkey. 2. The dark-fleshed game, as the grouse and the blackcock. And 3. The aquatic, including swimmers and waders, as the goose and the duck. The flesh of the latter is penetrated with fat, and difficult of digestion. Of the quantity of game, rabbits, and poultry sold in the streets, it appears from inquiries that I instituted, and from authentic returns which I procured on the subject, that the following is the quantity of game and poultry sold yearly as an average in the markets of the metropolis. I give it exclusive of such birds as wild ducks, woodcocks, and so on, the supply of which depends upon the severity of the winter. I include all wild birds or animals, whether considered game or not, and I use round numbers, but as closely as possible. During the past Christmas, however, I may observe that the supply of poultry to the markets has been greater than on any previous occasion. The immensity of the supply was favourable to the hawker's profit, as the glut enabled him to purchase both cheaply and largely. One young poultry hawker told me that he had cleared £3 in the Christmas week, and had spent it all in 4 days, except 5 shillings reserved for stock money. It was not spent entirely in drunkenness, a large portion of it being expended in treats and amusements. So great, indeed, has been the supply of game and poultry this year, that a stranger, unused to the grand scale on which provisions are displayed in the great metropolitan marts, on visiting Leadenhall a week before or after Christmas, might have imagined that the staple food of the London population consisted of turkeys, geese, and chickens. I give, however, an average yearly supply. Reader's note. The following table falls under 5 headings: description, Leadenhall, Newgate, total, and proportion sold in the streets. End reader's note. Description, game, and so on. Grouse, Leadenhall 45,000, Newgate 12,000, total 57,000, 1/11th sold in the streets. Partridges, Leadenhall 85,000, Newgate 60,000, total 145,000, 1/7th sold in the streets. Pheasants, Leadenhall 44,000, Newgate 20,000, total 64,000, 1/5th sold in the streets. Snipes, Leadenhall 60,000, Newgate 47,000, total 107,000, 1/20th sold in the streets. Wild birds, Leadenhall 40,000, Newgate 20,000, total 60,000, none sold in the streets. Plovers, Leadenhall 28,000, Newgate 18,000, total 46,000, none sold in the streets. Larks, Leadenhall 213,000, Newgate 100,000, total 313,000, none sold in the streets. Teals, Leadenhall 10,000, Newgate 5,000, total 15,000, none sold in the streets. Widgeons, Leadenhall 30,000, Newgate 8,000, total 38,000, none sold in the streets. Hares, Leadenhall 48,000, Newgate 55,000, total 102,000, 1/5th sold in the streets. Rabbits, Leadenhall 680,000, Newgate 180,000, total 860,000, 3/4ths sold in the streets. Totals, Leadenhall 1,283,000, Newgate total 525,000, overall total 1,807,000. Poultry. Domestic fowls, Leadenhall 1,266,000, Newgate 490,000, total 1,756,000, 1/3 sold in the streets. Domestic fowls alive, Leadenhall 45,000, Newgate 15,000, total 60,000, 1/10 sold in the streets. Geese, Leadenhall 888,000, Newgate 114,000, total 1,002,000, 1/5 sold in the streets. Ducks, Leadenhall 235,000, Newgate 148,000, total 383,000, 1/4 sold in the streets. Ducks alive, Leadenhall 20,000, Newgate 20,000, total 40,000, 1/10 sold in the streets. Turkeys, Leadenhall 69,000, Newgate 55,000, total 124,000, 1/4 sold in the streets. Pigeons, Leadenhall 285,000, Newgate 98,000, total 383,000, none sold in the streets. Poultry totals, Leadenhall 2,808,000, Newgate 940,000, total 3,748,000. Game and so on, Leadenhall 1,283,000, Newgate 524,000, overall total 1,807,000. Final overall total for Leadenhall 4,091,000, and for Newgate 1,465,000, and the complete overall total 5,555,000. In the above return, wild ducks and woodcocks are not included, because the quantity sent to London is dependent entirely upon the severity of the winter. With the costers, wild ducks are a favourite article of trade, and in what those street tradesmen would pronounce a favourable season for wild ducks, which means a very hard winter, the number sold in London will, I am told, equal that of pheasants, 64,000. The great stock of wild ducks for the London tables is from Holland, where the duck decoys are objects of great care. Less than a fifth of the importation from Holland is from Lincolnshire. These birds, and even the finest and largest, have been sold during a glut at 1 shilling each. Woodcocks, under similar circumstances, number with plovers 45,000, nearly all of which are golden plovers, but of woodcocks the costermongers buy very few. "They're only a mouthful and a half," said one of them, "and don't suit our customers." In severe weather a few ptarmigan are sent to London from Scotland, and in 1841-2 great numbers were sent to the London markets from Norway. One salesman received nearly 10,000 ptarmigan in one day. A portion of these were disposed of to the costers, but the sale was not such as to encourage further importations. The returns I give show that at the two great game and poultry markets 5,500,000 birds and animals, wild and tame, are yearly sent to London. To this must be added all that may be consigned direct to metropolitan game dealers and poulterers, besides what may be sent as presents from the country and so on, so that the London supply may be safely estimated, I am assured, at 6 million. It is difficult to arrive at any very precise computation of the quantity of game and poultry sold by the costers, or rather at the money value or price of what they sell. The most experienced salesmen agree that as to quantity, including everything popularly considered game, and I have so given it in the return, they sell 1/3. As regards value, however, their purchases fall very short of 1/3. Of the best qualities of game, and even more especially of poultry, 1/3 of the hawkers may buy 1/15, compared with their purchases in the lower priced kinds. The others buy none of the best qualities. The more aristocratic of the poultry hawkers will only buy, when they have an order or a sure sale, the best quality of English turkey cocks, which cannot be wondered at, seeing that the average price of the English turkey cock is 12 shillings. One salesman this year sold at Leadenhall several turkey cocks at 30 shillings each, and one at £3. The average price of an English turkey hen is 4 shillings and sixpence, and of these the costers buy a few, but their chief trade is in foreign turkey hens, of which the average price, when of good quality and in good condition, is 3 shillings. The foreign turkey cocks average half the price of the English, or 6 shillings. Of Dorking fat chickens, which average 6 shillings the couple, the hawkers buy none, save as in the case of the turkey cocks, but of the Irish fowls, which this season have averaged 2 shillings and sixpence the couple, they buy largely. On the other hand, they buy nearly all the rabbits sent from Scotland, and half of those sent from Ostend, while they clear the market, no matter of what the glut may consist, when there is a glut. There is another distinction of which the hawker avails himself. The average price of young plump partridges is 2 shillings and sixpence the brace, of old partridges 2 shillings. Accordingly, the coster buys the old. It is the same with pheasants, the young averaging 7 shillings the brace, the old 6 shillings. "And I can sell them best," said one man, "for my customers say they're more tastier like. I've sold game for 12 years or more, but I never tasted any of any kind, so I can't say who's right and who's wrong." The hawkers buy also game and poultry which will not keep another day, Sometimes they puff out the breast of a chicken with fresh pork fat, which melts as the bird roasts. "It freshens the fowl, I've been told, and improves it," said one man, "and the shopkeepers now and then does the same. It's an improvement, sir." In the present season the costers have bought of wild ducks comparatively none, and of teal, widgeons, wild birds, and larks none at all, or so sparely as to require no notice. Of the street purchasers of game and poultry. As the purchasers of game and poultry are of a different class to the costermongers' ordinary customers, I may devote a few words to them. From all the information that I could acquire, they appear to consist principally of those who reside at a distance from any cheap market, and buy a cheap luxury when it is brought to their doors, as well as of those who are always on the lookout for something toothy, such as the shabby genteels, as they're called, who never gives nothing but a scaly price. They've bargained with me till I was hard held from pitching into them, and over again I should, only it would have been 14 days anyhow. They'll tell me my bird stinks, when they're as sweet as flowers. They'd go to the devil to save 3 farthings on a partridge. Other buyers are old gourmands, living perhaps on small incomes, or if possessed of ample incomes, but confining themselves to a small expenditure. Others, again, are men who like a cheap dinner, and seldom enjoy it at their own cost unless it be cheap, and who, best of all, like such a thing as a moor bird, grouse, said one hawker, which can be eat up to a man's own cheek. This was also the opinion of a poulterer and game dealer, who sometimes sold goods to the hawkers. Of this class of patrons, many shopkeepers in all branches of business have a perfect horror, as they will care nothing for having occupied the tradesman's time to no purpose. The game and poultry street sellers, I am told, soon find out when a customer is bent upon a bargain, and shape their prices accordingly. Although these street sellers may generally take as their motto the announcement so often seen in the shops of competitive tradesmen, "No reasonable offer refused," they are sometimes so worried in bargaining that they do refuse. In a conversation I had with a retired game salesman, he said it might be curious to trace the history of a brace of birds, of grouse for instance, sold in the streets, and he did it after this manner. They were shot in the Highlands of Scotland by a member of Parliament who had gladly left the Senate for the moors. They were transferred to a tradesman who lived in or near some Scotch town having railway communication, and with whom the honourable gentleman, or the noble lord, had perhaps endeavoured to drive a hard bargain. He, the senator, must have a good price for his birds, as he had given a large sum for the moor, and the season was a bad one, the birds were scarce and wild, they would soon be packed, be in flocks of 20 or 30 instead of in broods, and then there would be no touching a feather of them. The canny Scot would quietly say that it was early in the season, and the birds never packed so early, that as to price he could only give what he could get from a London salesman, and he was near just free to enter into any agreement for a fixed price at all. The honourable gentleman, after much demurring, gives way, feeling perhaps that he cannot well do anything else. In due course the grouse are received in Leadenhall, and unpacked and flung about with as little ceremony as if they had been slaughtered by a Whitechapel journeyman butcher, at so much a head. It is a thin market perhaps when they come to hand. A dealer, fashionable in the parish of St. George, Hanover Square, has declined to give the price demanded. They were not his money. He had to give such long credit. A dealer, popular in the ward of Cheap, has also declined to buy, and for the same alleged reason. The salesman, knowing that some of these dealers must buy, quietly says that he will take no less, and as he is known to be a man of his word, little is said upon the subject. As the hour arrives at which fashionable game dealers are compelled to buy, or disappoint customers who will not brook such disappointment, the market perhaps is glutted, owing to a very great consignment by a later railway train. The Inverness Courier or the North of Scotland Gazette are in due course quoted by the London papers, touching the extraordinary sport of a party of lords and gentlemen in the Highlands, and the heads of game are particularised with a care that would do honour to a price current. The salesman then disposes rapidly of divers brace to the hawkers at 1 shilling or 2 shillings the brace, and the hawker offers them to hotel keepers and shopkeepers and housekeepers, selling some at 3 shillings and 6pence the brace, some at 3 shillings, at 2 shillings and 6pence, at 2 shillings and at less. At last, said my informant, he may sell the finest brace of his basket, which he has held back to get a better price for, at 6pence apiece, rather than keep them overnight, and that to a woman of the town, whom he may have met reeling home with money in her purse. Thus the products of an honourable gentleman's skilful industry, on which he greatly prided himself, are eaten by the woman and her fancy man, grumblingly enough, for they pronounce the birds inferior to tripe. The best quarters for the street sale of game and poultry are, I am informed, from several sources, either the business parts of the metropolis, or else the houses in the several suburbs, which are the furthest from a market, or from a business part. The squares, crescents, places, and streets that do not partake of one or the other of these characteristics are pronounced no good. Of the experience of a game hawker. The man who gave me the following information was strong and robust, and had a weather-beaten look. He seemed about 50. He wore, when I saw him, a large velveteen jacket, a cloth waistcoat which had been once green, and brown corduroy trousers. No part of his attire, though it seemed old, was patched, his shirt being clean and white. He evidently aimed at the gamekeeper style of dress. He affected some humour, and was dogged in his opinions. "I was a gentleman's footman when I was a young man," he said, "and saw life both in town and country, so I knows what things belongs." Note, a common phrase among persons of his class to denote their being men of the world. End note. I never liked the confinement of service, and besides the upper servants takes on so. The others puts up with it more than they would, I suppose, because they hopes to be butlers themselves in time. The only decent people in the house I lived in last was Master and Mrs. I won £20, and got it too, on the Colonel when he won the Ledger. Master was a bit of a turf gentleman, and so we all dabbled. Like master, like man, you know, sir. I think that was in 1828, but I'm not certain. We came to London not long after Doncaster. Note, he meant Doncaster races. End note. Something about a lawsuit, and that winter I left service and bought the goodwill of a coffee shop for £25. It didn't answer. I wasn't up to the coffee making, I think. There's a deal of things belongs to all things, so I got out of it, and after that I was in service again, and then I was a boots at an inn. But I couldn't settle to nothing long. I'm of a free spirit, you see. I was hard up at last, and I popped my watch for a sovereign, because a friend of mine, we sometimes drank together of a night, said he could put me in the pigeon and chicken line. That was what he called it, but it meant game. This just suited me, for I'd been out with the poachers when I was a lad, and indeed when I was in service, out of a night on the sly, so I knew they got stiffish prices. My friend got me the pigeons. I believe he cheated me, but he's gone to glory. The next season game was made legal eating. Before that I cleared from 25 shillings to 40 shillings a week by selling my pigeons. I carried real pigeons as well, which I said was my own rearing at Gravesend. I sold my game pigeons, there was all sorts of names for them, in the city, and sometimes in the Strand or Charing Cross or Covent Garden. I sold to shopkeepers. Often enough I've been offered so much tea for a hare. I sometimes had a hare in each pocket, but they was very awkward carriage. If one was sold, the other sagged so. I very seldom sold them at that time at less than 3 shillings and 6pence, often 4 shillings and 6pence, and sometimes 5 shillings or more. I once sold a thumping old jack hare to a draper for 6 shillings. It was Christmas time, and he thought it was a beauty. I went into the country after that, among my friends, and had a deal of ups and downs in different parts. I was a navvy part of the time, till 5 or 6 year back I came to London again, and got into my old trade, but it's quite a different thing now. I hawks grouse and everything, quite open. Leadenhall and Newgate is my markets, 6 of one and half a dozen of t'other. When there's a great arrival of game after a game battle, note, he would so call a battue, end note, and it's warm weather, that's my time of day, for then I can buy cheap. A muggy day when it's close and warm is best of all. I have a tidy bit of connection now in game, and don't touch poultry when I can get game. Grouse is the first thing I get to sell. They're legal eating on the 12th of August, but as there's hundreds of braces sold in London that day, and as there's shot in Scotland and Yorkshire and other places where there's moors, in course they're killed before it's legal. It's not often I can get them early in the season, not the first week, but I have had 3 brace 2 days before they were legal, and sold them at 5 shillings a brace. They cost me 3 shillings and threepence, but I was told I was favoured. I got them of a dealer, but that's a secret. I sold a few young partridges with grouse this year at 1 and 6pence and 1 and 9pence apiece, allowing 2pence or 3pence if a brace was taken. They weren't legal eating till the 1st of September, but they was shot by grouse shooters, and when I hawked them, I called them quails. Lord, sir, gentlefolks, and I serve a good many, leastways they're cooks, and now and then themselves. They don't make a fuss about game laws. They've too much sense. I've bought grouse, quite fresh and fine, when there's been a lot, and bad keeping weather, at 1 shilling and 15 pence each. I've sold them sometimes at 1 and 6pence and 2 shillings each, and 2 and 6pence the big ones, but only twice or thrice. If you ask very low at first, people won't buy, only a few good judges, because they think something must be amiss. I once bought a dozen good hares on a Saturday afternoon for 10 shillings and 6pence. It was jolly hot, and I could hardly sell them. I got 1 shilling and 6pence apiece for 3 of them, 2 shillings for the finest one, 1 and 3pence for 4, 1 shilling and 10pence for 2, and I had a deal of trouble to get a landlord to take the last 2 for 1 and 6pence, to wipe off a bit of a drink score. I didn't do so bad as it was, but if it hadn't been Saturday, I should have made a good thing of them. It's very hard work carrying a dozen hares, and every one of that lot, except 2, and they was fine leverets, was as cheap as butcher's meat at half a crown apiece. I've done middling in partridges this year. I've bought them, but mixed things they was, as low as from 10pence to 16pence a brace, and have made a profit, big or little, as happened, on every one. People that's regular customers I always charge 6pence profit in 2 and 6 to, and that's far cheaper than they can get served other ways. It's chiefly the game battles that does so much to cheapen partridges or peasants. Note, so he always called pheasants. End note. And it's only then I meddles with peasants. They're sold handier than the other birds at the shops, I think. They're legal eating on the 1st of October. Such nonsense. Why isn't mutton made legal eating only just at times as well? In very hard weather I've done well on wild ducks. They come over here when the weather's a clipper, for you see cold weather suits some birds and kills others. It ain't hard weather that's driven them here. The frost has drawed them here, because it's only then they're cheap. I've bought beauties at 1 shilling apiece, and one day I cleared 10 and 6pence out of 12 brace of them. I've often cleared 6 shillings and 7 shillings, at least as often as there's been a chance. I knew a man that did uncommon well on them, and he once told a parson, or a journeyman parson, I don't know what he was, that if ever he prayed it was for a hard winter and lots of wild ducks. I've done a little sometimes in plover and woodcock and snipe, but not so much. I never plays no tricks with my birds. I trims them up to look well, certainly. If they won't keep and won't sell, I sticks them into a landlord I knows, as likes them high, for a quartern or a pot, or anything. It's often impossible to keep them. If they're hard hit, it's soon up with them. A sportsman, if he has a good dog, but you'll know that if you've ever been a shooting, sir, may get close upon a covey of young partridges before he springs them, and then give them his 1-2 with both barrels, and they're riddled to bits. I may make 18 shillings a week all the year round, because I have a connection. I'm very much respected, I think, on my round, for I deal fair. That there, sir, breeds respect, you know. When I can't get game, birds, I can sometimes, indeed often, get hares, and mostly rabbits. I've hawked venison, but did no good, though I cried it at 4pence the pound. My best weeks is worth 30 shillings to 35 shillings. My worst is 6 shillings to 10 shillings. I'm a good deal in the country working it. I'm forced to sell fish sometimes. Geese I sometimes join a mate in selling. I don't mix much with the costermongers. In course I know some. I live middling. Do I ever eat my own game if it's high? No, sir, never. I couldn't stand such cag-mag. My stomach couldn't. Though I've been a gentleman's servant. Such stuff don't suit nobody but rich people, whose stomach's diseased by overfeeding, and that's been brought up to it like. I've only myself to keep now. I've had a wife or two, but we parted. This was said gravely enough. There was nothing to hinder us. I see them sometimes and treat them. The quantity of game annually sold in the London streets is as follows: grouse, 5,000, partridges, 20,000, pheasants, 12,000, snipes, 5,000, hares, 20,000. Statement of two poultry hawkers. Two brothers, both good-looking and well-spoken young men, one I might characterize as handsome, gave me the following account. I found them unwilling to speak of their youth, and did not press them. I was afterwards informed that their parents died within the same month, and that the family was taken into the workhouse, but the two boys left it in a little time, and before they could benefit by any schooling. Neither of them could read or write. They left, I believe, with some little sum in hand to start theirselves. An intelligent costermonger who was with me when I saw the two brothers told me that a costermonger would rather be thought to have come out of prison than out of a workhouse, for his mates would say if they heard that he had been locked up, "Oh, he's only been quadded for pitching into a crusher." The two brothers wore clean smock country frocks over their dress, and made a liberal display of their clean but coarse shirts. It was on a Monday that I saw them. What one brother said the other confirmed, so I use the plural we. We sell poultry and game, but stick most to poultry, which suits our connection best. We buy at Leadenhall. We're never cheated in the things we buy. Indeed, perhaps we couldn't be. A salesman will say, Mr. H. will, "Buy if you like, I can't recommend them, use your own judgment, they're cheap." He has only one price, and that's often a low one. We give from 1 shilling to 1 and 9pence for good chickens, and from 2 and 6pence mostly for geese and turkeys. Pigeons is 1 and 9pence to 3 shillings a dozen. We aim at 6pence profit on chickens, and 1 shilling if we can get it, or 6pence if we can do no better, on geese and turkeys. Ducks are the same as chickens. All the year through we make 12 shillings a week apiece. We work together, one on one side of the street and the other on the other. It answers best that way. People find we can't undersell one another. We buy the poultry whenever we can, undressed, and dress them ourselves, pull the feathers off and make them ready for cooking. We sell cheaper than the shops, or we couldn't sell at all. But you must be known to do any trade, or people will think your poultry's bad. We work game as well, but mostly poultry. We've been on hares today, mostly, and have made about 2 and 6pence apiece, but that's an extra day. Our best customers are tradesmen in a big way, and people in the houses a little way out of town. Working people don't buy of us now. We're going to a penny gaff tonight. It was then between 4 and 5. We've no better way of spending our time when our day's work is done. From the returns before given, the street sale of poultry amounts yearly to 500,000 fowls, 80,000 ducks, 20,000 geese, 30,000 turkeys. Of the street sale of live poultry. The street trade in live poultry is not considerable, and has become less considerable every year, since the facilities of railway conveyance have induced persons in the suburbs to make their purchases in London rather than of the hawkers. Geese used to be bought very largely by the hawkers in Leadenhall, and were driven in flocks to the country, 500 being a frequent number of a flock. Their sale commenced about 6 miles from town, in all directions, the purchasers being those who, having the necessary convenience, liked to fatten their own Christmas geese, and the birds when bought were small and lean. A few flocks, with 120 or 150 in each, are still disposed of in this way, but the trade is not a fifth of what it was. As this branch of the business is not in the hands of the hawkers, but generally of country poulterers resident in the towns not far from the metropolis, I need but allude to it. A few flocks of ducks are driven in the same way. The street trade in live poultry continues only for 3 months, from the latter part of June to the latter part of September. At this period, the hawkers say, as they can't get dead, they must get live. During these 3 months, the hawkers sell 500 chickens and 300 ducks weekly by hawking, or 10,400 in the season of 13 weeks. Occasionally as many as 50 men and women, the same who hawk dead game and poultry, are concerned in the traffic I am treating of. At other times there are hardly 30, and in some not 20, so employed, for if the weather be temperate, dead poultry is preferred to live by the hawkers. Taking the average of live sellers at 25 every week, it gives only a trade of 32 birds each weekly. Some, however, will sell 18 in a day, but others, who occasionally resort to the trade, only a dozen in a week. The birds are sometimes carried in baskets on the hawkers' arms, their heads being let through network at the top, but more frequently they are hawked in open wickerwork coops carried on the head. The best live poultry are from Surrey and Sussex, the inferior from Ireland, and perhaps more than 3/4 of that sold by the hawkers is Irish. The further nature of the trade and the class of customers is shown in the following statement, given to me by a middle-aged man who had been familiar with the trade from his youth. "Yes, sir," he said, "I've had a turn at live poultry for, let me see, some ways between 20 and 25 years. The business is a sweater, sir, it's heavy work, but live ain't so heavy as dead. There's fewer of them to carry in around, that's it. 20 years ago, or better, live poultry was worth following. I did a good bit in it. I've sold 160,000 ducks and more in a week, and cleared about £4, but out of that I had to give a man a shilling a day and his peck to help me. At that time I sold my ducks and chickens, I worked nothing else, at from 2 shillings to 3 and 6pence apiece, according to the size and quality. Now, if I get from 14 pence to 2 shillings, it's not so bad. I sell more, I think, however, over 1 and 6pence than under it, but I'm particular in my live. I never sold to any but people out of town that had convenience to keep them, and Lord knows I've seen ponds I could jump over, reckoned prime for ducks. Them that keeps their gardens nice won't buy live poultry. I've seldom sold to the big houses anything like to what I've done to the smaller. The big houses, you see, goes for fancy bantams, such as Sir John Seabrights, or Spanish hens, or a bit of a game cross, or real game, just for ornament and not for fighting, or for anything that's got its name up. I've known young couples buy fowls to have their breakfast eggs from them. One young lady told me to bring her, that's 15 year ago, it is so, 6 couples that I knew would lay. I told her she'd better have 5 hens to a cock, and she didn't seem pleased, but I'm sure I don't know why, for I hope I'm always civil. I told her there would be murder if there was a cock to every hen. I supplied her, and made 6 shillings by the job. I have sold live fowls to the Jews about Whitechapel, on my way to Stratford and Bow, but only when I've bought a bargain and sold one. I don't know nothing how the Jews kills their fowls. Last summer I didn't make 1 and 6pence a day, no, nor more than 3 half-crowns a week in live. But that's only part of my trade. I don't complain, so it's nothing to nobody what I makes. From Beaver (note, de Beauvoir) town to Stamford Hill and on to Tottenham and Edmonton, and turning off Walthamstow way, is as good a round as any for live. It is so, but nothing to what it was. Highgate and Hampstead is middling, the t'other side the water isn't good at all. Fancy chickens, I may add, are never hawked, nor are live pigeons, nor geese, nor turkeys. The hawker's sale of live poultry may be taken at a moderate computation as 6,500 chickens and 3,900 ducks. Of rabbit selling in the streets. Rabbit selling cannot be said to be a distinct branch of costermongering, but some street sellers devote themselves to it more exclusively than to other goods, and for 5 or 6 months of the year sell little else. It is not often, though it is sometimes, united with the game or poultry trade, as a stock of rabbits of a dozen or a dozen and a half is a sufficient load for one man. The best sale for rabbits is in the suburbs. They are generally carried slung 2 and 2 on a long pole, which is supported on the man's shoulders, or on a short one which is carried in the hand. Lately they have been hawked about hung up on a barrow. The trade is the briskest in the autumn and winter months, but some men carry them, though they do not confine themselves to the traffic in them, all the year round. The following statement shows the nature of the trade. "I was born and bred a costermonger," he said, "and I've been concerned with everything in the line. I've been mostly on rabbits these 5 or 6 years, but I always sold a few, and now sometimes I sell a hare or two, and if rabbits is too dear I tumble on to fish. I buy at Leadenhall mainly. I've given from 6 shillings to 14 shillings a dozen for my rabbits. The usual price is from 5 shillings to 8 shillings a dozen." Note: I may remark that the costers buy nearly all the Scotch rabbits at an average of 6 shillings the dozen, and the Ostend rabbits, which are a shilling or 2 dearer. End note. They're Hampshire rabbits, but I don't know where Hampshire is. I know they're from Hampshire, for they're called wild Hampshire rabbits, a shilling a pair, but still, as you say, that's only a call. I never sell a rabbit at 6pence in course, it costs more. My way in business is to get 2pence profit and the skin on every rabbit. If they cost me 8pence, I try to get 10pence. It's the skins is the profit. The skins now bring me from a shilling to 1 and 9pence a dozen. They're best in frosty weather. The fur's thickest then. It grows best in frost, I suppose. If I sell a dozen, it's a tidy day's work. If I get 2pence apiece on them and the skins at 1 and 3pence, it's 3 shillings and 3pence. But I don't sell above 5 dozen in a week. That's 16 shillings and 3pence a week, sir, is it? Wet and dark weather is against me. People won't often buy rabbits by candlelight, if they're ever so sweet. Some weeks in spring and summer I can't sell above 2 dozen rabbits. I have sold 2 dozen and 10 on a Saturday in the country, but then I had a young man to help me. I sell the skins to a warehouse for hatters. My old woman works a little fish at the stall sometimes, but she only can in fine weather, for we've a kid that can hardly walk, and it don't do to let it stand out in the cold. Perhaps I may make 10 shillings to 14 shillings a week all the year round. I'm paying a shilling a week for £1 borrowed, and paid 2 shillings all last year, but I'll pay no more after Christmas. I did better on rabbits 4 or 5 years back, because I sold more to working people and small shopkeepers than I do now. I suppose it's because they're not so well off now as they was then, and as you say, butcher's meat may be cheaper now, and tempts them. I do best short ways in the country. Wandsworth way ain't bad. No more is parts of Stoke Newington and Stamford Hill. St John's Wood and Hampstead is middling. Hackney's bad. I goes all ways. I don't know what sort of people's my best customers. 2 of them, I've been told, is bankers' clerks, so in course they is rich. There are 600,000 rabbits sold every year in the streets of London. These, at 7pence apiece, give £17,500 thus expended annually in the metropolis. Of the street sale of butter, cheese, and eggs. All these commodities used to be hawked in the streets, and to a considerable extent, until, as nearly as I can ascertain, between 20 and 30 years back, butter was brought from Epping and other neighbouring parts, where good pasture existed, and hawked in the streets of London, usually along with poultry and eggs. This trade is among the more ancient of the street trades. Steam vessels and railways, however, have so stocked the markets that no hawking of butter or eggs from any agricultural part, even the nearest to London, would be remunerative now. Eggs are brought in immense quantities from France and Belgium, though 30 or even 20 years ago the notion of having a good French egg at a London breakfast table would have been laughed at as an absurd attempt at an impossible achievement. The number of eggs now annually imported into this kingdom is 98 million, half of which may be said to be the yearly consumption of London. No butter is now hawked, but sometimes a few new-laid eggs are carried from a rural part to the nearest metropolitan suburb, and are sold readily enough if the purveyor be known. Mr. McCulloch estimates the average consumption of butter in London at £6,250,000 per annum, or 5 ounces weekly each individual. The hawking of cheese was never a prominent part of the street trade. Of late, its sale in the streets may be described as accidental. A considerable quantity of American cheese was hawked, or more commonly sold at a standing, 5 or 6 years ago. Unto December last, and for 3 months preceding, cheese was sold in the streets which had been rejected from government stores, as it would not keep for the period required, but it was good for immediate consumption, for which all street goods are required. This and the American cheese were both sold in the streets at 3d. the pound, usually at fair weights, I am told, for it might not be easy to deceive the poor in a thing of such frequent purchase as half a quarter or a quarter of a pound of cheese. The total quantity of foreign cheese consumed yearly in the metropolis may be estimated at £25 million weight, or half of the gross quantity annually imported. The following statement shows the quantity and sum paid for the game and poultry sold in London streets. 5,000 grouse at 1 shilling and 9pence each, £437. 20,000 partridges at 1 shilling and 6pence, £1,500. 12,000 pheasants at 3 shillings and 6pence, £2,100. 5,000 snipes at 8pence, £166. 20,000 hares at 2 and 3pence, £2,250. 600,000 rabbits at 7pence, £17,500. 500,000 fowls at 1 and 6pence, £37,500. 20,000 geese at 2 shillings and 6pence, £2,500. 80,000 ducks at 1 and 6pence, £6,000. 30,000 turkeys at 3 shillings and 6pence, £5,250. 10,000 live fowls and ducks at 1 shilling and 6pence, £750. Total £75,953. In this table I do not give the refuse game and poultry, bought sometimes for the mere feathers, when undressed. Neither are the wild ducks nor woodcocks, nor those things of which the costers buy only exceptionally, included. Adding these, it may be said that with the street sale of butter, cheese, and eggs, £80,000 are annually expended in the streets on this class of articles. End of section 21. Section 22 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Section 22. Of the sellers of trees, shrubs, flowers, cut and in pots, roots, seeds, and branches. The street sellers of whom I have now to treat comprise those who deal in trees and shrubs, in flowers, whether in pots, or merely with soil attached to the roots, or cut from the plant as it grows in the garden, and in seeds and branches, as of holly, mistletoe, ivy, yew, laurel, palm, lilac, and may. The root sellers, as the dealers in flowers in pots are mostly called, rank, when in a prosperous business, with the highest aristocracy of the street greengrocers. The condition of a portion of them may be characterized by a term which is readily understood as comfortable, that is to say, comparatively comfortable when the circumstances of other street sellers are considered. I may here remark that though there are a great number of Scotchmen connected with horticultural labour in England, but more in the provincial than the metropolitan districts, there is not one Scotchman concerned in the metropolitan street sale of flowers. Nor, indeed, as I have good reason to believe, is there a single Scotchman earning his bread as a costermonger in London. A non-commissioned officer in an infantry regiment, a Scotchman, whom I met with a few months back in the course of my inquiries concerning street musicians, told me that he thought any of his young countrymen, if hard pushed to get a crust would enlist rather than resort, even under favourable circumstances, to any kind of street sale in London. The dealers in trees and shrubs are the same as the root sellers. The same may be said, but with some few exceptions, of the seed sellers. The street trade in holly, mistletoe, and all kinds of evergreens known as Christmas is in the hands of the coster boys more than the men, while the trade in May, and so on, is almost altogether confined to these lads. The root sellers do not reside in any particular localities, but there are more of them living in the outskirts than in the thickly populated streets. The street sellers of cut flowers present characteristics peculiarly their own. This trade is mostly in the hands of girls, who are of two classes. This traffic ranks with the street sale of watercresses and congreves, that is to say, among the lowest grades of the street trade, being pursued only by the very poor or the very young. Of the quantity of shrubs, roots, flowers, etc., sold in the streets, and of the buyers. The returns which I caused to be procured to show the extent of the business carried on in the metropolitan markets give the following results as to the quantity of trees, shrubs, flowers, roots, and branches sold wholesale in London, as well as the proportion retailed in the streets. Table showing the quantity of trees, shrubs, flowers, roots, and branches sold annually wholesale at the metropolitan markets, and the proportion retailed in the streets. Footnote: the numbers here given do not include the shrubs, roots, and so on, bought by the hawkers at the nursery gardens. End footnote. Reader's note: the table consists of 5 columns. The first, unlabelled, identifying the item sold. The second, Covent Garden. The third, Farringdon. The fourth, total. And the fifth, proportion sold to costers. End reader's note. Trees and shrubs. Firs. Covent Garden, 400 dozen roots. Farringdon, 400. Total, 800. 1/3 sold to costers. Laurels. Covent Garden, 480 dozen roots. Farringdon, 480. Total, 960. 1/3 sold to costers. Myrtles. Covent Garden, 1,440 dozen roots. Farringdon, 1,120. Total, 2,560. 1/4 sold to costers. Rhododendrons. Covent Garden, 288 dozen roots. Farringdon, 256. Total, 544. 1/9 sold to costers. Lilac. Covent Garden, 192 dozen roots. Farringdon, 192. Total, 384. 1/6 sold to costers. Box. Covent Garden, 288 dozen roots. Farringdon, 192. Total, 480. 1/6 sold to costers. Heaths of all kinds. Covent Garden, 1,600 dozen roots. Farringdon, 1,440. Total, 3,040. 1/5 sold to costers. Broom and furze. Covent Garden, 544 dozen roots. Farringdon, 480. Total, 1,024. 1/4 sold to costers. Laurustinus. Covent Garden, 400 dozen roots. Farringdon, 320. Total, 720. 1/4 sold to costers. Southernwood. Note, old man. End note. Covent Garden, 960 dozen roots. Farringdon, 480. Total, 1,440. 1/2 sold to costers. Flowers in pots. Roses, moss. Covent Garden, 1,200 dozen pots. Farringdon, 960. Total, 2,160. 1/2 sold to costers. Ditto, China. Covent Garden, 1,200 dozen pots. Farringdon, 960. Total, 2,160. 1/2 sold to costers. Fuchsias. Covent Garden, 1,200 dozen pots. Farringdon, 960. Total, 2,160. 1/2 sold to costers. Flower roots. Primroses. Covent Garden, 600 dozen roots. Farringdon, 400. Total, 1,000. 1/2 sold to costers. Polyanthus. Covent Garden 720 dozen roots, Farringdon 720, total 1,440, 1/2 sold to costas. Cowslips, Covent Garden 720 dozen roots, Farringdon 480, total 1,200, 1/2 sold to costas. Daisies, Covent Garden 800 dozen roots, Farringdon 600, total 1,400, 1/2 sold to costas. Wallflowers, Covent Garden 960 dozen roots, Farringdon 960, total 1,920, 1/2 sold to costas. Candy Tufts, Covent Garden 720 dozen roots, Farringdon 480, total 1,200, 1/2 sold to costas. Daffodils, Covent Garden 720 dozen roots, Farringdon 480, total 1,200, 1/2 sold to costas. Violets, Covent Garden 1,200 dozen roots, Farringdon 1,200, total 2,400, 1/3 sold to costas. Mignonette, Covent Garden 2,000 dozen roots, Farringdon 1,800, total 3,800, 1/6 sold to costas. Stocks, Covent Garden 1,600 dozen roots, Farringdon 1,280, total 2,880, 1/6 sold to costas. Pinks and Carnations, Covent Garden 480 dozen roots, Farringdon 320, total 800, 1/2 sold to costas. Lilies of the Valley, Covent Garden 144 dozen roots, Farringdon 144, total 288, 1/4 sold to costas. Pansies, Covent Garden 600 dozen roots, Farringdon 480, total 1,080, 1/4 sold to costas. Lilies and Tulips, Covent Garden 152 dozen roots, Farringdon 128, total 280, 1/9 sold to costas. Balsam, Covent Garden 320 dozen roots, Farringdon 320, total 640, 1/6 sold to costas. Calceolarii, Covent Garden 360 dozen roots, Farringdon 240, total 600, 1/9 sold to costas. Musk plants, Covent Garden 5,760 dozen roots, Farringdon 4,800, total 10,560, 1/2 sold to costas. London Pride, Covent Garden 400 dozen roots, Farringdon 320, total 720, 1/3 sold to costas. Lupins, Covent Garden 960 dozen roots, Farringdon 640, total 1,600, 1/3 sold to costas. China Asters, Covent Garden 450 dozen roots, Farringdon 400, total 850, 1/6 sold to costas. Marigolds, Covent Garden 5,760 dozen roots, Farringdon 4,800, total 10,560, 1/8 sold to costas. Dahlias, Covent Garden 80 dozen roots, Farringdon 80, total 160, 1/9 sold to costas. Heliotrope, Covent Garden 800 dozen roots, Farringdon 480, total 1,280, 1/6 sold to costas. Michaelmas Daisies, Covent Garden 216 dozen roots, Farringdon 216, total 432, 1/3 sold to costas. Flowers cut, Violets, Covent Garden 1,440 dozen bunches, Farringdon 1,280, total 2,720, 1/2 sold to costas. Wallflowers, Covent Garden 3,200 dozen bunches, Farringdon 1,600, total 4,800, 1/2 sold to costas. Lavender, green and dry, Covent Garden 1,600 dozen bunches, Farringdon 1,200, total 4,120, 1/2 sold to costas. Pinks, Covent Garden 720 dozen bunches, Farringdon 600, total 1,320, 1/3 sold to costas. Mignonette, Covent Garden 2,000 dozen bunches, Farringdon 1,600, total 3,600, 1/2 sold to costers. Lilies of the Valley, Covent Garden 180 dozen bunches, Farringdon 160, total 340, 1/10 sold to costers. Moss Roses, Covent Garden 2,000 dozen bunches, Farringdon 1,600, total 3,600, 1/3 sold to costers. China ditto, Covent Garden 2,000 dozen bunches, Farringdon 1,600, total 3,600, 1/3 sold to costers. Stocks, Covent Garden 800 dozen bunches, Farringdon 480, total 1,280, 1/3 sold to costers. Branches, Holly, Covent Garden 840 dozen bundles, Farringdon 720, total 1,640, 1/2 sold to costers. Mistletoe, Covent Garden 800 dozen bundles, Farringdon 640, total 1,560, 1/2 sold to costers. Ivy and Laurel, Covent Garden 360 dozen bundles, Farringdon 280, total 740, 1/2 sold to costers. Lilac, Covent Garden 96 dozen bundles, Farringdon 64, total 150, 1/2 sold to costers. Palm, Covent Garden 12 dozen bundles, Farringdon 8, total 28, 1/2 sold to costers. May, Covent Garden 30 dozen bundles, Farringdon 20, total 70, 1/2 sold to costers. Footnote: with regard to cut flowers, lavender, green and dry, branches, holly, mistletoe, ivy and laurel, palm and may, these totals include the supplies sent to the other markets. End footnote. Perhaps the pleasantest of all cries in early spring is that of "all a-growing, all a-blowing," heard for the first time in the season. It is that of the root seller who has stocked his barrow with primroses, violets, and daisies. Their beauty and fragrance gladden the senses, and the first and perhaps unexpected sight of them may prompt hopes of the coming year, such as seem proper to the spring. Cobbett has insisted, and with unquestioned truth, that a fondness for bees and flowers is among the very best characteristics of the English peasant. I consider it equally unquestionable that a fondness for indoor flowers is indicative of the good character and healthful tastes, as well as of the domestic and industrious habits, of the city artisan. Among some of the most intelligent and best conducted of these artisans, I may occasionally have found, on my visits to their homes, neither flowers nor birds, but then I have found books. United with the fondness for the violet, the wallflower, the rose, is the presence of the quality which has been pronounced the handmaiden of all the virtues, cleanliness. I believe that the bunch of violets on which a poor woman or her husband has expended 1 penny rarely ornaments an unswept hearth. In my investigations I could not but notice how the presence or absence of flowers, together with other indications of the better tastes, marked the difference between the well-paid and the ill-paid workman. Concerning the tailors, for instance, I had occasion to remark, of the dwellings of these classes, in the one you occasionally find small statues of Shakespeare beneath glass shades, in the other all is dirt and fetor. The working tailor's comfortable first floor at the West End is redolent with the perfume of the small bunch of violets that stands in a tumbler over the mantelpiece. The sweater's wretched garret is rank with the stench of filth and herrings. The presence of the bunch of flowers of itself tells us of a better state of things, elevating the workman, for amidst the squalid poverty and fustiness of a slop worker's garret, the nostril loses its daintiness of sense, so that even a freshly fragrant wallflower is only so many yellow petals and green leaves. A love of flowers is also observable among men whose avocations are out of doors, and those whose habits are necessarily those of order and punctuality. Among this class are such persons as gentlemen's coachmen, who delight in the display of a flower or two in the buttonholes of their coats when out of doors, and in small vases in their rooms in their master's mews. I have even seen the trellis work opposite the windows of cabmen's rooms, which were over stables with a projecting roof covering the whole, thickly yellow and green with the flowers and leaves of the easily trained nasturtium and herb tuppence. The omnibus driver occasionally sports a nosegay, as he himself might word it, in his buttonhole, and the stage coachman of old felt he was improperly dressed if a big bunch of flowers were not attached to his coat. Sailors ashore are likewise generally fond of flowers. A delight in flowers is observable also among the workers whose handicraft requires the exercise of taste, and whose eyes are sensible, from the nature of their employment, to the beauty of colour. To this class belong especially the Spitalfields silk weavers. At one time the Spitalfields weavers were almost the only botanists in London, and their love of flowers is still strong. I have seen fuchsias gladdening the weaver's eyes by being placed near his loom, their crimson pendants swinging backwards and forwards to the motion of the treadles, while his small back garden has been many-coloured with dahlias. These weavers, too, were at one time highly successful as growers of tulips. Those outdoor workmen whose calling is of coarse character are never known to purchase flowers, which to them are mere trumpery. Perhaps no one of my readers ever saw a flower in the possession of a flusherman, nightman, slaughterer, sweep, gas-layer, gut and tripe preparer, or such like labourer. Their eyes convey to the mind no appreciation of beauty, and the sense of smell is actually dead in them, except the odour be rank exceedingly. The fondness for flowers in London is strongest in the women, and perhaps strongest in those whose callings are indoor and sedentary. Flowers are to them a companionship. It remains only for me to state that in the poorest districts, and among people where there is no sense of refinement, or but a small love for natural objects, flowers are little known. Flowers are not bought by the slop workers, the garret and chamber masters of Bethnal Green, nor in the poor Irish districts, nor by the city people. Indeed, as I have observed, there is not a flower stand in the city. It should be remembered that in poor districts the first appearance of flowers conveys to the slop workman only one pleasurable association, that the season of warmth has arrived, and that he will not only escape being chilled with cold, but that he will be delivered from the heavy burden of providing fire and candle. A pleasant-looking man with an appearance which the vulgar characterize as jolly, and with hearty manners, gave me the following account as to the character of his customers. He had known the business since he was a boy, his friends having been in it previously. He said, "There's one old gentleman a little way out of town. He always gives 1 shilling for the first violet root that any such as me carries there. I'm often there before any others. 'Ah,' he says, 'here you are. You've come like Bonaparte with your violet.' I don't know exactly what he means. I don't like to ask him, you see, for though he's civil, he's not what you may call a free sort of man. That's it." Note: I explained to him that the allusion was to Bonaparte's emblem of the violet, with the interpretation he or his admirers gave to it. "I come in the spring." End note. "That's it, sir, is it?" he resumed. "Well, I'm glad I know, because I don't like to be puzzled. Mine's a puzzling trade, though. Violets have a good sale. I've sold 6 dozen roots in a day, and only half as many primroses and double daisies, if half. Everybody likes violets. I've sold some to poor people in town, but they like their roots in pots. They haven't got a bit of garden for 'em. More shame too, I say, when they pays such rents. People that sits working all day is very fond of a sweet flower. A gentleman that's always a-writing or a-reading in his office, he's in the timber trade, buys something of me every time I see him, twice or thrice a week sometime. I can't say what he does with them all. Barmaids, though you mightn't think it, sir, is very tidy customers. So sometimes it's young women that's in an improper way of life, about Lisson Grove and in some parts near Oxford Street. They buys all sorts, perhaps more stocks than anything, for they're beautiful roots, and not dear. I've sold real beauties for twopence. Real beauties, but small. Sixpence is a fair price. One stock will perfume a house. I tell my customers not to sleep with them in the room. It isn't good for the health. A doctor told me that, and said, "You ought to give me a fuchsia for my opinion." That was his joke. Primroses I sell most of. They're not in pots. 2 or 3 or 4 miles out of town. And most, if a family's come into a new house, or changed their house, if there's children. The young ones teases the old ones to buy them to set in the garden, and when children gets fairly to work that way, it's a sure sale. If they can't get over father, they'll get over mother. Busy men never buy flowers as far as I've seen. Note, quotation. In no thoroughfare in the city, I am assured, is there a flower stand, a circumstance speaking volumes as to the habits and tastes of the people. Of fruit stalls and chop houses there are in the neighbourhood of the Exchange more than in any other part of London, perhaps. The faculty of perceiving the beauty of colour, form, and perfume, as combined in flowers, is not common to the man of business. The pleasures of the palate, however, they can all understand. End quotation. End note. Parsons and doctors are often tidy customers, resumed my informant. They have a good deal of sitting and reading, I believe. I've heard a parson say to his wife, "Do, my dear, go and buy a couple of those wallflowers for my study." I don't do much for working men. The women's my best customers. There's a shoemaker, to be sure, comes down sometimes with his old woman to lay up twopence or threepence on me. "Let's have something that smells strong," he'll say, "stronger than cobbler's wax, for though I can't smell that, others can." I've sold him musks, note, musk plants, end note, as often as anything. The poor people buy rather largely at times, that is, many of them buy. One day last summer my old woman and me sold 600 penny pots of mignonette, and all about you saw them, and it was a pleasure to see them, in the poor women's windows. The women are by far the best customers. There was the mignonette, behind the bits of bars they have, in the shapes of gates and such like, in the front of their windows, in the way of preventing the pots falling into the street. Mignonette's the best of all for a sure sale. Where can you possibly have a sweeter or a nicer penn'orth, pot and all? Of the street sale of trees and shrubs. The street trade in trees and shrubs is an appendage of root selling, and not an independent avocation. The season of supply at the markets extends over July, August, September, and October, with a smaller trade in the winter and spring months. At the nursery gardens, from the best data I can arrive at, there are about twice as many trees and shrubs purchased as in the markets by the costermongers. Nor is this the only difference. It is the more costly descriptions that are bought at the nursery grounds. The trees and shrubs are bought at the gardens under precisely the same circumstances as the roots, but the trade is by no means popular with the root sellers. They regard these heavy, cumbrous goods as the smarter costers do such things as turnips and potatoes, requiring more room and yielding less profit. "It breaks a man's heart," said one dealer, "and half kills his beast, going round with a lot of heavy things that perhaps you can't sell." The street dealers say they must keep them, or people will go where they can get roots and trees and everything all together. In winter or in early spring the street seller goes a round now and then with evergreens and shrubs alone, and the trade is then less distasteful to him. The trees and shrubs are displayed, when the market space allows, on a sort of stand near the flower stand. Sometimes they are placed on the ground alongside the flower stand, but only when no better display can be made. The trees and shrubs sold by the costers are Merserian, rhododendrons, savin, laurustinus, acacias, note, of the smaller genera, some being highly aromatic when in flower, end note, myrtles, guelder roses, when small, privet, genisters, broom, furze, F-U-R-Z-E, when small, the cheaper heaths, syringas, small, lilacs, almost always young and for transplanting, southernwood, when large, box, large, dwarf laurels, variegated laurels, called cubas by the street people, and young fir trees, and so on. The prices of trees vary far more than flower roots, because they are dependent upon size for value. "Why," said one man, "I've brought roddies, as I calls them, rhododendrons, of 4 shillings a dozen, but they was scrubby things, and I've bought them at 14 shillings and sixpence. I once gave 5 shillings for 2 trees of them which I had ordered, and there was a rare grumbling about the price, though I only charged 7 and sixpence for the 2, which was 1 and 3pence apiece for carriage, and hard earned too, to carry them near 5 miles in my cart, almost on purpose, but I thought I was pleasing a good customer. Then there's myrtles. Why, I can get them at 5pence apiece, and at 5 shillings and a deal more if wanted. You can have myrtles that a hat might be very big for them to grow in, and myrtles that will fill a great window in a fine house. I've bought common heaths at 1 and 3pence a dozen." The coster ordinarily confines himself to the cheaper sorts of plants, and rarely meddles with such things as acacias, merserians, savins, syringas, lilacs, or even myrtles, and with none of these things unless cheap. "Trees, real trees," I was told, "are often as cheap as anything. Them young firs there was 4 and 6pence a dozen, and a man at market can buy 4 or 6 of them if he don't want a dozen." The customers for trees and shrubs are generally those who inhabit the larger sorts of houses, where there is room in the hall or the windows for display, or where there is a garden capacious enough for the implantation of the shrubs. 3/4 of the trees are sold on a round, and when purchased at a stall, the costermonger generally undertakes to deliver them at the purchaser's residence, if not too much out of his way, in his regular rounds. Or he may diverge and make a round on speculation purposely. There is as much bartering trees for old clothes as for roots, and as many or more complaints of the hard bargainings of ladies. "I'd rather sell polyanthuses at a farthing apiece profit to poor women, if I could get no more," said one man, "than I'd work among them screws that's so fine in grand caps and so civil they'd skin a flea for his hide and tallow." The number of trees and shrubs sold annually in the streets are, as near as I can ascertain, as follows. I have added to the quantity purchased by the street sellers at the metropolitan markets the amount bought by them at the principal nursery gardens in the environs of London. Firs, F-I-R-S, 9,576 roots, laurels, 1,152 roots, myrtles, 23,040 roots, rhododendrons, 2,160 roots, lilacs, 2,304 roots, box, 2,880 roots, heaths, 21,888 roots, broom, 2,880 roots, furze, F-U-R-Z-E, 6,912 roots, laurustinus, 6,480 roots, southernwood, 25,920 roots. The London Flower Girls. It is not easy to arrive at any accurate estimate of the number of flower sellers in the streets of London. The cause of the difficulty lies in the fact that none can be said to devote themselves entirely to the sale of flowers in the street, for the flower sellers, when oranges are cheap and good, find their sale of the fruit more certain and profitable than that of flowers, and resort to it accordingly. Another reason is that a poor costermonger will, on a fine summer's day, send out his children to sell flowers, while on other days they may be selling watercresses or perhaps onions. Sunday is the best day for flower selling, and one experienced man computed that in the height and pride of the summer 400 children were selling flowers on the Sundays in the streets. Another man thought that number too low an estimate, and contended that it was nearer 800. I found more of the opinion of my last mentioned informant than of the other, but I myself am disposed to think the smaller number nearer the truth. On weekdays it is computed there are about half the number of flower sellers that there are on the Sundays. The trade is almost entirely in the hands of children, the girls outnumbering the boys by more than 8 to 1. The ages of the girls vary from 6 to 20. Few of the boys are older than 12, and most of them are under 10. Of flower girls there are two classes. Some girls, and they are certainly the smaller class of the two, avail themselves of the sale of flowers in the streets for immoral purposes, or rather they seek to eke out the small gains of their trade by such practices. They frequent the great thoroughfares, and offer their bouquets to gentlemen whom, on an evening, they pursue for 100 yards or two in such places as the Strand, mixing up a leer with their wine for custom or for charity. Their ages are from 14 to 19 or 20, and sometimes they remain out offering their flowers, or dried lavender when no fresh flowers are to be had, until late at night. They do not care to make their appearance in the streets until towards evening, and though they solicit the custom of ladies, they rarely follow or importune them. Of this class I shall treat more fully under another head. The other class of flower girls is composed of the girls who, wholly or partially, depend upon the sale of flowers for their own support, or as an assistance to their parents. Some of them are the children of street sellers, some are orphans, and some are the daughters of mechanics who are out of employment, and who prefer any course rather than an application to the parish. These girls offer their flowers in the principal streets at the West End, and resort greatly to the suburbs. There are a few also in the business thoroughfares. They walk up and down in front of the houses, offering their flowers to anyone looking out of the windows, or they stand at any likely place. They are generally very persevering, more especially the younger children, who will run along barefooted with their "Please, gentlemen, do buy my flowers. Poor little girl." "Please, kind lady, buy my violets. Oh, do, please. Poor little girl, do buy a bunch, please, kind lady." The statement I give of 2 orphan flower sellers furnishes another proof, in addition to the many I have already given, of the heroic struggles of the poor, and of the truth of the saying, "What would the poor do without the poor?" The better class of flower girls reside in Lisson Grove, in the streets off Drury Lane, in St. Giles's, and in other parts inhabited by the very poor. Some of them live in lodging houses, the stench and squalor of which are in remarkable contrast to the beauty and fragrance of the flowers they sometimes have to carry thither with them unsold. Of 2 orphan flower girls. Of these girls the elder was 15 and the younger 11. Both were clad in old but not torn dark print frocks, hanging so closely and yet so loosely about them as to show the deficiency of underclothing. They wore old broken black chip bonnets. The older sister, or rather half-sister, had a pair of old worn-out shoes on her feet. The younger was barefoot, but trotted along in a gait at once quick and feeble, as if the soles of her little feet were impervious, like horn, to the roughness of the road. The elder girl has a modest expression of countenance, with no pretensions to prettiness except in having tolerably good eyes. Her complexion was somewhat muddy, and her features somewhat pinched. The younger child had a round, chubby, and even rosy face, and quite a healthful look. Her portrait is here given. They lived in one of the streets near Drury Lane. They were inmates of a house not let out as a lodging-house in separate beds, but in rooms, and inhabited by street sellers and street labourers. The room they occupied was large, and one dim candle lighted it so insufficiently that it seemed to exaggerate the dimensions. The walls were bare and discoloured with damp. The furniture consisted of a crazy table and a few chairs, and in the centre of the room was an old 4-post bedstead of the larger size. This bed was occupied nightly by the two sisters and their brother, a lad just turned 13. In a sort of recess in a corner of the room was the decency of an old curtain, or something equivalent, for I could hardly see in the dimness, and behind this was, I presume, the bed of the married couple. The 3 children paid 2 shillings a week for the room, the tenant, an Irishman out of work, paying 2 shillings and 9pence, but the furniture was his, and his wife aided the children in their trifle of washing, mended their clothes where such a thing was possible, and such like. The husband was absent at the time of my visit, but the wife seemed of a better stamp, judging by her appearance and by her refraining from any direct or even indirect way of begging, as well as from the "Glory be to God's," "The heavens be your honour's bed," or "It's the truth I'm telling of you, sir," that I so frequently meet with on similar visits. The elder girl said in an English accent, not at all garrulously, but merely in answer to my questions, "I sell flowers, sir. We live almost on flowers when they are to be got. I sell, and so does my sister, all kinds, but it's very little use offering any that's not sweet. I think it's the sweetness as sells them. I sell primroses when they're in, and violets, and wallflowers, and stocks, and roses of different sorts, and pinks, and carnations, and mixed flowers, and lilies of the valley, and green lavender, and mignonette, but that I do very seldom, and violets again at this time of the year, for we get them both in spring and winter." Note: they are forced in hothouses for winter sale, I may remark. End note. The best sale of all is, I think, moss roses. Young moss roses. We do best of all on them. Primroses are good, for people say, "Well, here's spring again, to a certainty." Gentlemen are our best customers. I've heard that they buy flowers to give to the ladies. Ladies have sometimes said, "A penny, my poor girl. Here's 3 halfpence for the bunch." Or they've given me the price of 2 bunches for one. So have gentlemen. I never had a rude word said to me by a gentleman in my life. No, sir, neither lady nor gentleman ever gave me 6pence for a bunch of flowers. I never had a 6pence given to me in my life, never. I never go among boys. I know nobody but my brother. My father was a tradesman in Mitchellstown in the County Cork. I don't know what sort of a tradesman he was. I never saw him. He was a tradesman, I've been told. I was born in London. Mother was a chairwoman and lived very well. None of us ever saw a father. Note: it was evident that they were illegitimate children, but the landlady had never seen the mother, and could give me no information. End note. We don't know anything about our fathers. We were all mother's children. Mother died 7 years ago, last Guy Fawkes Day. I've got myself and my brother and sister a bit of bread ever since, and never had any help but from the neighbours. I never troubled the parish. Oh yes, sir, the neighbours is all poor people, very poor, some of them. We've lived with her, note, indicating her landlady by a gesture, end note, these 2 years, and off and on before that. I can't say how long. Well, I don't know exactly, said the landlady, but I've had them with me almost all the time for 4 years, as near as I can recollect, perhaps more. I've moved 3 times, and they always followed me. In answer to my inquiries, the landlady assured me that these 2 poor girls were never out of doors all the time she had known them, after 6 at night. We've always had good health. We can all read. Note: here the 3 somewhat insisted upon proving to me their proficiency in reading, and having produced a Roman Catholic book, The Garden of Heaven, they read very well. End note. I put myself, continued the girl, and I put my brother and sister to a Roman Catholic school, and to ragged schools, but I could read before mother died. My brother can write, and I pray to God that he'll do well with it. I buy my flowers at Covent Garden, sometimes, but very seldom, at Farringdon. I pay 1 shilling for a dozen bunches, whatever flowers are in. Out of every 2 bunches I can make 3, at a penny apiece, sometimes 1 or 2 over in the dozen, but not so often as I would like. We make the bunches up ourselves. We get the rush to tie them with for nothing. We put their own leaves round these violets. Note: she produced a bunch. End note. The paper for a dozen costs a penny, sometimes only a halfpenny. The two of us doesn't make less than 6pence a day, unless it's very ill luck. But religion teaches us that God will support us, and if we make less, we say nothing. We do better on oranges in March or April, I think it is, than on flowers. Oranges keep better than flowers, you see, sir. We make 1 a day and 9pence a day on oranges, the two of us. I wish they was in all the year. I generally go St. John's Wood way and Hampstead and Highgate way with my flowers. I can get them nearly all the year, but oranges is better liked than flowers, I think. I always keep 1 stock money if I can. If it's bad weather, so bad that we can't sell flowers at all, and so if we've had to spend our stock money for a bit of bread, she, note the landlady, end note, lends us 1 if she has one, or she borrows one of a neighbour if she hasn't, or if the neighbour's hasn't it, she borrows it at a dolly shop, note the illegal pawn shop, end note. There's 2pence a week to pay for 1 at a dolly, and perhaps an old rug left for it. If it's very hard weather, the rug must be taken at night time, or we are starved with the cold. It sometimes has to be put into the dolly again next morning, and then there's 2pence to pay for it for the day. We've had a frock in for 6pence, and that's a penny a week, and the same for a day. We never pawned anything. We have nothing they would take in at the pawn shop. We live on bread and tea, and sometimes a fresh herring of a night. Sometimes we don't eat a bit all day when we're out. Sometimes we can take a bit of bread with us, or buy a bit. My sister can't eat taters. They sicken her. I don't know what emigrating means. Note, I informed her, and she continued, end note. No, sir, I wouldn't like to emigrate and leave brother and sister. If they went with me, I don't think I should like it. Not among strangers. I think our living costs us 2 a week for the two of us. The rest goes in rent. That's all we make. The brother earned from 1 and 6pence to 2 a week, with an occasional meal, as a costermonger's boy. None of them ever missed Mass on a Sunday. Of the life of a flower girl. Some of these girls are, as I have stated, of an immoral character, and some of them are sent out by their parents to make out a livelihood by prostitution. One of this class, whom I saw, had come out of prison a short time previously. She was not 19, and had been sentenced about a 12-month before to 3 months' imprisonment with hard labour, for heaving her shoe, as she said, at the Lord Mayor, to get a comfortable lodging, for she was tired of being about the streets. After this she was locked up for breaking the lamps in the street. She alleged that her motive for this was a belief that, by committing some such act, she might be able to get into an asylum for females. She was sent out into the streets by her father and mother at the age of 9 to sell flowers. Her father used to supply her with the money to buy the flowers, and she used to take the proceeds of the day's work home to her parents. She used to be out frequently till past midnight, and seldom or never got home before 9. She associated only with flower girls of loose character. The result may be imagined. She could not state positively that her parents were aware of the manner in which she got the money she took home to them. She supposes that they must have imagined what her practices were. He used to give her no supper if she didn't bring home a good bit of money. Her father and mother did little or no work all this while. They lived on what she brought home. At 13 years old she was sent to prison, she stated, for selling combs in the street. It was winter, and there were no flowers to be had. She was incarcerated 14 days, and when liberated she returned to her former practices. The very night that she came home from jail, her father sent her out into the streets again. She continued in this state, her father and mother living upon her, until about 12 months before I received this account from her, when her father turned her out of his house because she didn't bring home money enough. She then went into Kent, hop-picking, and there fell in with a beggar, who accosted her while she was sitting under a tree. He said, "You have got a very bad pair of shoes on. Come with me, and you shall have some better ones." She consented, and walked with him into the village close by, where they stood out in the middle of the streets, and the man began addressing the people. "My kind good Christians, me and my poor wife here is ashamed to appear before you in the state we are in." She remained with this person all the winter, and travelled with him through the country, begging. He was a beggar by trade. In the spring she returned to the flower selling, but scarcely got any money either by that or other means. At last she grew desperate and wanted to get back to prison. She broke the lamps outside the mansion house, and was sentenced to 14 days' imprisonment. She had been out of prison nearly 3 weeks when I saw her, and was in training to go into an asylum. She was sick and tired, she said, of her life. End of section 22. Section 23 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 23. Of the Street Sale of Lavender. The sale of green lavender in the streets is carried on by the same class as the sale of flowers, and is, as often as flowers, used for immoral purposes, when an evening or night sale is carried on. The lavender is sold at the markets in bundles, each containing a dozen branches. It is sold principally to ladies in the suburbs, who purchase it to deposit in drawers and wardrobes. The odour communicated to linen from lavender being, perhaps, more agreeable and more communicable than that from any other flower. Nearly 1/10 of the market sale may be disposed of in this way. Some costers sell it cheap to recommend themselves to ladies who are customers, that they may have the better chance for a continuance of those ladies' custom. The number of lavender sellers can hardly be given as distinct from that of flower sellers, because any flower girl will sell lavender when it is in season. The season continues from the beginning of July to the end of September. In the winter months, generally after dayfall, dried lavender is offered for sale. It is bought at the herb shops. There is, however, an addition to the number of the flower girls of a few old women, perhaps from 20 to 30, who vary their street-selling avocations by going from door to door in the suburbs with lavender for sale, but do not stand to offer it in the street. The street seller's profit on lavender is now somewhat more than cent per cent, as the bundle, costing 2d halfpenny, brings, when tied up in sprigs, at least 6d. The profit, I am told, was, 6 or 7 years ago, 200%. But people will have better penn'orths now. I was informed by a person long familiar with the trade in flowers that from 20 to 25 years ago the sale was the best. It was a fashionable amusement for ladies to tie the sprigs of lavender together, compressing the stems very tightly with narrow ribbon of any favourite colour, the heads being less tightly bound, or remaining unbound. The largest stems were in demand for this work. The lavender bundle, when its manufacture was complete, was placed in drawers, or behind books, in the shelves of a glazed bookcase, so that a most pleasant atmosphere was diffused when the bookcase was opened. Cut flowers. I now give the quantity of cut flowers sold in the streets. The returns have been derived from nurserymen and market salesmen. It will be seen how fully these returns corroborate the statement of the poor flower girl. "It's very little use offering anything that's not sweet." I may remark, too, that at the present period, from the mildness of the season, wallflowers, primroses, violets, and polyanthuses are almost as abundant as in spring sunshine. Violets, 65,280 bunches. Wallflowers, 115,200 bunches. Lavender, 296,640 bunches. Pinks and carnations, 63,360 bunches. Moss roses, 172,800 bunches. China, ditto, 172,800 bunches. Mignonette, 86,400 bunches. Lilies of the Valley, 1,632 bunches. Stocks, 20,448 bunches. Cut flowers sold yearly in the streets, total 994,560 bunches. of the street sale of flowers in pots, roots, etc. The flower root sellers, for I heard them so called to distinguish them from the sellers of cut flowers, are among the best mannered and the best dressed of all the street sellers I have met with, but that only as regards a portion of them. Their superiority in this respect may perhaps be in some measure attributable to their dealing with a better class of customers, with persons who, whether poor or rich, exercise healthful tastes. I may mention that I found the street sellers of roots, always meaning thereby flower roots in bloom, more attached to their trade than others of their class. The roots sold in the streets are bought in the markets and at the nursery gardens, but about 3/4 of those required by the better class of street dealers are bought at the gardens, as are cut flowers occasionally. Hackney is the suburb most resorted to by the root sellers. The best pitches for the sale of roots in the street are situated in the New Road, the City Road, the Hampstead Road, the Edgware Road, and places of similar character, where there is a constant stream of passers along who are not too much immersed in business. Above 3/4 of the sale is effected by itinerant costermongers. For this there is one manifest reason. A flower pot, with the delicate petals of its full-blown moss rose, perhaps, suffers even from the trifling concussion in the journey of an omnibus, for instance. To carry a heavy flower pot even any short distance cannot be expected, and to take a cab for its conveyance adds greatly to the expense. Hence, flower pots are generally purchased at the door of the buyer. For the flowers of commoner or easier culture, the root seller receives from 1d. to 3d. These are primroses, polyanthuses, cowslips, but in small quantities comparatively, daisies, single and double, and single or wild daisies were coming to be more asked for, each 1d. Small early wallflowers, candy tufts, southernwood, called lad's love or old man by some, and daffodils, but daffodils were sometimes dearer than 3d. The plants that may be said to struggle against frost and snow in a hard season, such as the snowdrop, the crocus, and the miserian, are rarely sold by the costers. They come too soon, I was told. The primroses and the other plants I have enumerated are sold for the most part not in pots, but with soil attached to the roots, so that they may be planted in a garden, as they most frequently are, or in a pot. Towards the close of May, in an early season, and in the 2 following months, the root trade is at its height. Many of the stalls and barrows are then exceedingly beautiful, the barrow often resembling a moving garden. The stall keepers have sometimes their flowers placed on a series of shelves, one above the other, so as to present a small amphitheatre of beautiful and diversified hues, the purest white, as in the lily of the valley, to the deepest crimson, as in the fuchsia, the bright or rust-blotted yellow of the wallflower to the many hues of the stock. Then there are the pinks and carnations, double and single, with the rich-coloured and heavily scented clove pinks, roses, mignonette, the velvety pansies or heart's ease, the white and orange lilies, calceolarias, balsams, a flower going out of fashion, geraniums, flowers coming again into fashion, musk plants, London pride, and other saxifrages, the species known oddly enough as London pride, being a native of wild and mountainous districts, such as botanists call alpine habitats, and the many-coloured lupins. Later again come the China asters, the African marigolds, the dahlias, the poppies, and the common and very aromatic marigold. Later still there are the Michaelmas daisies, the growth of the All-Hallow summer, to which Falstaff was compared. There is a class of roots in which the street sellers, on account of their general dearness, deal so sparingly that I cannot class them as a part of the business. Among these are anemones, hyacinths, tulips, ranunculuses, and the orchidaceous tribe. Neither do the street people meddle, unless very exceptionally, with the taller and statelier plants, such as foxgloves, hollyoaks, and sunflowers. These are too difficult of carriage for their purpose. Nor do they sell, unless, again as an exception, such flowers as require support, the convolvulus and the sweet pea, for instance. The plants I have specified vary in price. Geraniums are sold at from 3d. to 5s. Pinks at from 3d. for the common pink to 2s. for the best single clove, and 4s. for the best double. Stocks, as they are small and single to their being large and double, from 3d. and sometimes less to 2s. Dahlias from 6d. to 5s. Fuchsias from 6d. to 4s. Rose bushes from 3d. to 1 6d. and sometimes, but not often, much higher. Musk plants, London pride, lupins, and so on, are a penny and 2d, pots generally included. To carry on his business efficiently, the root seller mostly keeps a pony and a cart to convey his purchases from the garden to his stall or his barrow, and he must have a sheltered and cool shed in which to deposit the flowers which are to be kept overnight for the morrow's business. "It's a great bother, sir," said a root seller, "a man having to provide a shed for his roots. It wouldn't do at all to have them in the same room as we sleep in. They'd droop. I have a beautiful big shed, and a snug stall for a donkey in a corner of it. But he won't bear tying up. He'll fight against tying all night, and if he was loose, why, in course he'd eat the flowers I put in the shed. The price is nothing to him. He'd eat the Queen's camellias, if he could get at them, if they cost £1 apiece. So I have a deal of trouble, for I must block him up somehow. But he's a first-rate ass." To carry on a considerable business, the services of a man and his wife are generally required, as well as those of a boy. The purchases wholesale are generally by the dozen roots, all ready for sale in pots. Mignonette, however, is grown in boxes, and sold by the box at from 5s. to 20s, according to the size and so on. The costermonger buys, for the large sale to the poor, at a rate which brings the mignonette roots into his possession at something less, perhaps, than a halfpenny each. He then purchases a gross of small common pots, costing him a penny halfpenny a dozen, and has to transfer the roots and soil to the pots, and then offer them for sale. The profit thus is about 4s. per 100, but with the drawback of considerable labour and some cost in the conveyance of the boxes. The same method is sometimes pursued with young stocks. The cheapness of pots I may mention incidentally, and the more frequent sale of roots in them, has almost entirely swept away the fragment of a pitcher and the spoutless teapot which Cooper mentions as containing the poor man's flowers, that testified an inextinguishable love of rural objects, even in the heart of a city. There are a few such things, however, to be seen still. Of root sellers there are for 6 months of the year about 500 in London. Of these 1/5 devote themselves principally, but none entirely, to the sale of roots. 2/5 sell roots regularly, but only as a portion, and not a larger portion, of their business, and the remaining 2/5 are casual dealers in roots, buying them, almost always in the markets, whenever a bargain offers. 7/8 of the root sellers are, I am informed, regular costers. Occasionally a gardener's assistant has taken to the street trade in flowers. "But I fancy, sir," said an experienced man to me, "they've very seldom done any good at it. They're always gardening at their roots, trimming them and such like, and they overdo it. They're too careful of their plants. People like to trim them themselves." "I did well on fuchsias last season," said one of my informants. "I sold them from 6d. to 1 6d. The globes went off well. Geraniums was very fair. The fairy queens of them sold faster than any, I think. It's the ladies out of town a little way, and a few in town, that buy them, and buy the fuchsias too. They require a good window. The Jenny Linds, they was geraniums and other plants, didn't sell so well as the fairy queens, though they was cheaper. Good cloves (pinks) sell to the better sort of houses, so do carnations. Mignonette's everybody's money. Dahlias didn't go off so well.
I had very tidy dahlias at 6 and a shilling, and some 1 and 6. I do a goodish bit in giving flowers for old clothes. I very seldom do it but to ladies. I deal mostly with them for their husbands' old hats or boots or shoes. Yes, sir, and their trousers and waistcoats sometimes. Very seldom their coats, and ladies' boots and shoes too. There's one pleasant old lady and her 2 daughters, they'll talk me over any day. I very seldom indeed trade for ladies' clothes. I have, though, mostly for something in the shawl way or wraps of some kind. Why, that lady I was telling you of and her daughters got me to take togs that didn't bring the prime cost of my roots and expenses. They called them by such fine names that I was had. Then they was so polite. "Oh, my good man," says one of the young daughters, "I must have this geranium in change." It was a most big and beautiful fairy queen, well worth 4 shillings. The tog, I didn't know what they called it, a sort of cloak, fetched short of 1/2 a crown, and that just with cheaper togs. Some days, if it's very hot, and the stall business isn't good in very hot weather, my wife goes around with me, and does considerable in swapping with ladies. They can't do her as they can me. The same on wet days, if it's not very wet, when I has my roots covered in the cart. Ladies is mostly at home such times, and perhaps they're dull and likes to go to work at a bargaining. My wife manages them. In good weeks I can clear £3 in my trade. The 2 of us can anyhow. But then there's bad weather, and there's sometimes roots spoiled if they're not cheap and don't go off. But I'll sell one that cost me 1 shilling for 2 to get rid of it, and there's always the expenses to meet, and the pony to keep, and everything that way. No, sir, I don't make £2 a week for the 5 months, it's nearer 5 than 6, the season lasts, perhaps something near it. The rest of the year I sell fruit, or anything, and may clear 10 shillings or 15 shillings a week, but some weeks next to nothing, and the expenses all going on. Why, no, sir, I can't say that times is what they was. Where I made £4 on my roots 5 or 6 years back, I make only £3 now. But it's no use complaining. There's lots worse off than I am, lots. I've given pennies and 2pences to plenty that's seen better days in the streets. It might be their own fault. It is so mostly, but perhaps only partly. I keep a connection together as well as I can. I have a stall, my wife's there generally, and I go around as well. One of the principal root sellers in the streets told me that he not unfrequently sold 10 dozen a day, over and above those sold not in pots. As my informant had a superior trade, his business is not to be taken as an average. But reckoning that he averages 6 dozen a day for 20 weeks, he said 26, it shows that one man alone sells 8,640 flowers in pots in the season. The principal sellers carry on about the same extent of business. According to similar returns, the number of the several kinds of flowers in pots and flower roots sold annually in the London streets are as follows. Flowers in pots, moss roses, 38,880, China roses, 38,880, fuchsias, 38,800, geraniums, 12,800. Total number of flowers in pots sold in the streets, 129,360. Flower roots, primroses, 24,000, polyanthuses, 34,560, cowslips, 28,800, daisies, 33,600, wallflowers, 46,080, candy tufts, 28,800, daffodils, 28,800, violets, 38,400, mignonette, 30,384, stocks, 23,040, pinks and carnations, 19,200, lilies of the valley, 3,456, pansies, 12,960, lilies, 660, tulips, 852, balsams, 7,704, calceolarias, 3,180, musk plants, 253,440, London Pride, 11,520, lupins, 25,596, China asters, 9,156, marigolds, 63,360,
dahlias 852, heliotrope 13,356, poppies 1,920, Michaelmas daisies 6,912. Total number of flower roots sold in the streets 750,588. Of the street sale of seeds. The street sale of seeds, I am informed, is smaller than it was 30 or even 20 years back. One reason assigned for this falling off is the superior cheapness of flowers in pots. At one time, I was informed, the poorer classes who were fond of flowers liked to grow their own mignonette. I told one of my informants that I had been assured by a trustworthy man that in one day he had sold 600 penny pots of mignonette. "Not a bit of doubt of it, sir," was the answer. "Not a doubt about it. I've heard of more than that sold in a day, by a man who set on 3 hands to help him. And that's just where it is. When a poor woman, or poor man either, but it's mostly the women, can buy a mignonette pot all blooming and smelling for a penny, why, she won't bother to buy seeds and set them in a box or pot and wait for them to come into full blow. Selling seeds in the street can't be done so well now, sir. Anyhow, it ain't done as it was, as I've often heard old folks say." The reason assigned for this is that cottages in many parts, such places as Lisson Grove, Islington, Hoxton, Hackney, or Stepney, where the inhabitants formerly cultivated flowers in their little gardens, are now let out in single apartments, and the gardens, or yards as they mostly are now, were used merely to hang clothes in. The only green things which remained in some of these gardens, I was told, was horseradish, a root which it is difficult to extirpate. "And it's just the sort of thing," said one man, "that poor people hasn't no great call for, because they, you see, ain't not overdone with joints of roast beef, nor rump steaks." In the suburbs, where the small gardens are planted with flowers, the cultivators rarely buy seeds of the street sellers, whose stands are mostly at a distance. None of the street seed vendors confine themselves to the sale. One man whom I saw told me that last spring he was penniless after sickness, and a nurseryman whom he knew trusted him 5 shillings worth of seeds, which he continued to sell, trading in nothing else, for 3 or 4 weeks, until he was able to buy some flowers in pots. Though the profit is cent per cent on most kinds, 1 shilling and 6pence a day is accounted good earnings on seeds. On wet days there is no sale, and indeed the seeds cannot be exposed in the streets. My informant computed that he cleared 5 shillings a week. His customers were principally poor women, who liked to sow mignonette in boxes or in a garden border, if it had ever such a little bit of sun, and who resided, he believed, in small quiet streets branching off from the thoroughfares. Of flower seeds the street sellers dispose most largely of mignonette, nasturtium, and the various stocks, and of herbs the most is done in parsley. One of my informants, however, did best in grass seeds, which people bought, he said, to mend their grass plots with, sowing them in any bare place and throwing soil loosely over them. Lupin, larkspur, convolvulus, and Venus's looking-glass had a fair sale. The street trade in seeds would be less than it is, were it not that the dealers sell it in smaller quantities than the better class of shopkeepers. The street traders buy their seeds by the quarter of a pound, or any quantity not considered retail, of the nurseryman, who often writes the names for the costers on the paper in which the seed has to be enclosed. Seed that costs 4pence the street seller makes into 8 penny lots. "Why, yes, sir," said one man in answer to my inquiry, "people is often afraid that our seeds ain't honest. If they're not, they're mixed or they're bad before they come into our hands. I don't think any of our chaps does anything with them." 14 or 15 years ago, although seeds generally were 15 to 20% dearer than they are now, there was twice the demand for them. An average price of good mignonette seed, he said, was now 1 shilling and a quarter of a pound, and it was then 1 and 2pence to 1 and 6pence. The shilling's worth is made by the street seller into 20 or 24 pennyworths. An average price of parsley and of the cheaper seeds is less than half that of mignonette. Other seeds, again, are not sold to the street people by the weight, but are made up in 6penny and shilling packages. Their extreme lightness prevents their being weighed to a customer. Of this class are the African marigold, the senecio (groundsel), and the China aster. But of these compound flowers the street traders sell very few. Poppy seed used to be in great demand among the street buyers, but it has ceased to be so. "It's a fine hardy plant too, sir," I was told, "but somehow for all its variety in colours it's gone out of fashion, for fashion runs strong in flowers." One long-established street seller, who is well known to supply the best seeds, makes, for the 5 weeks or so of the season, more than twice the weekly average of 5s, perhaps 12s. But as he is a shop as well as a stall-keeper, he could not speak very precisely as to the proportionate sale in the street or the shop. This man laughed at the fondness some of his customers manifested for fine Latin names. "There are some people," he said, "who will buy Antirrhinum and Artemisia and Digitalis, and wouldn't hear of Snapdragon or Wormwood or Foxglove, though they're the identical plants." The same informant told me that the railways, in their approaches to the metropolis, had destroyed many small gardens, and had, he thought, injured his trade. It was also a common thing now for the greengrocers and corn chandlers to sell garden seeds, which until these 6 or 8 years they did much less extensively. Last spring, I was told, there were not more than 4 persons in London selling only seeds. The root sellers, of whom I have treated, generally deal in seeds also, but the demand does not extend beyond 4 or 5 weeks in the spring, though there was a straggling trade that way 2 or 3 weeks longer. It was computed for me that there were fully 100 persons selling seeds, with other things, in the streets, and that each might average a profit of 5s weekly for a month, giving £200 expended in seeds, with £100 profit to the costers. Seeds are rarely hawked as flowers are. It is impossible to give as minutely detailed an account of the street sale of seeds as of flowers, as from their diversity in size, weight, quantity in a pennyworth, and so on, no calculation can be prepared by weight or measure, only by value. Thus I find it necessary to depart somewhat from the order hitherto observed. One seedsman, acquainted with the street trade from his dealings with the vendors, was of opinion that the following list and proportions were as nice an approximation as could be arrived at. It was found necessary to give it in proportions of 25ths, but it must be borne in mind that the quantity in 3/25ths of parsley, for example, is more than double that of 3/25ths of mignonette. I give in unison seeds of about equal sale, whether of the same botanical family or not. Many of the most popular flowers, such as polyanthuses, daisies, violets, and primroses, are not raised from seed except in the nursery gardens. Reader's note: the following table has 3 columns: seeds, 25ths, and value. End reader's note. Mignonette, 3/25ths, £24. Stocks of all kinds, 2/25ths, £16. Marigolds, ditto, 1/25th, £8. Convolvulus, ditto, 1/25th, £8. Wallflower, 1/25th, £8. Scarlet beans and sweet peas, 1/25th, £8. China asters and Venus's looking glass, 1/25th, £8. Lupin and larkspur, 1/25th, £8. Nasturtium, 1/25th, £8. Parsley, 2/25ths, £16. Other pot herbs, 1/25th, £8. Mustard and cress, lettuce, and the other vegetables, 2/25ths, £16. Grass, 1/25th, £8. Other seeds, 7/25ths, £56. Total expended annually on street seeds, £200. Of Christmasing: laurel, ivy, holly, and mistletoe. In London a large trade is carried on in Christmasing, or in the sale of holly and mistletoe for Christmas sports and decorations. I have appended a table of the quantity of these branches sold, nearly 250,000, and of the money expended upon them in the streets. It must be borne in mind, to account for this expenditure for a brief season, that almost every housekeeper will expend something in Christmasing, from twopence to 1 shilling and sixpence, and the poor buy a pennyworth or a halfpennyworth each, and they are the coster's customers. In some houses, which are let off in rooms, floors, or suites of apartments, and not to the poorest class, every room will have the cheery decoration of holly, its bright and, as if glazed, leaves and red berries, reflecting the light from fire or candle. "Then look," said a gardener to me, "what's spent on a Christmasing the churches. Why now, properly to Christmas St. Paul's, I say properly, mind, would take £50 worth at least. Aye, more when I think of it, nearer £100. I hope there'll be no popery nonsense against Christmasing this year. I'm always sorry when anything of that kind's afloat, because it's frequently a hindrance to business." This was said 3 weeks before Christmas. In London there are upwards of 300,000 inhabited houses. The whole of the evergreen branches sold number 375,000. Even the ordinary-sized inns, I was informed, displayed holly decorations, costing from 2 shillings to 10 shillings, while in the larger inns, where perhaps an assembly room, a concert room, or a club room had to be adorned, along with other apartments, 20 shillings worth of holly and so on was a not uncommon outlay. "Well then, consider," said another informant, "the plum puddings. Why, at least there's 100,000 of 'em eaten in London through the Christmas and the month following. That's nearly 1 pudding to every 20 of the population, is it, sir? Well, perhaps that's too much, but then there's the great numbers eaten at public dinners and suppers, and there's more plum pudding clubs at the small grocers and public houses than there used to be. So, say, full 100,000, flinging in any mince pies that may be decorated with evergreens. Also, every plum pudding will have a sprig of holly in him. If it's bought just for the occasion, it may cost a penny to be really prime and nicely buried. If it's part of a lot, why, it won't cost a halfpenny, so reckon it all at a halfpenny. What does that come to? Above £200. Think of that, then, just for sprigging puddings." Mistletoe, I am informed, is in somewhat less demand than it was, though there might be no very perceptible difference. In many houses, holly is now used instead of the true plant, for the ancient ceremonies and privileges observed under the mistletoe bough. The holly is not half the price of the mistletoe, which is one reason. For though there is not any great disparity of price wholesale, the holly, which costs 6pence retail, is more than the quantity of mistletoe retailed for 1 shilling. The holly tree may be grown in any hedge, and ivy may be reared against any wall, while the mistletoe is parasitical of the apple tree, and, but not to half the extent, of the oak and other trees. It does not grow in the northern counties of England. The purchasers of the mistletoe are for the most part the wealthier classes, or, at any rate, I was told, those who give parties. It is bought, too, by the male servants in large establishments, and more would be so bought, only so few of the great people of the most fashionable squares and places keep their Christmas in town. Half a crown is a not uncommon price for a handsome mistletoe bough. The costermongers buy about a half of the holly and so on brought to the markets. It is also sold either direct to those requiring evergreens, or to greengrocers and fruiterers who have received orders for it from their customers, or who know it will be wanted. A shilling's worth may be bought in the market, the bundles being divided. Mistletoe, the costers, those having regular customers in the suburbs, receive orders for. "Last December," said a coster to me, "I remember a servant girl, and she weren't such a girl either, running after me in a regular flutter to tell me the family had forgot to order 2 shillings worth of mistletoe of me to be brought next day. Oh yes, sir, if it's ordered by or delivered to the servant girls, they generally have a little giggling about it. If I've said, 'What are you laughing at?' they'll mostly say, 'Me? I'm not laughing.'" The costermongers go into the neighbourhood of London to procure the holly for street sale. This is chiefly done, I was told, by those who are cracked up, and some of them laboured at it days and days. It is, however, a very uncertain trade, as they must generally trespass, and if they are caught trespassing by the owner of the land or any of his servants, they are seldom given in charge, but their stock of evergreens is not unfrequently taken from them, and that's the cuttingest of all. they do not so freely venture upon the gathering of mistletoe, for to procure it they must trespass in orchards, which is somewhat dangerous work, and they are in constant apprehension of traps, spring guns, and bulldogs. 600 or 700 men or lads, the lads being the most numerous, are thus employed for a week or two before Christmas, and perhaps half that number, irregularly at intervals, for a week or two after it. Some of the lads are not known as regular coster lads, but they are habitués of the streets in some capacity. To procure as much holly one day as will sell for 2 shillings and 6pence the next is accounted pretty good work, and 7 shillings and 6pence would be thus realised in 6 days. But 5 shillings is more frequently the return of 6 days' labour and sale, though a very few have cleared 10 shillings, and one man, with uncommon luck, once cleared 20 shillings in 6 days. The distance travelled in a short winter's day is sometimes 20 miles, and perhaps the lad or man has not broken his fast on some days until the evening, or even the next morning, for had he possessed a few pence he would probably have invested it in oranges or nuts for street sale, rather than go a-gathering Christmas. One strong-looking lad of 16 or 17 gave me the following account. "It's hard work, is Christmasing, but when you have neither money nor work you must do something, and so the holly may come in handy. I live with an elder brother. He helps the masons, and as we had neither of us either work or money, he cut off Tottenham and Edmonton way, and me the t'other side of the water, Mortlake way as well as I know. We'd both been used to costering off and on. I was out, I think, 10 days altogether, and didn't make 6 shillings in it. Been out 2 Christmases before. Oh yes, I'd forgot. I made 6pence over the 6 shillings, for I had half a pork pie and a pint of beer, and the landlord took it out in holly. I meant to have made a quarter of pork do, but I was so hungry, and so would you, sir, if you'd been out a Christmasing, that I had the t'other quarter. It's 2pence a quarter. I did better when I was out afore, but I forget what I made. It's often slow work, for you must wait sometimes till no one's looking, and then you must work away like anything. I'd nothing but a sharp knife I borrowed, and some bits of cord to tie the holly up. You must look out sharp, because you see, sir, a man very likely won't like his holly tree to be stripped. Wherever there is a berry, we goes for the berries. They're poison berries, I've heard. Moonlight nights is the thing, sir, when you knows where you are. I never goes for mistletoe, I hardly knows it when I sees it. The first time I was out, a man got me to go for some in a orchard, and told me how to manage, but I cut my lucky in a minute. Something came over me like. I felt sickish. But what can a poor fellow do? I never lost my Christmas, but a little bit of it once. 2 men took it from me, and said I ought to thank them for letting me off without a jolly good jacketing, as they was gardeners. I believes they was men out a Christmasing as I were. It was a dreadful cold time, that, and I was wet and hungry, and thirsty too, for all I was so wet, and I'd to wait a-watching in the wet. I've got something better to do now, and I'll never go a-Christmasing again if I can help it." This lad contrived to get back to his lodging in town every night, but some of those out Christmasing stay 2 or 3 days and nights in the country, sleeping in barns, outhouses, carts, or under haystacks, inclement as the weather may be, when their funds are insufficient to defray the charge of a bed, or a part of one, at a country dossing crib (low lodging-house). They resorted in considerable numbers to the casual wards of the workhouses, in Croydon, Greenwich, Reigate, Dartford, and so on, when that accommodation was afforded them, concealing their holly for the night. As in other matters, it may be a surprise to some of my readers to learn in what way the evergreens used on festive occasions in their homes may have been procured. The costermongers who procure their own Christmasing generally hawk it. A few sell it by the lot to their more prosperous brethren. What the costers purchase in the market they aim to sell at cent per cent. Supposing that 700 men and lads gathered their own holly and so on, and each worked for 3 weeks, not regarding interruptions, and calculating that in the time they cleared even 15 shillings each, it amounts to £525. Some of the costermongers deck their carts and barrows in the general line with holly at Christmas. Some go out with their carts full of holly for sale, and may be accompanied by a fiddler, or by a person beating a drum. The cry is "Holly, green holly." One of my informants alluded incidentally to the decoration of the churches, and I may observe that they used to be far more profusely decked with Christmas evergreens than at present. So much so that a lady correspondent in January 1712 complained to Mr. Spectator that her church-going was bootless. She was constant at church to hear divine service and make conquests, but the clerk had so overdone the greens in the church that for 3 weeks Miss Jenny Simper had not even seen the young baronet whom she dressed at for divine worship, although he pursued his devotions only 3 pews from hers. The aisle was a pretty shady walk, and each pew was an arbour. The pulpit was so clustered with holly and ivy that the congregation, like Moses, heard the word out of a bush. Sir Anthony Love's pew in particular, concludes the indignant Miss Simper, is so well hedged that all my batteries have no effect. I am obliged to shoot at random among the boughs, without taking any manner of aim. Mr. Spectator, unless you'll give orders for removing these greens, I shall grow a very awkward creature at church, and soon have little else to do there but to say my prayers. In a subsequent number, the clerk glorifies himself that he had checked the ogling of Miss Simper. He had heard how the Kentish men evaded the Conqueror by displaying green boughs before them, and so he bethought him of a like device against the love warfare of this coquettish lady. Of all the branches in the markets, the costers buy 1/2. This season holly has been cheaper than was ever known previously. In some years its price was double that cited, in some treble, when the December was very frosty. Of the sale of May, palm, etc. The sale of the May, the fragrant flower of the hawthorn, a tree indigenous to this country, Wordsworth mentions one which must have been 800 years old, is carried on by the coster boys principally, but only in a desultory way. The chief supply is brought to London in the carts or barrows of the costers returning from a country expedition. If the costermonger be accompanied by a lad, as he always is if the expedition be of any length, the lad will say to his master, "Bill, let's have some May to take back." The man will almost always consent, and often assist in procuring the thickly green branches with their white or rose-tinted and freshly smelling flowers. The odour of the hawthorn blossom is peculiar, and some eminent botanist, Dr. Withering if I remember rightly, says it may be best described as fresh. No flower, perhaps, is blended with more poetical, antiquarian, and beautiful associations than the ever-welcome blossom of the May tree. One gardener told me that as the hawthorn was in perfection in June instead of May, the name was not proper, but it must be remembered that the name of the flower was given during the old style, which carried our present month of May 12 days into June, and the name would then be more appropriate. The May is obtained by the costermongers in the same way as the holly, by cutting it from the trees in the hedges. It has sometimes to be cut or broken off stealthily, for persons may no more like their hawthorns to be stripped than their hollies, and an ingenious lad, as will have been observed, told me of people's objections to the unauthorized stripping of their holly bushes. But there is not a quarter of the difficulty in procuring May that there is in procuring holly at Christmas. The costermonger, if he has done tidy in the country, will very probably leave the May at the disposal of his boy, but a few men, though perhaps little more than 20, I was told, bring it on their own account. The lads then carry the branches about for sale, or, if a considerable quantity has been brought, dispose of it to other boys or girls, or entrust them with the sale of it, at half profits, or any terms agreed upon. Costermongers have been known to bring home a load of May, and this not unfrequently, at the request and for the benefit of a cracked-up brother trader, to whom it has been at once delivered gratuitously. A lad whom I met with as he was selling holly told me that he had brought May from the country when he had been there with a coster. He had also gone out of town a few miles to gather it on his own account. "But it ain't no good," he said. "You must often go a good way. I never knows anything about how many miles, and if it's very ripe," the word he used, "it's soon shaken. There's no sure price. You may get fourpence for a big branch, or you must take a penny. I may have made a shilling on a round, but hardly ever more. It can't be got near hand. There's some stunning fine trees at the top of the park there. Note, the Regent's Park. End note. The t'other side of the Logical Gardens, but there's always a cove looking after them, they say, and both night and day. Palm, the flower of any of the numerous species of the willow, is sold only on Palm Sunday and the Saturday preceding. The trade is about equally in the hands of the English and Irish lads, but the English lads have a commercial advantage on the morning of Palm Sunday, when so many of the Irish lads are at chapel. The palm is all gathered by the street vendors. One costermonger told me that when he was a lad he had sold palm to a man who had managed to get half drunk on a Sunday morning, and who told him that he wanted to show his wife, who very seldom stirred out, that he'd been taking a healthful walk into the country. Lilac in flower is sold and procured in the same way as May, but in small quantities. Very rarely indeed laburnum, which is too fragile, or syringa, which, I am told, is hardly saleable in the streets. One informant remembered that 40 years ago, when he was a boy, branches of elderberry flowers were sold in the streets, but the trade has disappeared. It is very difficult to form a calculation as to the extent of this trade. The best informed give me reason to believe that the sale of all these branches, apart from Christmas, ranges according to circumstances from £30 to £50, the cost being the labour of gathering, and the subsistence of the labourer while at the work. This is independent of what the costers buy in the markets. I now show the quantity of branches forming the street trade. Holly, 59,040 bunches. Mistletoe, 56,160 bunches. Ivy and laurel, 26,640 bunches. Lilac, 5,400 bunches. Palm, 1,008 bunches. May, 2,520 bunches. Total number of bunches sold in the streets from market sale, 150,768. Add to quantity from other sources, 75,000. Overall total, 225,768. The quantity of branches from other sources is that gathered by the costers in the way I have described, but it is impossible to obtain a return of it with proper precision. To state it as half of that purchased in the markets is a low average. I now give the amount paid by street buyers who indulge in the healthful and innocent tastes of which I have been treating, the fondness for the beautiful and the natural. Cut flowers, 65,280 bunches of violets at a halfpenny per bunch, £136. 115,200 bunches of wallflowers at a halfpenny per bunch, £240. 86,400 bunches of mignonette at 1 penny per bunch, £360. 1,632 bunches of lilies of the valley at a halfpenny per bunch, £3. 20,448 bunches of stocks at a halfpenny per bunch, £42. 316,800 pinks and carnations at a halfpenny each, £660. 864,000 moss roses at a halfpenny each, £1,800. 864,000 china ditto at a halfpenny each, £1,800. 296,640 lavender at a penny each, £1,236. Total annually £6,277. Flower roots, 24,000 primroses at a halfpenny per root, £50. 34,560 polyanthuses at a penny per root, £144. 28,800 cowslips at a halfpenny per root, £60. 33,600 daisies at 1 penny per root, £140. 46,080 wallflowers at a penny per root, £192. 28,800 candy tufts at 1 penny per root, £120. 28,800 daffodils at a halfpenny per root, £60. 38,400 violets at a halfpenny per root, £80. 30,380 mignonette at a halfpenny per root, £63. 23,040 stocks at a penny per root, £96. 19,200 pinks and carnations at twopence per root, £160. 3,456 lilies of the valley at a penny per root, £14. 12,960 pansies at 1 penny per root, £54. 660 lilies at twopence per root, £5. 850 tulips at twopence per root, £7. 7,704 balsams at twopence per root, £64. 3,180 calceolarias at twopence per root, £26. 253,440 musk plants at 1 penny per root, £1,056. 11,520 London Pride at 1 penny per root, £48. 25,595 lupins at 1 penny per root, £106. 9,156 China asters at 1 penny per root, £38. 63,360 marigolds at a halfpenny per root, £132. 852 dahlias at sixpence per root, £21. 13,356 heliotropes at twopence per root, £111. 1,920 poppies at twopence per root, £16. 6,912 Michaelmas daisies at a halfpenny per root, £14. Total annually £2,877. Branches. 59,040 bunches of holly at threepence per bunch, £738. 56,160 bunches of mistletoe at threepence per bunch, £702. 26,640 bunches of ivy and laurel at threepence per bunch, £333. 5,400 bunches of lilac at threepence per bunch, £67. 1,008 bunches of palm at threepence per bunch, £12. 2,520 bunches of may at threepence per bunch, £31. Total annually from markets, £1,883. Add 1/2 as shown, £591. Overall total, £2,474. Trees and shrubs. 9,576 firs, roots, reader's note, FIRS, end reader's note, at threepence each root, £119. 1,152 laurels at threepence each root, £14. 23,040 myrtles at fourpence each root, £384. 2,160 rhododendrons at ninepence each root, £81. 2,304 lilacs at fourpence each root, £38. 2,880 box at twopence each root, £24. 21,888 heaths at fourpence each root, £364. 2,880 broom at 1 penny each root, £12. 6,912 furze, reader's note, FURZE, end reader's note, at 1 penny each root, £28. 6,480 laurustinus at eightpence each root, £216. 25,920 southernwood at 1 penny each root, £108. Total annually spent, £1,388. Flowers in pots, 38,880 moss roses at fourpence per pot, £648. 38,880 china ditto at twopence per pot, £324. 38,800 fuchsias at threepence per pot, £485. 12,850 geraniums and pelargoniums of all kinds at threepence per pot, £160. Total annually £1,667. The returns give the following aggregate amount of street expenditure: trees and shrubs £1,388, cut flowers £6,277, flowers in pots £1,617, flower roots £2,867, branches £2,774, seeds £200. Total £15,173. From the returns we find that of cut flowers the roses retain their Old English favouritism, no fewer than 1,628,000 being annually sold in the streets. But locality affects the sale, as some dealers dispose of more violets than roses, because violets are accounted less fragile. The cheapness and hardihood of the musk plant and marigold, to say nothing of their peculiar odour, has made them the most popular of the roots, while the myrtle is the favourite among the trees and shrubs. The heaths, moreover, command an extensive sale, a sale, I am told, which was unknown until 8 or 10 years ago. Another instance of the fashion in flowers of which an informant has spoken. End of section 23.